Spurs. Clean up the 21 TOs because Oklahoma City was struggling to score against that half-court defense, but they got plenty of chances to get out and run off all those turnovers. I did think that when the Thunder started moving the ball either side to side or, throw it inside and then throw it back out, once they started moving the defense around, they started finding places to attack and score. But good grief, there was a lot of, it had to be driving you nuts. There was a lot of come down, shoot a three, come down one pass and shoot a three. Pretty easy to defend that.
Oh, yeah. The offense today is you do a little shake, a little shimmy, and that causes the defender on the three-pointer to lean that way, and then you pass it to him, and then he shoots it.
Yeah. And that did not work early in the game. Later in the game, I thought they shot the three well because they were moving the ball and they were getting a lot better shots. And Caruso had a great game, and Oklahoma City did not capitalize on that. You don't usually get a guy coming off the bench doing that. 31 points in 32 minutes, 8 of 14 from three. He had it going.
Yeah, they had a chance to steal one. They didn't get it.
Game 2 tomorrow night. Tonight, it's the Eastern Conference Finals. Cavs and Knicks play Game 1 in their series tonight, 6 o'clock on ESPN. Could Donovan Mitchell get to the NBA Finals? Bum, bum, bum. Coaches around the league, Pelicans hired Jamal Mosley, who had just been let go in Orlando after they lost in Game 7 in the first round. And our guy Joe Ingles is headed to Melbourne United. He'll play in Australia, signed a 2-year contract. He's 38 years old now, ends up playing over 800 games in 12 seasons with the Jazz, Magic, and Timberwolves.
And Bucks.
And the Bucks, yeah. Great run for Joe Ingles. And now off to his hometown, or at least home area, Melbourne. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Well, Urban Meyer lost his $30 million grievance. He was in arbitration. Jacksonville, he thought, owed him more money, but Jacksonville said they fired him for cause, and they didn't have to pay him. And it turns out they won, so he didn't get his cash.
Rats.
NFL is expected to put the 2028 NFL Draft in Minneapolis. Next year will be in D.C., so if you like going to the draft, there you go.
I don't. Never been. Won't ever go.
I know some people went down to the Vegas draft, but yeah, I don't really see
you.
going to Minnesota or D.C.
Glad
Seems
you
like
did.
a long trip.
Yeah. I mean, you got friends everywhere. I don't.
The Arizona Cardinals open OTAs. You've got friends and family in Arizona. Open OTAs under new head coach Mike LaFleur. Without veteran quarterback Jacoby Brissett, who's holding out, wants a new deal. Scheduled to earn $4.8 million, only $1.5 guaranteed. Another $500,000 game bonuses. So there you go.
What leverage does he have? With him, they'll win 4 games. Without him, they'll win 3.
There it is.
And they drafted Carson back, going that direction. Nothing against old Jacoby.
But it's time to move on, and Arizona was awarded exactly 0 primetime games for the reasons you just said. 3 or 4 wins. America does not find them interesting. They'll have to go get some players and start building something. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has formally filed a lawsuit seeking an injunction to allow him to play this season for the Red Raiders. In the suit, he's asked for an expedited hearing, acknowledges he's currently ineligible, and of course he wants expedited hearing so he can go off to an NFL supplemental draft if he loses. So away we go. We'll see how that one plays out in the courts. Texas Tech coach Joey McGuire told ESPN yesterday sophomore quarterback Will Hammond is expected to be cleared for full participation during training camp in August. Could be ready to play by week 2 when they go to Oregon State. The Big 12 opener is week 3. They play Houston.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that it is that devastating. It's nothing that, speaking of the Sorsby issue, obviously, that the team can't recover from and be competitive. Now, we don't know that if they have Sorsby for every game, that they're going to win it. And we don't know if Hammond is to the point where it's a slam dunk win. But I don't think it doesn't alter my expectation for the program significantly.
They still have a good roster, and they can still have a good quarterback. I mean, for all we know, Sorsby could be declared eligible and he could get hurt in game 3, and Hammond could be the guy anyway. I mean, there's obviously less depth there if they do have a quarterback injury with Hammond. But
that's the big thing, yeah.
Right. But to your point, he's pretty good. They got good talent around him. If he's healthy, they could have a great season and be back in the Big 12 title game. Certainly there's a path forward for him.
Right,
there.
you're not going Cam Rising to a first-year freshman.
Right. Pac-12 and Mountain West have reached an agreement in principle to resolve their legal battle. Mountain West has sought as much as $150 million in their lawsuit. Presumably some money's changing hands. We don't know terms yet. But we'll know in a while.
You'll let me know. I really want to know.
USC coach said he believes it's time for him and the Trojans to make a college football playoff run this fall as he enters his 5th season with the program. He's 35-18 in his 4 years at USC.
Now's the time?
Now's the time. I roll from USC fans
what a joke.
who believe that every year is the year.
What I don't think you come out and say now is the time when you had the number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just making excuses.
Yes, he is. His best season. This isn't. You're not taking over Indiana and you got to build the thing up, and that only took 2 years. You're taking over a team that had. You brought in a really good quarterback to a team that was really good, and you went 11-1, and then you lost the last 2 to finish 11-3, and then you went backwards from there. I mean, you were already on the cusp, if you will. If they'd had this format then, they'd have been in. Even at 11-2 after losing to Utah, they'd have been in. So the thing's been going backwards under him. But now he says it's time they built it up. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Here's a fly ball, center field. Hits it well. Bolte is back near the wall. It's gone! Unbelievable! What a finish! Zach Neto says goodnight to the A's.
To center field, going back is Henry Bolte. At the track, leaping up, and a home run for Zach Neto. A 2-1 walk-off win on a home run. What a gut punch for the Athletics.
Athletics had the no-hitter going in the 9th inning. You hear the Angels get the single to break it up, and then the Zach Neto homer, and they win 2-1. 2 runs on 2 hits in the 9th. Great turnaround for them.
Yeah, that was nice of the no-hitter to end with no outs in the 9th, because then I went to bed. I didn't see the home run. I'll stay up for the no-hitter. But then once he didn't get the hit,
okay,
he just won of 162.
Yeah, what the heck.
And I'd watched a full evening of sports. Went and got a pastrami sandwich. Came home. My wife and I were going to split it. Started eating it. This doesn't taste all that good. She starts eating it. She goes, "Do you have any pastrami in your sandwich?" I look at her. No. We ordered a pastrami sandwich, and there was literally no friggin' pastrami in it.
And you got a veggie.
Yeah, we had pickles.
Some lettuce.
Got a lot of sauerkraut, huh?
Yeah. So she went back.
Hey.
And came back a little later. And then I was watching baseball, basketball, and then baseball again. So once it got the hit, I went to bed.
More late inning drama, highly unusual. You said the Mets explode they got one in the 11th to take the lead and couldn't win it. The Nationals got one in the 11th. So they went to the 12th, and the Mets scored 10, and they made that stand up in a 16-7 12-inning win. Bizarre baseball there.
I think once you get 10, there was a lot of scoring yesterday.
Yeah.
Diamondbacks, I watched their game. They started off with a walk, a hit, an error, and a grand slam.
All right.
That's pretty good.
Hammered the Giants 12-2.
Arenado hit one out. And then I watched your boys beat the Dodgers. I mean,
that was not a high-scoring game.
It was awesome. He walks the first 2 batters. Mm-hmm. And
you're talking about Miller in the ninth.
And throwing over their heads and all over the place. And so then he strikes out the next 2 and gets a grounder. So then the next 3 guys, man, I can't get comfortable. This guy's wild tonight. He's going to hit me in the head.
Walk, strikeout, grounder, save the game.
Yeah, that was shrewd by doing that.
And the Dodgers had a lot of chances. They had 2 on in the 6th, 2 on in the 8th, 2 on in the 9th, and couldn't get the big hit.
Well, that's when you look at the box score, LOB.
Padres got a home run in the first inning to win the game, 1-0. On a night, you're right, there were a lot of high-scoring games. That Angel win and the Padre win. It was different in Southern California, but across the country. Brewers won 9 of 11. They beat the Cubs 9-3.
Oh.
The Cubs' hot streak is over.
No, I
They've
mean,
now lost 7 out of 9.
with the curse of the Billy Goat. Or wait, was that the Red Sox? I can't remember. Who had
No,
the curse of the
Billy
Billy
Goat was the Cubs.
That was the
Why'd
Cubs.
they get the Cubs? Would they trade Ron Santo? Why'd they get the curse of the Billy
Ron
Goat?
Santo.
Generationally off there,
Your
I think.
ability to pull names
Jim
is
Hickman?
awesome.
Who'd they
Ron Santo was the man at that point, yes.
Who'd they trade? Well, why was the curse of the Billy Goat? What
The
was
trade was in Boston. The Billy Goat was something about kicking somebody out of a tavern or
it?
something.
They sell the team? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Go listen to that rant by Pat Corrales, the manager.
Tavern owner William Cianis is who allegedly cursed them
Oh.
after being tossed from a game.
Yeah.
Former Padre, Pat Corrales. Great rant. Catcher of my youth.
Very dirty. A lot of swear words.
Dodgers have shut down Tyler Glasnow. Back spasms. Blake Snell's going to have the same surgery as Tariq Skubal to remove loose bodies in his elbow. And so with his new technology, instead of being out 2 to 4 months, maybe he's out half that.
What's the deal with this loose bodies? I mean, I went to ASU. I know all about that.
Ayo! Calcium deposits, bone chips. I don't know. They never say what is going on, but something's going on.
Is that like everything now with the elbow is like the high ankle sprain? It used to just be an ankle sprain.
Yeah.
Now it's loose bodies.
Well, the ankle sprain is when you twist it the other way, that gives you your high ankle sprain.
Right, but for years it was just an ankle sprain. Now it has to be a high. It's never a low. What are the odds? There's never been one player in every sport, any sport, who's ever had a low ankle sprain. It's crazy.
Salt Lake Bees over a 6-game series against Tacoma tonight at the ballpark at America First Square. First pitch set for 6:35. Coverage on the zone is 6:20. DJ and PK.
#golf.
NCAA regional action. BYU, ranked 24th, is in 4th place, 6 under in the Athens regional, while Utah struggled 16 over. They're in 11th place at Columbus. Top 5 in each regional advance. Utah chasing your Arizona State Sun Devils. I think they're like 7, 8 shots back, something like that. It's a ways. Got some work to do. DJ and PK.
#NHL.
Carrier feeds it ahead, far side. Evans drives the middle, shot, scores! Game 7, overtime winner. Alex Newhook has come through for Montreal, and the run stays alive.
Buffalo exists so the Buffalo sports fans can have their hearts broken. Montreal in Game 7 beats Buffalo 3-2 in overtime, knocks the Sabres out. The Canadiens on to the Eastern Conference Finals. Montreal was up 2-0, and Buffalo tied it up in the third, and it looked like they had the go-ahead goal with 10 minutes to go, and an inadvertent whistle, they blew it dead. They thought the goaltender had smothered it, but it leaked through the pads, and they scored, and it didn't matter.
Okay, you watched the game. We know.
I watched part of it. But that was heartbreaking to have,
Go into that
to have
detail.
the winning
You're
goal.
all things
Detail.
to all people. What's going on in the Champions League? Break it down right now. Ready, go. You know everything about sports. We get it.
Detail.
Do you really want me to go
wasn't.
into it?
You really want me to go into it? Detail. Game-winning goal gets waved off. It's not really a detail. It's kind of the storyline. Montreal, Carolina, Eastern Conference Final will start Thursday night. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Chris Anderson, owner and publisher of Ear Sports, will join us once again. He covers the West Virginia Mountaineers. What is Rich Rod doing with West Virginia? The spring football tour continues. And Bronson Kafusi, former BYU football star, promoting the Charity of Champions football event, will join us at 8:30. DJ and PK, the question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got our first delays of the morning, southbound I-15 through Davis County, headed into Salt Lake, starting the north interchange until about the 900 west exit there. Typical delays northbound I-15 coming out of Utah County as you're around the point in the mountain, also through the south interchange at this moment. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smooth in your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once you can visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick. All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is. Sure. All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time. And this person. Washington today knows their guy.
The Jazz probably know who they would take it to right now.
Absolutely do.
I was talking to somebody and they said, yeah, the 27 and 28 draft stink. The 28 draft, that's 2 years away. They're like, yeah, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is A, why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. Why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
So you want soft water, but the thought of hauling all those heavy salt bags and fussing with the water softener is more than you want to deal with? Do what I did. Check out Connecticut. Enjoy the softest water, lowest salt usage, and zero maintenance. Learn more. Visit softwaterutah.com. Tell them Doug sent you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go.
from the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it is time for the question today. Hot takes or toast? We got trade rumors, PK.
Yeah.
There's rumors out there about the Milwaukee Bucks and the Detroit Pistons. They might be interested in Lauri Markkanen. And I bet there's more teams interested in Lauri Markkanen. But is there anything worth considering?
Yes.
Jeff goes the other way. No, if the Jazz are done tanking, you don't trade your best players. What if you get better players? What if you open up cap room for more players? What if you get a better player for your best player?
Then you're not very good.
Bum, bum, bum.
That's hard to get a better player for your best player. That would mean your best player isn't that good. And it's not really, you're not a serious contender.
Trade your 20th best player because the 10th best player in the league's available? I mean, with the Bucks, they're out there moving Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I'm not sure he's a better player at this point. Obviously, he was when he was winning MVPs and championships. Well, championship, singular. But he does not appear to be at his peak. And also, Lauri and the timeline, do they want somebody younger?
Well, what is Markkanen at his peak? Do we know?
That is an excellent point. We do not. Well, we'd like to think we don't know. Perhaps we do. Perhaps we have seen the peak already. But I think everybody is thinking there's better stuff out there. On a better team, he's more mature, he's older, he's experienced, and he'll play more games because he won't be tanking, and he'll have better players around him, and he'll really go.
All the above?
Yeah. Gary, Lauri for Giannis, Lauri for Cade Cunningham. Okay, settle down. The Pistons are not trading Cade Cunningham.
I'd make that trade.
See, for a better player, except he's not available.
But, yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Ryan says, nice rumors, but Markkanen is not available for trade, according to the Utah Jazz management.
I don't think they've come out and said that. They'll say, oh, we like him, and he's an important piece. But they won't say, we're going to trade him, or we definitely won't trade him. Why would they say that?
If you can make the team better, why slam the door on that possibility?
Yeah. This is a great opportunity to find out who Markkanen really is.
Yes.
Because now there's no excuses.
Right. You're not tanking. You're not in an organization that's going sideways or backwards. You're not undervalued and underutilized by an organization that maybe doesn't fully appreciate your skill set.
You like to give Markkanen an excuse for not playing. And now those excuses are over.
They're over. We'll see if he can do it.
I mean, he never plays a full season.
He has never done it.
So now we get to see, how tough are you? Are you a soccer player when you fall down? We've got to bring out the stretcher. No offense, guys. I know that's your favorite. We are the soccer show, the only one. And can you tough it up? Can you play? Do I need to see you over there with your hair all curled up in street clothes?
You really don't like his hair.
I'm tired of that. Well, I'm tired of paying somebody close to $50 million. Wow, that's outrageous, DJ. I'm tired of watching a guy sit over there in street clothes with his hair nice and not playing. Isn't that, boy, that is really edgy. And he's getting close to $50 million. Yeah, I'm tired of it.
Yeah, but it's his hair all curled up. It's not, it's $50 million. He needs to play at least 70 games. It's his hair all curled up.
I'm tired of it. Do you not hear me? I'm tired of it. Yes, I am tired of it, of him smiling on the sidelines as they're getting their brains beat out and he's not playing. And I believe there's probably about 17,000 people in the stands who are right with me. Yes, I stand by it. If you're assigning me some thought, you don't need to, because I'll assign it to myself. Yeah, I'm sick of it. Who's with me? Say I. I've got an Ozzy Osbourne song. I. Everybody is. You're soft, so you want to make excuses for him. I'm done with it. I want to see him out there. Yeah, I stand by that. Ask me again, I'll tell you the same.
He peaked at 68 games in his rookie year. It's the most he's ever played.
Sure, because he was trying to get another contract. Wow, who knew?
Well, he's trying to get it in the second year when he only played 52.
How many games did they play?
In his second year, they played 82. Then you run into the 2 COVID years that were short. When he played, I think they played like 72 games, and he played 50 or 51 of those. So he's still missing 20 games, even when there's 10 fewer on the schedule.
I want to see him ball. Yeah, right. I'm tired of him sitting over there looking like $1 million bucks on the sideline. Look like a bum. Coming in some ragtag outfit. He just looks too nice. He's a good-looking man. And he's making $47 million.
Just play 70 or 75 games and get him into the top 6 in the West. Whatever.
Can he do that?
That's an excellent question.
I don't know that's a whatever. Can he do that? That's what I'm saying. This is the season of discovery for Lauri Markkanen. And then we got to hear about him playing so well for the Finnish national team in the summer. I'm tired of it. I want him to be so gassed and they have a long run that he doesn't score 87 points against crap competition in the Finnish whatever league or whatever international thing they concoct each summer that I don't pay any attention to unless it's the Olympics.
One of the reasons to listen to all these and trade him now is the point we're discussing, I think, has to be discussed all around the league. And so the reason to take these deals now, or take one of these deals now, since you can't trade them multiple times, but the reason to take one of these deals now is if he is going to play 58 games guy and be sitting over there in street clothes when you really need him.
With his hair curled.
He's got more value now. He's got more value now than he does after he plays the 10th year in the NBA and doesn't again.
Yeah, but I don't know about that. I mean, the rest of the league, they're not going to know. We just know, but the rest of the league doesn't know? I don't buy it.
I think the rest of the league has the same questions right now that you and I are talking about now.
So his value is his value.
But if he's going to be, this is where it's on management to know and to be ahead of the curve on this, because if he plays 73 games and they're top 6 and he's 25 points a game, don't get caught up in one of these trades. But if he is 55 games and he can't make big shots in the fourth quarter when the playoffs are on the line and all that stuff,
he'll be fine. He's a player. He's a good player. But see, you want them to be soothsayers. You want them to be seers.
Yes.
Well, I mean, every team, every situation. Go ahead. Why draft Cantner when you knew he was going to be a screw up? Well, they didn't know. Why draft Exum when you knew he was going to be injured? They didn't know. I mean, that's the whole point. That's why it's not a science. It's what do they call it? It's
an art.
Yeah,
there's an art to it,
and nobody really knows for sure. So yeah, but you could say that about every single draft pick, every single kid.
The common logic of the era had Exum as one of the top 4, and the Jazz were drafting 5.
Well, the common knowledge was wrong.
It was, and Orlando
and they should have known.
And Orlando figured it out and did know.
They didn't.
They went with Aaron Gordon and passed on Exum.
And he won nothing for them.
Right, and he left, but he is a good player. And he
once
had a much
he got
better career.
with much better players, other than
and
that.
And also he got older, more experienced, yada, yada. But
he's okay.
Right, and Exum wasn't. He was clearly the better draft pick. And they figured it out.
Well, no, they figured it.
If they just go with the common
figure
logic,
stuff out. Sometimes you just get lucky.
To Exum.
The Portland Trailblazers should have figured out that Greg Oden was injured and Kevin Durant was the best player. So Seattle figured it out? No. Kevin Durant was there. He fell to him. Orlando didn't figure anything out. They went with a guy. They knew Exum was going to be injured because in order for them to figure it out, they would have had to known, hey, this 18-year-old kid from Australia who didn't play college ball or any of that, he's going to be injured every time you turn around. They had no idea on that.
They properly figured out and went against the common logic. They did. The logic of the day.
They got fortunate. You're saying they knew Exum was going to be injured. Right, you have to. That's what you're saying.
Or they took the player who played, who didn't take a year off, or they took the player. I don't know the specific reason why they didn't take him. There were several reasons
because they didn't
not
think he was
to take
good
him.
enough.
They didn't think he was good enough. They didn't think he was big enough. They wanted a bigger player. You can go on down the line. But they got it right. It would have been easy to default into missing on that. Which the Jazz did.
And then they won nothing with Aaron Gordon.
They did not.
I mean,
it's one decision,
he's a
and you
role player.
got to get 500 of them right. Yeah, but
at least
still
10. Yeah. He's a role player. I mean, let's not. If you're going to die on the hill that Aaron
Gordon. But the
Gordon
other guy's a bust.
He is, obviously.
Well,
and
then they made the right
if
pick.
If the Jazz
the
knew.
megastar wasn't available. They made the right pick.
I haven't looked at the draft. I'm not going to go back and look. I don't know who was taken afterwards, so I don't know if they made the right pick. If you're comparing those two.
Between those two.
Yeah, and the Jazz made the wrong pick. So they should have made the right pick. They should have, whoever was drafted 7th or 6th, they should have taken. He would be more than that. Yeah, and there's no way for the Jazz to know. If they would know, they'd be a perennial contender. No one knows. You do all your homework, and then you make the best decision in the moment, and then you go from there. I mean, you can go down the list. Did the Jazz... You often say, if they knew how good the statues were going to be, they would have traded their heart and soul to give them, but they didn't.
I got that line from Scott Layden.
Right. That's
that.
Scott Layden. That's a conclusive proof that you don't know. They have no way of knowing what Markkanen is going to do health-wise this year. All they can do is pretty much cross their fingers. But what they do know is he's going to light it up for the Finnish team in August and who gives a crap international competition that they have. That's what we know.
If you were the GM, would you move him now? Because you have strong suspicions. You have strong suspicions that when we sit here in 12 months, maybe 11, he will not have played 70 games.
I don't know that, man. I believe in the kid's talent. I think he's enormously talented.
That's why I said strong suspicions. You're right. You can't know it.
No, actually, I think he's going to nut up and play this year. I think that his body has got to be as rested as anybody's.
Right.
I mean,
because they keep sitting him down
outside
at the
of the grueling August thing for the Finnish team. That's it.
Yeah.
No, this is going to be a fascinating story for him, and he has, and no one can question his enormous talent to be able to move, to shoot, and to be that tall, and to do all those things. I want to see them, unless it's a killer deal, and everyone's available. Even Ace Bailey is available, even though they're not going to trade him for the rights to get DeBonsa. But he's still available if Shea Alexander says, I want out for some reason.
If there were any chance that Detroit was actually going to move Cade Cunningham, a lot of players in the league become available.
Yeah.
But they're not going to.
Right. So what I want to see is this lineup. We've been anticipating it, but when we get to October, we will have been anticipating it for like 9 months.
Yeah.
And I want to see it. We had 2 games of Jackson and Markkanen.
Right.
And I've been watching Jackson for years. Saw him in college as a guy who had a Wooden Award vote. He was a premier player. I think he was the 4th player in the draft. So I've been watching him. His father played in the NBA, blah, blah, blah. And I want to see these guys, man. I want to see what they can do. I want to see how George fits in. I want to see how Bailey fits in. This draft pick is going to be under the microscope and highly anticipated. I haven't been this excited about the start of a Jazz season in years. Years. I mean, you might say going back to the finals years if you wanted to make that argument. When they got back 2 years in a row, you might say, man, you were super excited then, right? And, they got to the finals, so it was a really good run and lost in 6 games, and so nothing to be ashamed about by any stretch. But the intrigue on what this team can become is fascinating. I mean, we knew that the other teams, the Boozer Williams thing, they were a little short. They didn't have a rim defender. And this last go-around, I was excited on that, but that was a little Charlie Brown and Lucy, man. How many times are they going to get the ball pulled away before I say, screw this?
Yeah, but there was a lot of excitement after Mitchell's rookie year.
I agree.
At that point, it's like
I agree.
They filled it in. The 2 guys weren't irritating each other at that point that we knew of anyway.
Like you do with me, yeah.
See?
Right.
But see, that's on full display.
But I know. I tried to get you traded many times, and the next thing I know, you come over here full-time.
Future considerations.
Yeah, I want past considerations.
Yeah.
And so
came over here and ruined your TV career.
You did. You shattered it.
I know.
You ended it.
I did.
It's over.
It might have been ended.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over. I'm done. You'll never see my mug on television again.
It's over.
You cost me money. You butthead. Yes.
So you're going to break into the Giants win the pennant right there. It's over. The Giants win the pennant.
So, what a run. It was fun. I'm fine with it. I was excited for that, yeah. But I'm saying I've got it in the rearview mirror now, so it's easier to say, okay, burn me once, shame on me. It's, you know what I'm saying.
Fool me once, don't be fooled again.
I don't know which president said that, but it was a funny line. He didn't know how to finish it. So I've got the benefit of rear view. Here, I have no rear view. I got 2 games of rear view, and it's going to change because you're going to add a top pick into it, and I don't even remember who else played. Did the backcourt play, and what was going on? But I know they only played 2 games, so I am super excited to see how this thing meshes, and then we can get a great evaluation of Will Hardy. He's another guy. I've been hearing how great he is, and they do nothing but lose. Not that it's his fault, and I'm with you. Markkanen sat a bunch of games that weren't his fault. I understand. But nevertheless, I got tired of watching him sit on the sidelines making $47 million a year smiling in street clothes. I don't apologize for that. And that's over. And that's great. And if he plays 50 games, I'll bash the crap out of him again next year.
See, your instincts for this are usually pretty good. And the number of times you've gone on this has made me wonder, is he just made of glass? Is something going to happen? Because the thing is, I believe, and I think most people believe, they sat him on purpose.
Sure.
Each of these last 4 seasons. And the first one here, it looked like he was going to get to 70, and it's 66, but they sat him a bunch. I'd have to go back and see how many games he got the old DMP at the end of the year. But if he does play, is something going to happen? Because in the previous years before he came to the Jazz, something did happen.
I don't know.
We never know. That's why
the
we watch.
league knows it too,
Yep.
so it's not like you're going to get top value for him. It's no secret. The guy, is an enormously talented player, but he's been in the light on the GPs. Now you're playing to win. You're basically playing to win at all costs next season, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fans, they're going to tolerate it. No one's going to. Austin Ainge isn't going to tolerate it. No one's going to tolerate it anymore. I mean, we can be jovial and love these guys. They're our guys and blah, blah, blah. But it's about winning now. You're paying somebody. Jackson and Markkanen are getting over $100 million. You play
that is why,
to win.
And see, that's why I actually give these rumors more credence. And I don't know that they will pan out this offseason. I kind of think they won't. But they could, because they're not going to be able to keep these guys together very long.
I'm not worried about that.
Someone's got to go.
That's management's concern.
I know.
Let them worry about that.
But
I want to worry about winning and losing.
Somebody's got to go. And when do they go, and what do they get back for? And it doesn't have to be those 2 guys, but then how are you going to trade Kessler? How are you going to pay Kessler and
has to
Keontae?
go.
Because I think Kessler and Keontae and whoever else are about to add to the roster are going to end up wanting more money as they come out of their rookie deals. And they're going to be up against it. They're not going to have enough. Everybody isn't going to get what they want. And choices will be made. They don't have to be made right away, and I do think they want to see the group together.
Is Hatback short of cash here? Do we need a GoFundMe thing? I mean, the guy throws around money.
Yeah. And I
build
do think
this, build that, buy this, buy that.
He'll pay the luxury tax. He'll go into it, and we don't need to turn this into a collective bargaining thing. They did. They don't
have as much money as this guy.
But most teams, and there are other owners who have as much money as he does, and most teams don't go into the repeater tax and stay there. They'll go there briefly.
If they're trying to win.
Yep.
There's no point in doing it if you're not winning. You're wasting money, and it doesn't matter how much money you have. No one wants to waste money.
Right, and there's also rules on the kind of deals. If you still need to add talent, the kind of deals you can make and the ways to add talent get pretty limited.
But if you're winning, who cares?
Right, but if you haven't won it all and you need to add a piece to get there, that's when you care. You're right. If you have won it all and you're on top of the mountain, whatever. Let's stay on top of the mountain.
Well, let's see how it goes. I'm not going to assign them things. I don't know how good this team's going to be in 2 years. I don't know who they're going to draft.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to make declarations that somebody's got to go. And how do I know that? I just saw a thing that Dirk Nowitzki, he left like $50 million on the table, something, by staying there. Well, how do I know that these guys thinking, hey,
somebody won't do that?
Yeah. I mean, so I'm not going to. There's nothing definitive in the sports world 3 years from now. That's the beauty of it.
The only thing that's definitive is everything changes. And we just got a big old dose of that last night because there's been plenty of words written and spoken about how the Thunder are young and the Thunder are the champs and who's going to stop them. They're going to have a great run. They may not even repeat. I mean, they might repeat. They might win this series and win it all. This is a double overtime game. Anything can happen going forward.
But your best player was 7 of 23.
Yeah, and the Spurs' best player went off and had a phenomenal game. I don't think he's going to average 40 and 20 in this series. And obviously, he could have had an awesome game, and if he doesn't hit that one deep three, then they don't get it to OT and they lose right there. So anything could happen, but one of the things that could happen is Spurs could prevent the Thunder from repeating. So forget the long run the very next year.
Well, and the year after, the Thunder could win again.
Could come right back. Yeah. We've seen that before where you get a couple of players and they're in good organizations and they they hand the title back and forth. LeBron was moving around, but LeBron and Steph just did that. I think they combined to win, I don't know what it was, 7 titles in 11 years.
I think the bottom line for me is I want to see this group develop. We finally got a group that's capable of winning, and add the rookie, and then go. And you're going to add some other pieces maybe this summer, but I'm talking about the core guys.
Right.
I want to see these core guys. What I want to see.
You got a 2-game tease. Yeah, and you still didn't have everybody because Keontae didn't play in those games.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. That was a Collier-Bailey
I didn't
backcourt.
think so.
He didn't,
but I wasn't sure.
Right.
So I want to see. I believe in this core. I believe this is a really good core. Now it's got to grow, and I want it to grow. I've seen so many teams change up and screw up when they change up. Now I want to see fastballs. I want to see this group because I'm excited about this group, and I can get way behind this group. And if it doesn't work, well, then we can go. But we've been waiting. I'm getting older here, man. I'm 72 years old.
You're not.
And I don't have much time left on Earth. On the air, I've already screwed up and destroyed my television career. I'll never be able to be on television again analyzing a playoff game like I did back in the glory days. That hurts my soul. Soul!
This is what's wrong with the media's credibility. You just stacked multiple lies on top of each other.
My soul!
You're not 72. You had multiple...
Working with you in dog years, I'm 72.
Multiple relatives into their 90s. And you may well end up on TV talking about playoff games.
You haven't seen me of late. You've been out a lot, but I now smoke.
That's what the Vegas showgirl said years ago, so I'm not surprised.
No, she said I was smoking.
That's exactly what you said. That's what you meant right then. You didn't mean Marlboros.
PK, take it off, baby.
I don't know. Give me another brand.
Camel.
Camels, yeah. Remember, we were talking Marlboros and
Chesterfield.
Chesterfield. Now that feels like a movie out of the 50s.
I got a picture of my parents at my mother's senior prom. And
Smoking
both of them at the bottom of the picture have cigarettes.
DJ and PK. Coming up. Top of the hour, Chris Anderson, owner and publisher of Ear Sports, covering the West Virginia Mountaineers. The spring football tour continues. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident southbound I-15 at 1500 south in Bannow. Has left 2 lanes blocked. Traffic backed up heavily from the 1500 south, north exit behind that, obviously. So add some extra time through your commute there. Northbound I-15 delays coming out of Utah County now stretching from 2100 north in Lehigh all the way to the Bangor Merge in Draper. At UTA, we move your early mornings, your long days, your big plans. We move purpose. We move you. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com with your KSL traffic update. I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah.
The hiring of Kevin McGibbon, very, very innovative. When I've watched his teams, man, he loves to fling that thing around. Are you looking to open the offense a little bit?
I want to be explosive no matter where that comes from. If we're an explosive offense, but we're not physical, to me, that's the detriment to the entire team. You have to be physical, period, end of story, because a lack of physicality gets exposed at the highest levels. The priority, the premium is on physicality, and then explosive football, obviously explosive plays that can be from running the ball, from catching the ball. I think we have one of the best wide receiver groups we've had since I've been here. We want to get our playmakers the ball, but you have to play complementary football, and that's what Kevin's offense does.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, you heard us talking about what will the Jazz be, who will be on top of the NBA, and nobody really knows for sure, right? But you plan for it and do the best you can. And that's the same thing with your money. Who knows what's ahead in the financial markets, but you plan for it and you want to be prepared and all that stuff. That's why I'm telling you and been talking about the folks at Trajan Wealth, because they can help you prepare. They know what they're talking about, right? This is something that they do 24/7. And you don't need to take it from me. I got a testimony that I want to read to you about somebody who did exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. I thought I was in good shape until Trajan Wealth took a second look at my plan. Turns out I was missing some big opportunities. Now I've got a clearer path to retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they always put your goals first. I trust them with my future. You can too. Call Trajan Wealth. That's the thing about it, and because they've got this program where your first consultation won't cost you anything, even if you're just getting a second opinion, why not? It's too important not to when you think about it. Give them a call, set up an appointment. That phone number is 1-855-TRAJAN-1. You spell Trajan, Trajan. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. Their offices are in Draper and Farmington. Got you covered north and south. The website, too, very comprehensive. Check it out. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef.
Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Help maintain fun at Lagoon. Join their maintenance and construction team. Now hiring full-time year-round ride maintenance technicians and HVAC technicians. Great benefits and career opportunities. Apply at lagoonpark.com/jobs. Must be 18 or older.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Got a poll question up, PK. Is Donovan Mitchell going to the NBA Finals? Which team comes out of the East? Go on and vote. I just put it up. Knicks in 4 or 5 games. Knicks in 6 or 7. Cavs in 6 or 7. Or the Cavs in 4 or 5. I think it's a longer series. I would probably go Knicks in 6 or 7 myself. But it feels like anything can happen the same way I feel like anything can happen in the West. Not totally outrageous that one team would pull something off. I think it would have been outrageous if somebody had beaten Oklahoma City in the first 2 rounds.
Well, they swept them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree on that. I think Cleveland is just as good as New York. And I think this is from a huge distance away. I mean, I'm not following it day to day, right? Because it's all about the West here and how it relates to the Jazz. And once they get good enough to be finals contender, then we'll worry more about the East. But I think Cleveland, they got off to the slow start. But what incentive was there to get off to a fast start? They did that last year, and it didn't work. And the marathon that is the regular season, it matters to a point, but not at a win-at-all-cost point, right? And so as I evaluate Cleveland, and Strus was out for almost the entire season. He didn't come back to like the 68th game. And he's a player, right? I mean, he's not a big-time player, but, he's a piece of the puzzle. And so with that in mind, I don't think that they were concerned about winning at all costs throughout the regular season. Now they are, obviously. Mm-hmm. And I think that Mitchell is really, really good. There's no doubt about it. But he's got help. And so he doesn't necessarily have to be brilliant every single game. He has to hit some big shots. And he did that in Game 5. He didn't have a great shooting game, but he still hit some big shots down the stretch. I remember him vividly. And with that in mind, they're an extremely dangerous team. Now, I'm not talking about playing the West. I'm talking about playing the Knicks.
Playing the Knicks. And you can't really judge them. They're the 4 seed and whatever. Hey, they started 24-20.
Right.
To your point, they hadn't made the Harden trade yet, right?
Right.
That's a big change.
No
they start
question.
24-20, but they finished 28-10.
Right.
So they are. You can look at their record, but they're clearly punching above that right now.
Well, I don't think they are. I think that's who they are.
Okay, you're right. That's probably a better way of saying it. They are more the 28-10 team than they are the 24-20 team.
Yes, and I can remember. I was covering a game on the road. It must have been in April after the basketball season, and I would substitute for Steve Loom sometimes, give him a break, get him ready for the long playoff run. He was a beat writer for the Salt Lake Tribune, and I can remember sitting in a locker room talking to Hornacek, and he said, "Okay, man, we're coming down to the end. Now we've got to get serious. We've got to approach these games as if they're playoff preparation games, and that's what I see the Cavs doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're very capable. I wouldn't bet either one, but I think they're just as capable of winning this series as the Knicks are.
Strus played 12 games, and Harden played 26. So that gives you a little feel in that 28-10 finish there. I do think the question with them is, and maybe I've just overvalued them, and you're right, we're not watching them every night. But I just think that they have two really good big guys in Allen and Mobley, and they don't always impact the game. Sometimes it feels like they just kind of disappear into the game. I don't want to use the word coasting and say they're not playing hard. And maybe that is it. I'm just not watching close enough. But I don't know what it is. But
they're not featured.
They don't, right. But they can impact their game without the ball. How you defend and how you rebound. Yeah. And then even if you're not featured, as a big guy, go get the ball and get yourself some buckets.
Mobley hit a big three the other night.
They do have games where they really go.
Remember him playing for SC?
It's hard to match up with multiple bigs. That's a tricky thing to do. So if those guys have good series, I know the spotlight's going to be on Harden and it's going to be on Mitchell for sure. But I always wonder about their bigs. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up next, spring football tour, West Virginia Mountaineers. What's Rich Rod doing? That's next. Stay with us.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and Tacoma Rainiers open up a 6-game series. First pitch at 6:35 every night this week. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Then on Saturday, Real Salt Lake's at Minnesota. That game will get underway at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Tacoma Rainiers visit the Salt Lake Bees at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River.
DJ, PK, and Chris Anderson joins us. The Spring Football Tour takes us to West Virginia. Chris is the owner and publisher of Ear Sports, as in Mountaineers. Chris, welcome back to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
I read your summary of the spring football. You did a thing where you ranked all the position groups, and I was reading it. It's not a perfect match, but the comparisons between West Virginia and Colorado, coaches who are known but not established winners where they are right now, but certainly well-known personalities and big personalities, and both going way into the transfer portal. And change is welcome in both those organizations, both near the bottom of the standings. So I see a lot of parallels there. And I was wondering with all these changes, if they upgraded the team, and reading what you wrote, it seems like they've definitely upgraded the O-line and they might have upgraded quarterback, but the defense is still a massive issue. Is that a fair analysis of where West Virginia stands right now?
Yeah, I think that's a good summary. Offensive line, funny enough, they went out, spent a ton of money, added a bunch of transfers, and then the conversation shifted amongst fans, not coaches, I assure you. Did they spend too much on offensive line? Did they get too many offensive linemen? Of course, in this day and age of NIL and rev share and all that stuff, you do have to worry about your budgets and where you're spending your money, so you don't want to overspend somewhere. But with how bad the offensive line was last year, them going out and getting guys, and I think I put this, I don't know if I put it in that story that you read, but in another one, like last spring was so bad on the offensive line that when you went into practice, you had no idea who some of these guys even were. They were like former walk-ons that were still suiting up for the offensive line as starters. There are guys that are on the third-team offensive line right now that are better than what West Virginia had on their first-team offensive line in the spring last year. So they've really revamped that room right there.
Our guy Rich Rod is known as an offensive coach. Had an opportunity when he was out here at Arizona to watch him. I thought he probably still does, has an excellent mind for offense, and he can really highlight the quarterback and make the quarterback, actually I believe he can make the quarterback look a little better than he is because of the system that they run. So we saw last year multiple quarterbacks play in that system. Scotty Fox is a returner, but they brought in, I believe, a transfer from Oklahoma, Hawkins. What's it look like for the battle? Plus, they've got a bunch of freshmen, too, that I know Rich Rod likes.
Yeah, I was going to say last year we kind of poked fun at him saying, I got 5 quarterbacks I can win with. And he played 5 quarterbacks. They just didn't win. This time around, I think he's really, he's been saying some nice things about some of those freshmen, and they certainly fit more of his archetype of what a quarterback is in his system. But really, this is a Hawkins versus Fox thing right now. And on the Fox side of things, it's almost like, hey, that's your safe choice. Like, that's a guy you've already seen, like your floor at quarterback is a slightly better version of what you had last year. That's your hope. Like, that he's better than last year, and that's your floor. The reason they went out and got Hawkins and why they spent some money to acquire him and targeted him very early in the transfer portal is because he is shiftier and faster than Fox. He is a guy that probably fits more of like, if you talk Rich Rodriguez of the first stint at WVU, like 2005 Rich Rodriguez, Hawkins fits more of that type of offense than Fox does. So I think he really wanted to try that and get that and see what it can work with. And we've heard positive things about how it's working out. And it's going to be a battle between the two of them. And it's, the age-old question, do you take the safe option or do you take the riskier option with the higher upside?
The position group you have the most confidence in right now is running back. And that ought to frighten people around here because when Rich Rod was at Arizona, he had multiple teams where running backs ran for 200 yards plus against the University of Utah. And that just doesn't happen to Kyle Whittingham. And it certainly doesn't happen in consecutive years when he knows what's coming. He knows the coach. He knows the running back. He knows the whole system. He's got it all on film and time to prepare. And that it happened again, and there were multiple nightmares. Ooh. Is it that type of running attack? That's the one thing Rich Rod seems to have down cold. And the way you rank him suggests that maybe that's what the run game is going to look like this year.
Yeah, so last year it was Jaheim White, who was a stud, but broke his ankle in the first half of the second game of the season. And he went down. They immediately replaced him with Ty Edwards, who ran for 140 yards against Pitt and 3 touchdowns. And then he immediately got hurt. So right off the bat, as you mentioned, that's the strength and the focal point of a lot of Rich Rodriguez's offense is the run game, and they're already on their 3rd and 4th and 5th running backs by week 4. By the time before Big 12 play even starts, they are on their 4th running back because another player had gotten hurt during the preseason. So how do they fix that? Well, depth, that's a question mark. It's a lot of freshmen, but a lot of freshmen they like a whole lot. But right at the top of the thing is Cam Cook, who led the nation in rushing yards last year. So if you tell me, hey, we're going to take the nation's leading rusher and then put him on Rich Rodriguez's offense after they spent 3 times as much on the offensive line than they did before, that sounds like a very positive thing for West Virginia's offense.
I think the final tally I saw was 37 transfers, 36 high school kids, and 11 junior college kids, which at the JC level, we don't see that as much. And that's a lot of kids to bring in, particularly in the way the rules are these days. And if you're going to bring in JC guys, the theory has always been that those guys need to find a way out in the field right away because obviously they got not as much eligibility as high school kids. So with that in mind, any of these JC kids that we should be looking forward to?
Yeah, look on the defensive line. I was when I was talking to someone over on my site, I like to do a thing, capital S someone, meaning someone within the program that would know. They spent their money, and we talked about it, spending your money, your budget on certain positions groups. And they told me they were targeting and acquiring junior college players on the defensive line and spending the money as if they were P4 transfers. Like they thought that these guys were just as good, that these guys could contribute right away. And that would be Jalen Thomas, KJ Henson, and Darius Wiley. All 3 of those guys are projected to be among the top 5 or so in the defensive line rotation for 3. There's 3 spots. You usually have 6 guys rotating in and out, and they're 3 of the top 5 for sure. And so I would expect all of those guys to make a difference on the defensive front.
So is the D-line going to have a big-time pass rush, or they got run stoppers in the middle, or you think they got both and the D-line's really going to be able to control the line of scrimmage?
Well, their hope is both. You got a couple of those guys that I mentioned are going to be more interior guys like Thomas and Henson. They're going to be like the defensive tackle, those tackle types. And then on the edge, they tend to run like a defensive end with a bandit, which is kind of a stand-up edge rusher, which a lot of teams do nowadays. And for those two edge rushers, the defensive end, that's Ezekiel Durham Campbell, and then the Bandits likely going to be Harper Holloman. Those are two guys that were very, very good at their previous stops. Campbell over at East Carolina and Holloman at Western Kentucky. And they're hoping that, as a lot of teams do, I'm sure like Colorado does and everybody else in the Power Four, like you are targeting some of these group of five guys and hoping to get like 90% of their production at the Power Four level. You hope that it translates like that. And if it does, that could be very good for West Virginia because those two guys were extremely productive, graded out very high on PFF, graded out with like all of their pressures off the edge, among the best in their respective conferences. Now, again, it's got to translate to P4. It's got to translate to the Big 12. And West Virginia's hoping, 90% of that can.
I was listening to the defensive coordinator's spring wrap-up, and we know last year virtually everybody on the team practically was brand new. And he was talking about how last summer they had 40 guys join the team during the summer for when they started camp in August. I mean, that's an awesome amount of, staggering amount of new players that weren't there in the spring ball. So he believes he's talking about, there are a few holdovers. He mentioned Cutter at linebacker and Taylor, I think is a DB, that those, because of the numbers, won't be as shockingly large, that the fact that they have that continuity should just allow itself to make the defense better as far as that goes, because there won't be so much newness involved. How much do you buy that?
100%. I wrote a story back in December that broke down last year and how I thought it would be different this year, in part because there's no more post-spring portal window.
Right.
That's helpful for a team like West Virginia, and also because they targeted a lot more guys for early enrollment and spring enrollment. And back in December, I looked at the numbers for last year. So like the guys that were there in the spring of 2025 and that were actually on the roster in fall of 2025 when games started, only 73 out of 123 players listed on the roster were actually there in the spring. So like you said, 40 new guys, but it was 50 total. Not all those guys are going to be contributors, or some are walk-ons or whatnot. So it was 50 guys, and of the 51 players that saw at least 100 snaps, only 32 of them were there for spring football. So basically 1 out of every 3 true contributors to the team in the fall didn't arrive until the summer, and their very first practice ever with Rich Rodriguez was like 4 weeks before the season. That's not going to happen this year, again, in part because of the spring portal, post-spring portal window, and because they targeted guys to come in the spring.
Looking at the scores from a year ago, that defense was giving up points and yards at a staggering rate. 41-10, 48-14, 45-13, and they were getting shredded. If the D-line's better, that'll help and all that, but it doesn't feel like you have a lot of confidence in anybody behind them. Is that true?
Yeah, a lot of question marks in the secondary for me, to be honest with you. They went out and they targeted some dudes. I think we like to call them dudes or dogs or whatever, not just Jags, just another guy in the secondary, but some interesting moves about where they're going to be. And I think there's some question marks about how they're going to shift around, because a guy, for instance, like Jameer Latimer, who was with Zach Alley, the defensive coordinator at Jacksonville State a couple years ago, then transferred to Wisconsin. And when he was at Jacksonville State, he was an excellent outside corner. Excellent. That's why so many teams wanted him in the portal. He goes to Wisconsin. They move him to like a nickelback, like a slot corner, and it was okay. It wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. And so when he committed to West Virginia, reuniting with Zach Alley, my belief was, they're going to slide him back out to outside corner. That's a big help. And instead, he's back at nickel. And there's other guys like that too, guys that you would think are safeties are actually lining up at corner, and guys you think are corner are lining up at safety. So I think it's left some question marks, especially at corner, because now you feel confident with some of the safety and nickel spots, but maybe not quite as much at corner. So there are going to be a lot of question marks, I think, back there in the secondary.
Bowl eligible this year, yes or no?
It has to be, or else Rich Rodriguez is probably going to be 2 and done. Maybe 3 and done. Wow. At most. Yeah. I mean, and you ask him, he'll say it. He's already said it. He's already been very open about it, that he understands that he's on a short leash. He understands that He was brought back here, and part of the reason why he got the job over maybe a couple other candidates was that he made the pitch that he could make the quick turnaround, that he would not be doing this year zero and build it up over 4 years. Like, sure, they want to build the foundation of a program, but that he understands the game in this day and age and how you can hit the transfer portal, and taking a 4 to 5 to 6 year approach is just not the way to do it. So he has confidence in a quick turnaround. He has confidence in getting this team back to bowl eligibility, and fully understands and has publicly stated, like, hey, I know that if we don't start winning, I'm going to be on a hot seat. So I think bowl eligibility is pretty much the minimum for this team this year.
Well, with Texas Tech, Houston, and Utah on the November schedule, then it feels like a fast start is imperative.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I was going through game by game, and you look at some of the early stuff there. I think it's before their first bye. Is that right? Between BYU and UCF. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. And it's like, looking at the wrong schedule. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games before their bye, their only bye, between at TCU and at Texas Tech. And it's like, hey, can you go through those first 8 games?
5-3 or 6-2.
How many of those? Yeah, I was going to say, because I don't think if you look at that schedule, because for the first time in a long time, and Neil Brown complained about this, and a lot of other people complained about this, West Virginia is not playing 2 Power 4 teams in the non-conference. For reasons that they thought were good, they were scheduling, at Penn State, at Virginia Tech, and then also playing Maryland, and also playing another Power 4 team, also playing Pitt. They're not doing that this year. It's Coastal Carolina, it's UT Barton.
That's Rich
an
Rod.
FCS school.
That's Rich
Yeah,
Rod.
it's more like it. Yeah. Get back into it. Build up your confidence with a couple easier opponents, hopefully. I mean, West Virginia did just lose to Ohio last year, so not Ohio State, Ohio. So don't take it for granted. But, yeah, you look at that first 8 games before that bye, and it's I don't think there might be one game where they're more than a touchdown underdog. I think everything would be a touchdown underdog or less. So they're all winnable-ish games for West Virginia there in the first 8.
Well, we will see how that plays out, Chris. Thanks for the time. We appreciate you coming on and talking about Mountaineer football.
Happy to do it anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
There's Chris Anderson. He's the owner and publisher of EAR Sports, covering the West Virginia Mountaineers. They don't play BYU this year, and they play Utah in Salt Lake City in the regular season finale.
Leftovers.
Thanksgiving, November 28th, baby.
It's a Friday.
Little turkey, little gravy.
Well, no.
Little rice.
I do.
Like the rice stuffing, or you go bread stuffing?
Bread.
Ooh, ugh.
I go.
What about the rice stuffing?
You're ripping my old lady for her food choices.
You can have all my bread stuffing. Good for you. I'm actually more ripping what I eat
growing
up.
No, you're ripping her because she doesn't put on the table what you don't like, what you like. You just because that's her domain. I back off. We have our domains, and that's her domain.
KinahanComedy.com. That's PK's domain.
Nonsense.
KinahanJersey.com. KinahanNonsense.com. These are all PK's domains. You share KinahanGolf.com. That one you share.
She runs it, though. Thursday is the traditional Thanksgiving. Friday is turkey sandwiches. And then Saturday, also the sandwiches. And then Sunday, back to the mashed potatoes and gravy leftover.
Oh, you save that till Sunday.
Yeah, and then you wrap it up.
Mashed potatoes. Awesome.
But that's Thursday and Sunday.
Roasted is also fantastic.
And then, but the sandwiches on rolls, little rolls have like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah. That's Friday, Saturday. That's entertainment food.
I don't want to wish away all of summer and the entire college football season.
Yeah.
But that sounds good.
Right. So you're sitting on the couch
10 pounds
watching football.
Yeah.
Thursday and Saturday, you're at the dinner or Thursday and Sunday, Thursday, Sunday, you're at the dinner table.
Friday, Saturday on the couch.
Yeah, because you got ball on. Yeah.
DJ PK, There's a little football for you for West Virginia. Now, when we come back, Bronson Kafusi joins us, former BYU football player, now promoting the Charity of Champions football event. We'll talk with Bronson about Cougar football coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Residual traffic southbound through Davis County around Bountiful being compounded by another crash in Farmington right now. Northbound coming out of the valley, it's patchy all the way from Draper to about 45th south of Mill Creek as you try to make your way downtown. Also, slowdowns 2100 north in Lehigh as you try to get over from Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs this morning. Traffic's rough. Your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smooth in your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at ZeroRes.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony, Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855 Trajan 1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. And listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. DJ and PK, we're joined now by Bronson Kafusi, former BYU football player. He's now promoting the Charity of Champions football event. Bronson, good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
It is going well this morning. How's it going for you? What are you up to these days?
Oh, man, just staying busy, helping athletes, chasing kids around, all of those things.
So what is this charity thing you got going? Tell us about it.
So this all came from, I've gone down and played in Aaron Rodgers' charity flag football event, and there's been a few throughout the years. And I just wanted to bring it to Utah. So people sponsor teams. They bring 6 to 7 of their friends. Then we add 3 or 4 NFL players to their team, and you play flag football 4-on-4 for the day. And all the kids can come. 8 and under are free. And it's such a rare, opportunity to have, over 40 NFL players, current and former, in one place, and, allowing the kids to get to meet these heroes. And, because really one conversation can change their life. It happened last year multiple times. Parents were texting me afterwards, like, thank you so much. Our kid talked to Dalton Kincaid, and ever since that conversation, he's been training hard every day. And Tyler Algier was there. We had a lot of former guys, Danny Sorensen, Nate Orchard, Malik Jackson. Like we had a lot of guys there, and it was just amazing.
So what are the details on this? When, where, how do people get there? What does it cost, if anything? How does this all work?
Yeah, so the date is going to be June 27th, and it'll be here in Utah. It'll be at Corner Canyon High School, and you can buy tickets at charityofchampionsutah.com. And so how it works is for general admission tickets, they're $15. And those are like up in the stands. But then if you want a VIP ticket to be on the field with the guys, those are $150, but those are all on the site. And then, but 8 and under are free. So that way we can get a lot of the youth kids. And we have discount codes for all the youth football teams, high school, youth. We just want everyone there because it's just, it's just so rare to have that many NFL guys in one place here in Utah.
So who's going to be catching those bullets you're going to be throwing at quarterback?
Oh, man, we got some real – last year, what's awesome about it is there's no rusher, right? So it's very similar to 7-on-7 where they just, you have 4 seconds to throw the ball. And so, last year I was on Team Traeger, and we played in the championship and got beat last second there. It was a close one by Team Lux. So Yeah, we'll have 10 teams this year. So, but all the guys, it's so fun to play with NFL guys in their environment or close to it, right? You don't get that opportunity. So it's fun to be out there, and the competition starts to rise. And these guys get more serious as we go because the tournament gets a little bit more heated. And it's fun to feel that, as someone that's never been out there before, right?
Yeah. Nobody wants to lose.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It gets intense.
Do you have all the commitments from the players? You got a long list of guys coming back?
Yeah. So, yeah, we have a lot of guys coming, which I'm super excited about. What's cool too is players, will come just like last second, and because they'll hear about it and be like, oh my gosh, I totally want to be there. And it's just so fun because the field's smaller. So, you can guard some of these guys, right? As best you can, but you get that opportunity, and it's safer. It's like no one really like opens up full speed, I would say, unless it's on like the first play, because you have the full 35 yards to go score a touchdown.
So you do you have the guys? Do they go both ways, or do you rotate in and out?
So they go both ways, and if they want. Or it's funny because, some of the guys that play offense, like in the NFL,
yeah,
they just want to play defense the whole time. So, they can do, or they want to play quarterback, right? And, it's so fun. And some of the guys are just there to hang out and walk around, right? And what's cool about it is the people who sponsor the teams, that money goes towards all the NFL players' charities. And to other ones as well. So, we have the opportunity to help. We can help over 20 charities all at once through kind of like this larger event. Yeah. So it's neat because, so many NFL guys locally have charities. Kyle Van Noy, Britton Covey, Garrett Bowles. All these guys have charities. And so it's really cool to be able to have something where all the charities win by bringing everyone together to have really, Utah's premier NFL player event.
How many of the guys are you connected with full-time, and how much is this a treat for you to get to see guys that maybe you don't have as much contact with?
Oh, man. It is so fun to be with these guys. Just because, the NFL season, it gets busy, right? You have OTAs that are going on right now, and then they have like a 5-week break. So getting to see them before they go into the season it really is a treat, and just to reconnect and see what's going on. I love helping players off the field, be successful and be able to transition. But also, one of the most important things is knowing that, hey, you know what? I am going to hang it up one day. And so I need to come to these types of events to network and meet people and just be curious to ask questions and, be able to kind of set some roots down for when I do finish playing, because, not everyone gets to choose when they're done playing.
That's for sure. Are you following the Cougars at all still?
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course.
Right. Well, they've had 2 really good seasons under Coach Sataki. I would think that that's got to make you happy as an alum to see them do well. Just gives general assessment of the program, because it seems like in the last 2 to 3 years they've taken major strides.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement there. Especially this year, this upcoming year, I feel like they're reloading in a lot of different areas. They have a strong O-line, quarterback with Bear coming back. They've added a few key pieces at tight end with those guys coming in. The wide receiver core. So, and then defense, right? You're able to reload with some of those defensive players. It's really exciting, right? I think one thing that's really helped BYU is being on the recruiting side, right? Being in a conference, I think, is major, and being able to have depth. So that way, if your number 1 goes down, number 2, 3 can get in there and play at a high level. And so I think they're going to reap a lot of benefit there, just from their recruiting pipeline.
You avoided the letters N, I, and L while answering that question. I'm curious, what do you guys say in NFL locker rooms when the talk turns to NIL and rookies come in? And rookies can say things like, oh, I don't have to touch the contract money because I'm pretty well set with the NIL money. How much eye rolling is there among the veterans in NFL locker rooms?
I had a really unique experience where, I think it was like my first week at the Ravens, and Steve Smith comes up to me. I knew Steve because Steve was at Utah when my dad was there coaching, and I was just a little kid running around asking him for his gloves. So, he came up to me and he's like, hey, do you think you could survive off $1 million the rest of your life? And I was like, no, I think I need to work still. And he's like, absolutely, read this book. And he gave me Richest Man in Babylon. And so I read that book, and that book was the first financial book I had really read. I graduated in statistics and analytics, but I really didn't know a lot of money, right? But, from that moment on, when I finished the book, he came up to me and he's like, hey, what'd you think? I was like, oh, it was great. There's a lot of good principles in there. And he's like, hey, it's important to know where every penny is. And so that experience, I feel like for me, set me up for success just from a veteran player, helping me understand the importance of the opportunity that you have in such a small window of time. And so to maximize and leverage it is vital. And so what's really neat and something I'm super motivated around is, can we educate mom, dad, brother, sister, player at the high school level because they're curious now, right? Because of what's coming. And can we instill financial principles that allow them to root down? So that way, when they go into college, everyone is set, everyone understands the bigger picture, the bigger plan, and understand like, hey, this could set us up for a really long time if we do it right. And if we apply the knowledge that we get as we research and find great people to advise us.
Did you see guys at the pro level wasted away?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And it wasn't because, I felt like a lot of the players that struggled on that front, it was just, 2-3 layers deep. They didn't have a great, group, a great network, or an uncle or someone in the space that is high level when it comes to, wealth management, financial advisory, things like that. And it's hard because if you don't have anyone 2-3 layers deep, what do? A lot of players just turn to the first person they talk to.
Uh-huh.
And the first person you talk to isn't always the best person to go with, because you need to be able to, have multiple people and be able to ask questions and deep dive with, I want to talk to at least 5 people and bounce ideas off of multiple people. That's a big thing that I that's helped me is, okay, how do you choose a financial team? How do you choose, even on the agency side, like what is a track record? How do I look that up? How do I break that down? And so to me, it's always more than football in all of it, right? I help out with, OG1 Athletes, which is, NFL NIL agency founded by Bruce Tollner. If you guys know that name,
that's Whittingham's agent.
Tollner is his dad.
Yeah.
And so, on that front, it's been, it's he's been my agent for a long time, and he's, not every agent's built like this, where they understand that it's bigger than the athlete. Like it's your family. Sports is this big. Let's maximize it to the fullest. But hey, let's make sure you're set up for after, because everyone's going to hang it up.
Right.
And most don't get to choose when they're done playing because you're too old, you're too hurt, all of that. And so I'm a big believer in finding people that always understand that it's more than football.
Yeah. And Steve probably saw a lot of those stories as well, and they come in a lot of different flavors, but that's why he gave you that book. Because whether it's too many homes or too many cars or sex, drugs, rock and roll, crazy lifestyle, family and friends, you're a nice person and you don't want to say no to family and friends, and the money can be gone. And there's a lot of paths to losing the money and not capitalizing on it. There's a lot of paths. So Steve probably saw it. That's why he handed you that book.
Yeah. Oh, there are certain players within each locker room that are very motivated to help the next generation of athletes. And so those guys are the ones that are, putting together meetings for players, right? Like helping players understand, okay, what's a 401k? How does the NFL match it? Why should I do this? And, but my biggest thing is athletes need to be curious. Like they have to be curious with everything off the field because of the opportunities that are there. If they're not curious, then you risk not knowing where everything's at. And people take advantage of the athletes that don't ask the questions. So I think it's important that the athletes, I call it a new age athlete, but it's that a new age athlete is one who understands, hey, I am a brand, and I start building it now in like middle school and in high school, right? And I am my own company. I need to make sure that I am set up and the story being told about me is positioned correctly. Even from, all the decisions I make matter. And I need to learn about what does ownership mean? What does equity mean? I've seen, the basketball, NBA guys, they really understand this at a high level. The football guys, I feel like we're catching up, understanding how do we get ownership in companies? How do we get ownership in leagues, teams? And it happens at every level all the way down now. And so it's just something that, I feel like the new age athlete, they're a completely different animal because they're facing different things with a new environment. And so everyone has to be on the ball.
Do you think between now and whenever the end of time is that will actually be a season of football in which there won't be someone with the last name Kafusi playing it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking right now, I'm okay. We have Carson up at Utah.
Right.
We got, that's Doug's boy. And then you got down here, you have Ace, Micah, Oli down here at BYU. And what's funny? I think my son and Isaiah's son, they're both they turned 7 this month. So I think they're the first ones that'll be at it after that. So I don't know. I think it might catch up actually. Just that 4 years. And I don't know if my son plays football, right? I'm just like, dude, play every sport, be super active. But I just want him to love the game just because I'm really big on youth sports and helping parents navigate that space right now. Just because I've seen both sides of it. Parents will be a huge liability to their kids in the athlete space, or they can be a huge asset. And so I'm really big on, helping parents navigate that piece and helping their kids love the sport early instead of, I see it all the time, which is crazy. I mean, like 20 years later, kids are getting burnt out still earlier because their parents are, just making it not fun for them. And the kids just give up stuff early, which is really sad.
Before we let you go, will you give us the date, time, and website so people can go to the game?
Yeah, Charity of Champions, June 27th, 9 a.m. It'll be at Corner Canyon High School. And to get tickets, the website is charityofchampionsutah.com.
charityofchampionsutah.com. Bring your phone for the selfies and the action photos. Everybody's a photographer these days. Hey, Bronson, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, guys. Really appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
There's Bronson Kafusi, former BYU football star.
Wouldn't it be sex, drugs, and rap these days?
Probably, yeah. Well, it depends who you are. I mean, it's sex, drugs, and country. Country music's big. You hear about that
in the
stuff
NFL?
You hear that stuff about that stuff in the locker room, fighting over the music. Yeah, because the rosters are big. Not by sheer numbers, but there's still somebody. There's still somebody. I mean, there's 53 guys, and they don't keep a roster together all year. Injuries,
10 guys
coming and going, and guys coming and going.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
rap, rock, country, yeah. But I think the jazz is okay. I don't think the jazz is taking people down.
The ghost of Led Zeppelin still carries on.
Right.
I can remember one time Dan Rather was interviewing Robert Plant, the lead singer from Led Zeppelin, and Rather says, man, when you were at your peak, the debauchery and all that you did and the partying, it was just second to none. And Plant says, oh, well, thank you. Took it as a compliment.
DJ and PK, coming up, more on the NBA playoffs. Game 1 in the West was a thriller. And Donovan Mitchell, is he going to the NBA Finals? Game 1 in the East tonight. We'll get to all that coming up. Stay with us.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
The Jazz selecting number 2 in the upcoming NBA draft. So, if there's one thing that scares me, AJ's the safer pick. And that's what makes me nervous, is that Washington is going to be like, okay, we've really swung and missed, and we've really done some problems. So let's go the safest superstar available in AJ and let somebody else take the risk on Darren. If I'm the Jazz, then I take that risk on Darren Peterson. But I exhaust every option available to me to get AJ.
I encourage everybody to go back, and you do watch pre-Kansas film on Darren Peterson. I want you to watch his handle, specifically how he navigates ball screens. He can become a better passer, but he's not bad as a secondary playmaker. You just look at him, it's his frame. To me, there are real reasons why this guy can be great.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for Peach Windows and Doors. During the month of May, Peach Windows and Doors has a free triple pane upgrade plus utility rebates exclusively for radio listeners. Book your consultation today before this offer ends. This will make your house more comfortable, and it'll make your utility bill a lot nicer.
Yes, it will. There's no question. You will save money in the short term, and then when that time comes to sell, you'll be able to recoup some of that through the beautification that you put into your home. And sometimes projects that you have, you're not experts in it. Well, the folks at Peach, they are, and they can help you. They can have that, if you have that overwhelming feeling, and how does it go about it? How do I get it done? Well, talk to them, because communication is what they do, and they can help you through every step of the process, literally.
Peach Windows and Doors, trusted name in windows for luxury homes, remodels, and new home builds. They specialize in custom windows, larger glass with slim frames, European-style windows, tilt and turn, unique for American homes. A wide range of products to choose from, including motorized custom roller shades, blinds, smart drapes, shutters. There's so many options. Go down to Peach Windows and Doors at 300 West, 2940 South, peachwindowsanddoors.com. online and take a look around that showroom. It's in Salt Lake City, 300 West, 2940 South. And remember, upgrade to triple pane windows free with added utility rebates for extra savings. Call to claim right now. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The next 30 seconds could save you hundreds on your car insurance. At The Hartford, we're passionate about your protection. If you're 50 or over, AARP Auto Insurance from The Hartford gives you benefits that really matter. And you could save $597 when you switch. How's that for a little peace of mind? Visit trusthartford.com today. The Hartford, your protection is our passion. The Hartford Insurance Group, Inc. pays royalty fees to AARP for the use of its intellectual property. AARP and its affiliates are not insurers. Savings vary.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done, inside and out, at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. NBA playoffs continue tonight. Game 1 in the East. Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill. Are they going to the NBA Finals? Could it happen? You believe, PK? 50-50?
No question in my mind it could happen.
Okay, it could happen. 50-50 call, true toss-up. Knicks 60-40, 70-30. We talked about this earlier. There's no way you're more than 70% in on the Knicks.
I'm not. No. I believe Cleveland is as good as the Knicks. I believe Cleveland not coasted, but they didn't have all their guys, and they make a massive trade to bring in Harden. And how does Harden play? What role does he accept? Mm-hmm. And as you pointed out, they were 28-10, you said, down the stretch. Yep. They didn't start well, but it didn't really matter to them. They knew that their season would be defined by May and June, not November and December. And this is a veteran team. They're not playing young guys. I mean, they're all relatively young, but you get the point that it is a team that has experience throughout all levels of what they do. You bring in a guy like Schroeder, my gosh, he seems like, I think he's 32 years old, but it seems like he's been in the league 15 years running around with various teams, and he's a hired gun. You put him in, and he's going to look to score. He's like a Jordan Clarkson was when the Jazz had it going on with Quinn Snyder. And so you got guys like that, and they've got some bench guys that they can use, and they got some versatility if they want to put Strus into the starting lineup and take out Dean Wade. He's a big banger guy, kid out of Kansas State. D. Wade, he gets called, but he shouldn't be called D. Wade.
I know that.
Like so calling somebody Dr. J, you can't do that.
Yeah. That's like when there was a Kareem at running back for UCLA. No.
And that Sharice Shaw's brother.
I know.
And he was Sharmon Shaw when he went to Dorsey because it covered him.
Yeah.
And
but Kareem,
he spelled
in LA,
it differently.
He did. It was, I think, I-M.
Yeah, and we had a when I was going to ASU in the broadcasting school, there was a guy named Eldine Bennett, and he was the dean, and people would call him Dean Bennett, but he would go by Dean.
So it'd be Dean.
Well, it was confusing. Well, are we calling him Dean Bennett, or are we calling him Dean Bennett? If people didn't know.
Dean Bennett.
And I believe he was the play-by-play guy for the Cougars, I think it was, before Paul James.
Oh, really?
Go look it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I believe he might have worked for KSL And in the
that.
50s.
I hadn't heard much about that. Yeah, I knew that I knew Paul James had actually called maybe 4 years or something like that of University of Utah sports before he went to BYU.
And I think,
which I was surprised to find out. I was here a while before I knew that. But Dean Bennett was
who was LDS.
Yeah,
who was the dean of the broadcasting school. He was a play-by-play guy. You can look that up.
Okay,
yeah.
I'll do it. DJ and PK, give me something to do in the break. When we come back, that was an epic Game 1. So many things happened in that Thunder Spurs series, Game 1 of the series opener. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit IFA.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis, looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next, imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Castle to Wemby, rising deep three. Wee-wee! Victor Wembanyama, 6 feet behind the line, ties the game at 108. Castle between his legs. Castle, Wembanyama puts it in up top over Caruso.
And what did you think when Vic pulled up?
Confidence through the roof. I was stunned a little bit, but once the ball went up, I'm like, oh, that's going in. It's kind of just who he is. I mean, he's one of a kind.
Join Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, tomorrow from 10 to 2 at the Bar WB pop-up event at the Cal Ranch Store at 950 North Main Street in Spanish Fork. Wemby, different dude, 41 points, 24 rebounds, and a big three-pointer in the final minute of the fourth quarter to get it to overtime.
Yeah, how different is he, man? When I was a kid, Jerry Lucas played center for the Knicks, and he was shooting from deep.
There was no three-point line. He wasn't 7'4".
Yeah, but I mean, power forwards are 6'6". It's all relative.
It is. Jerry Lucas. That's always the comp I've heard for Victor Wembanyama was Jerry Lucas, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Played with Bob Knight at Ohio State.
Old school.
Well, it's the Knicks, man. They may play the Knicks in the finals.
Your way
Knick
back.
history. You should be aware of it.
I am aware of it. Not sure it's relevant to this show today here in 2026, but thanks for bringing up 1960 Ohio State basketball.
I don't remember him there. I remember him with the Knicks. So.
I believe you.
Yeah, I mean, that was a phenomenal shot. And, you know, I don't know who was doing the talking there. Talking about confidence.
Dylan Harper.
Okay, well, it's clear that Big Vic has that confidence. And that's cool. That's cool to see. I mean, he's an amazing player, and he's still just a young kid. And he's going to get more amazing, most likely, unless something gets in the way and derails him, which doesn't appear to be. Hopefully that's not the case. And away they go. It just sort of bugs me that after the Spurs were able to retool through the lottery, now we got to change everything because the Jazz tanked a few games. It's ridiculous, man. You created these ways now, these teams that are right now, this is something that should be graduated in, not immediately, because these teams had this plan to do what the Spurs did, and 2 years ago the Pistons lost only won 14 games. Now these teams that are in the middle of it doesn't. Fortunately for the Jazz, they're at the end of it. But how about these other teams? You're changing rules midstream.
And the rule change the last time you did it made the problem worse. Teams have wanted to tank forever. There was a coin flip put in more than 50 years ago because teams wanted to tank. And that was the system for like 15 years. And then they went to the lottery and involved all 7 teams. And then people didn't like that. And so then they went to a weighted lottery. They keep tinkering with it. And now they're going to tinker with the rules. They're going to let even more team have an angle. Now we could have playoff teams tanking. Well, we'll still be in the playoffs, but we'll increase our odds. What are you doing?
I can't tell you how I felt when I found out that the coin flip came up tails and we didn't get Lou Alcindor, who was becoming cream. I was a Phoenix Suns fan in '69.
And they lost the coin flip with the Bucks.
Right.
Yes.
And then I had to deal with Neil Walk, who was a decent player unto himself. Yeah. But I cried myself to sleep in 1969 when we didn't get the coin flip.
You were still in New York. You didn't even know you were a Suns fan yet. But thanks for that. You were still thinking about Jerry Lucas, who hadn't won the 1970 NBA title yet.
Oh, man, but I
it's true. They
hard.
Did. Everyone knew Kareem was going to be awesome, and he won an NBA title.
When the Knicks won that title in '70, I got loaded that night.
By loaded, you mean sugar high as whatever you were, 10-year-old or whatever. I don't know. No more sugar-loaded gum before bedtime. You're all wired.
I was in hard training. I won that gold glove 7 years later because of the training I was going at 10. But Wembanyama's an amazing player.
Yeah.
And the Spurs got fortunate that they got the number one pick at the year that he was available, and away they go.
We can talk about all the things the Jazz have done right and or wrong in the rebuild, but is the single biggest thing that they went out and won 37 games and started 10-3, and we're worried about having an all-star for the all-star game. You don't. But the team that went out 22-60 got Wembanyama, and the Jazz later have two 60-win or 60-loss teams, but there's no Victor Wembanyama in the lottery.
Let's see.
Cooper Flag could be close. There was for the first 60-loss season. Yeah, maybe one of these guys will do it. Maybe one of these guys will just be awesome. And it won't be the guy that the Wizards take at 1. It'll be the guy the Jazz take at 2.
It could be, yeah. And maybe, with the players around him, too, because it's still a team game.
Yep.
Individuals in basketball get enormous credit.
Yes.
The only thing that relates to it is quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. And they still need guys, man. You have to have other players do their thing. And they've got to be willing to accept it, whatever their thing might be, whatever thing is a substitute for the word role. And so you don't know about that. And Cooper Flag, he's scoring 40, 50 points as a kid who should have been a freshman in college because he reclassified and he turned 19 midway through his rookie year. And I heard somebody say, well, would you, if Cooper Flag was drafted coming out this year, say he didn't reclassify and he played his freshman year at Duke, would he be the number one pick? Well, I want to say resoundingly yes, but that's in large part because I just had him play an NBA season. So I saw what he can do. These other kids that are coming in, I haven't seen him play an NBA season. So I don't have that evidence, whereas Cooper Flag, I do have that evidence. But they're talking about these kids here, so we'll see what happens. I don't give up hope because you just never know. And the Jazz have an opportunity to get a great player, and away they go. And Wembanyama has an opportunity to set the league on its rear. On its ear, whatever that expression is, because he's that good. And then, therefore, when you're that good, your role players don't need to be as good. They just need to be good. They don't need to be really good because he can cover up for so many things. And then, plus, two, why was I watching guys who are half a foot shorter than Big Vic trying to guard him? I'm watching the television. I never played the game. I don't know. But I'm thinking, this doesn't make sense to me.
There are multiple reasons they could explain that away.
In a loss.
I know. I think that there's a list of crazy things that happened in that game, and that should go right on the list. And we'll see if they choose to use that strategy going forward. Because clearly they're throwing it, he's just turning around and dunking on people. And now maybe they figure, hey, he'll do that to everybody, so we'll limit these guys over here. We'll put a taller player and a shorter player. I know, but that's what they figured. And I was surprised, in the middle of the game, do you want to mix it up? Here's a cliche we both heard in a million post-game press conferences. You got to give them different looks. Well, they gave him the same look. You gave him a much shorter guy.
They got no look because he looked right over him.
Just come out of a timeout and mix Holmgren in for 2 possessions and see what happens. Or Hardenstein in for 2 possessions. Just see what happens. He's on his way to 41. I mean, is he going to get to 45? Yeah, he'd really go off it. Now, there are other crazy things that happen. Watching that matchup over and over was one of them. How about Castle with what you correctly identified as a triple-double, 17 points, 11 assists, 11 turnovers, and the amount of slipping and falling and off balance, guys, slow down, under control. Now, maybe that's a 21-year-old in a conference final and he's amped up.
11 turnovers is enormous.
Like I said, the list of crazy things that happened in that game is so long. He's not going to average 11 turnovers a game. He also, Castle and Harper were combined 2 of 13 from the three-point line, 1 of 6 and 1 of 7.
They're not a big three-point shooting team.
Keep launching. Well, they took 43 of them on a night. Wembanyama was on fire.
10 minutes.
But that's true. But he was on fire, posted up a guy who was a foot shorter than him most of the night. Seemed like a crazy time not to throw it in and get yourself 15 or 20 assists. Just keep going to the rim if they're going to put the short guy on you. it was working. He was 14 to 25. Holmgren did come in and help. And that's the other thing. One block shot.
But I don't want him helping. I want him guarding.
I get it. And I get the theory, give it a shot, but when it doesn't work, feel free to rotate away from it.
But Jarris always looked at assists to turnovers, and you should be 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been cool
1
if
to
you
1.
would have had 22 assists and 11 turnovers.
And Rick, after the game, could have said, well, it's unusual, but I can live with it. But the thing is, their half-court defense was so good, and I think the Thunder will do a much better – I think – they should do a much better job with how they attack it. I thought they did later in the game. But the Spurs kept them alive with all the turnovers. And he had 11, the team had 21, and the Thunder just kept getting out and running. I mean, that 57-point second half, and a lot of it was because they were in transition and they didn't have to face the defense that smothered them, especially the first 5 minutes of the game were atrocious, and then I thought they were getting it together, and then the whole second quarter was bad. And they only scored 17 points in the second quarter.
I thought the Thunder's defense out front was good in the second half to cause disruption and almost to the point of like chaos because above the line, the ball was loose a number of times. Even if they weren't getting it, it was still out there to be had, and then they're wasting time on the shot clock. So I thought they pressured their perimeter players. I can see why Castle had that many turnovers. But, it's one game.
Oh,
you look at
totally.
It,
And
Caruso had a big game, but at the same time, SGA didn't. How many times is he going to go 7 of 23, 2-time MVP, blah, blah, blah. Wembanyama, wait a second, man, this guy's MVP? Well, I'll show you because nobody cares who's MVP versus the regular season against the
who's holding
playoff.
the NBA trophy.
Yeah, and
NBA
if you're NBA Finals MVP, and obviously if the Spurs win it, there's like about a 95% chance that he would get it. Because he is dominant, and we'll see next round. I'm looking forward to next round. We got through all the preliminaries, and I'm looking forward to watching tonight's game and following it back up tomorrow to see how the series goes, what adjustments OKC makes. But OKC, we may look at them and say, for as far as a potential powerhouse dynasty, they're a fraud. And you can look at if they get beat they didn't get beat soundly when you're going to double overtime, but if they lose like in 5, say, and you can say, well, man, they needed 7 games to beat Indiana, and who's Indiana? I mean, they're okay, but are they really?
They barely squeaked out a championship, and then if they only get one,
gets hurt in the last game, blah blah blah. So if they do only get one, maybe. All this stuff about, oh, my gosh, they're this, they're that. Maybe it just wasn't true. They took advantage of the situation last year, and I'm not saying that it's bogus or it doesn't count, but in terms of we're looking at them as being this potential super team and the league is going to run through OKC for the next 5 years, maybe that's not true. Maybe it's not true at all.
Have we ever had 2 super teams? Because these 2 teams, did they just go a combined, what was it? Did they go combined 16-2 through the first 2 rounds? I mean, just head and shoulders above the West. Is it going to be a case of
we had the lower portion of the West, but yeah,
we had a stretch. Well, in 2 playoff series, is everybody.
I mean, in the second round, I get where you're going.
Yeah, in the first and second round, they basically annihilated everybody. Minnesota,
right, but in the first round,
Minnesota pushed the Spurs a little bit. But in the end, they lost in 6, and they got really smoked at home, and their star player was congratulating people with 8 minutes left.
Yeah, he's an odd duck.
He is an odd duck.
He's always been that way. He's a phenomenal player.
Right.
But it's not all there in terms of how you're supposed to act, and Minnesota's just going to have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Unless he gets some level of maturity and listens to his, because it's not yahoos like me and you. It's the peers who said, "Oh, you don't do that. You don't do that with 8 minutes to go. You're disrespecting the game. That's just odd." So they'll have to figure that one out. But even though that series was pushed a little and extended, I never really felt like the Spurs were going to
totally
lose.
agree. Well, there was a one-off where Wembanyama throws an elbow and gets kicked out.
Right.
So
that's unusual. You have to. He can't do that. Especially being as tall as you are. If you want to stand up for yourself, that's fine. But put your arms down and stand up for yourself. Stand over people. That's what you can do really well. And you don't have to throw a punch where you just kind of get, in his case, face to neck. and just trash talk a little bit. They don't throw you out for that.
Yeah.
and then other guys come in and separate you. You can stand up for yourself that way. You can't throw an elbow right into a man's neck and face. You just can't. Too much damage, and the league won't allow it, nor should it. But I felt like they had control of that series, even when Minnesota was winning a couple of games. Now, we'll find out what level of control they have in this series really quick, because they go up 2-0. Wow, that really puts the pressure on OKC to try to make it a series at that point. And maybe they just were exposed a little bit, and then they took advantage of a weak bracket and got it, and the Spurs weren't ready. Well, now they're ready. And you can argue Spurs are saying, wait a second, man, we didn't even have De'Aaron Fox. We get Fox back. This guy's a veteran in the league, man. He knows how to score and so forth. And so we'll get him back, and that'll take the ball out of Castle's hands a little bit more, because they don't really have a true point in the manner that we used to see. No one really has
dominates the ball,
fulfilled that role.
Yeah,
on that, and so De'Aaron Fox is a valuable member of the team, and so that could take the pressure off. You get another wing player who knows how to handle the ball and can face the pressure that the OKC Thunder can apply. We'll see, and that's what makes the series fun, because there can be twists and turns. And if I am a Thunder fan, I'm anxious for Game 2.
And you use that word, a word you want people to avoid because it doesn't usually fit the situation.
Right.
They're usually eager.
Right.
Excited.
But no,
But now they're a little anxious.
I would be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Spurs come in and win a second one, and you're down 0-2.
Yeah, that's tough. Any team that's 0-2, but at least
if you're 0-2,
psychologically you're going home.
Right.
Even if it doesn't come to pass, at least psychologically, we're going home. It's a tennis match. They held serve and all that crap you always hear.
But it's hard to say that when you got beat.
Right. No.
Twice.
You can't. Well, they didn't hold anything. They held 2. You got to beat them 4 out of 5, and
3 of them are in their building.
And that's probably not going to happen. The odds on that are very overwhelming, and I would think that would be the case too. And so from that perspective, I'll root for the Thunder because I want to see a long series. Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for, to see a long series, to see how it plays out. And maybe you can argue, the Thunder wrapped it up early and they had to sit a little longer than the Spurs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe that SGA was a little off. Now he's got an opportunity to go, he's 7 of 23. Well, he could go 17 of 23 tomorrow, I guess it is.
The Locke dropped the line about Wembayama, he defends half the court. So what I didn't understand is why they were
to the other side.
There. Right. And then if he moves, go to the other side, and you're going to wear him down over a course of game. If he has to keep moving side to side, they also did a good job of going into the paint, and he would come over to block the shot, and then kick it back out, and they'd get a good shot. So more than one pass. There were too many shots where there was just dribble shoot, or the whole possession was dribble one pass shoot early in the game, and it was painful. And they were getting bad shots, and their three-point percentage came up over the course of the game. But early on, they were on their way to one of those where you come in the next morning, why are you 7 for 41? It looked like that's where they were headed early on. And then nobody made a bucket in the first 5 minutes, but most guys were taking bad shots. And so over the course of the game, and especially in the fourth quarter, they came out of a timeout and did a couple things where they really moved the ball and got good shots and hit them. And so maybe they're solving that.
Yeah, and I thought SGA was more aggressive taking it to the basket in crunch time, in regulation, and then in the OTs. Challenge him a little bit. I mean, Wembayama's not going to block every shot.
Right.
And then if you can put it up on the backboard, he is coming up, coming down. Somebody else can get a cheapie on the weak side because he's out of the play because he challenged the shot. And, I mean, he's so tall, so it's hard to do with him because he sticks up his arms. I mean, there was one play, I can't remember when it was, but I thought, man, this guy's just an animal.
Is that when he drove and hit the side of the backboard and the ball cambered around? He got 2 offensive rebounds in the same possession.
I know which one you're talking about, and then he got fouled.
Yeah.
This was – he dunked an offensive rebound over Holmgren.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
He's a 7-footer, and this guy just dunks right over him, no foul. No one's calling over the back or anything.
That's exactly what I thought. I'm like, was that so impressive that over the back doesn't apply anymore? Because Holmgren absolutely had inside position.
Yeah.
And you're just watching a high game camera, like, did he really just jump over him and not touch him? Maybe the ref had a better angle. I know. So I also think Holmgren, what you said about it, he's not going to block every shot. Holmgren took 7 shots. He was 2 of 4 from 3. That's fine. Pull him away from the hoop, and it worked a few times. But 0 for 3 on the 2-pointers. That old Larry Bird is coaching Indiana. He gets mad at Reggie Miller. I'm 0 for 6. I'm cold. He says, yeah, you ought to be 0 for 12. Keep shooting. Don't stop shooting. And I think the same thing at home. Go to the hoop. See if you get him in foul trouble. He's not going to dunk every shot. When you do dunk, it'll get the crowd into the game. It'll get your teammates fired up. It's worth it. Of course he'll block some shots. He's Victor Wembanyama. He's going to block shots.
He blocked 12 in a playoff game.
Yeah.
The thing that if I'm OKC and you want to play the psychological game, my 2 best players didn't play nearly as well as they're capable of, and we took them to double OT.
Yeah. Right.
So get back in practice, get back in the film room, and away you go today, and then tomorrow's another day.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed in this show, plenty of pro football and college football. We will get to all of that. DJ and PK and Joe Ingles back in the news. We'll see you right after the break with that.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
Wednesday on KSL. Sometimes you find yourself on the wrong side of someone's bad intentions. Hey, why'd you steal my package? Why'd you steal it? Sometimes the court orders them to pay you back.
The total damages was $109,000.
How often are victims actually made whole?
At the end of the day, she paid $20,000.
A decade later, I'm going to let you know how much restitution I got and what it takes to get it. Why'd you steal my package? Paid back. Wednesday at 10.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK. It is time for the Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. We just talked about the whole last segment on the Spurs and the Thunder game 1. It is East game 1 tonight, Cavs and Knicks, 6 o'clock on ESPN. Find this intriguing as well. After 2 rounds, this has been a month of playoffs. This has been one blowout after another.
I got it.
The Knicks smoking people, the Thunder annihilating, the Spurs just crushing people. So many games, you don't need to watch the second half. It ain't changing. It's 30 points and it's out of hand.
But I think we're done with that.
Yes, this is like a breath of fresh air. I think both these series should be long. And you're right, if the Spurs win game 2, then maybe I'm going to be wrong. But it does feel like both these series should be long series. I think they should both go 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, I love the East series, and I probably couldn't have picked a better series for me to pay attention to because I'm a Knick fan from way back. I mean, going way back.
And then Cleveland's got Mitchell and Sam Merrill.
Exactly.
Yeah, you got 2 guys who we watched here.
Right.
Yeah. And Donovan Mitchell versus the team we all thought he wanted to play for. Maybe he really did. He just hasn't been able to get there yet.
I can tell you.
I mean, it's a team he grew up with. So really, he's just doing what you're talking about.
He thought he was there.
Yeah.
He thought it was happening.
Yep.
And he was as surprised as anybody. But here we are. This is 4 or 5 years later.
Ironic.
And you know, and I'm also of the opinion, and I know this probably bugs some people, that anything that happens in New York is the biggest. And I get that I'm probably a lone wolf out here on this side of the country. But to me, the country revolves around New York.
That's because the national media is largely based in New York, and they think they're big and tough because they yell all the time. But the truth is they're just as big a homers as whatever small market you want to pick.
Maybe so.
And that's why it's bigger.
But that's where my ultimate roots are.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I was a kid, I didn't know much about the media. Obviously as a kid, you can only know so much. But I just felt like, wow. Even when I went into the city from where I lived, which was only 30 miles, but it was out in the country, so to speak, compared to the city. It's like when you're going in the city, it was something special. It was a big deal. And to have the Knicks there, and I get the celebs will be there and blah, blah. And a lot of those celebs, I will say, and maybe this is my East Coast bias, outside of Jack Nicholson and Diane Cannon, it seems that the celebs that are in the Garden are Knick fans. And
leave Timothée Chalamet alone.
The celebs that are over, and maybe him, I don't know much about him.
He's a huge Knicks fan.
I know he did the Bob Dylan thing, and that was great.
He's from the city.
Okay, so then he is. It seems like the fans, the Laker fans, they're Hollywood people, and they had to go there because that's where the business is.
Maybe
I'm off base.
On a list of reasons that people in San Diego loathe L.A., that right there. Yeah. That right there. You grew up in Iowa, but you made it in the movies, so now you're a Laker fan.
Right.
Stop it. And you're a Cubs fan. Well, that's because in Iowa you grew up a Cubs fan, but you didn't grow up a Bulls fan.
Oh, you're taking a shot at what's-his-face, the guy who looks like Kyle Korver.
Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah. You're taking a shot at him.
I didn't mean to, but if I am, good. Totally. It's just sickening to watch LA sports. And it's why everyone's so pissed the Chargers and Clippers both moved to LA. It's bad enough you moved, but you had to go to LA. You had to.
Well, it was easier and more lucrative.
Well, the lucrative part for sure. And at least Sterling was from LA, but it was the lucrative part for Spanos. It was like, I'm from Stockton, I'm not going there, so I'll just take the team wherever.
Even as a kid, the times I had to get an opportunity to go to Madison Square Garden, and when you're a kid, your world is really small. I just felt, wow. I couldn't explain how excited I was. And it was just so awesome to go there. And, I went to Shea and Yankee Stadium a lot more because there are more games and tickets aren't as expensive.
Right.
So when I had the opportunity to go to Madison Square Garden, is like...
That felt more special.
Oh.
Did you ever go to NFL games?
I never went to one.
Yeah. Again, fewer games, more expensive.
No.
Yeah.
I never went to one Jet or Giant game ever. The first pro football game I saw was the Arizona Cardinals. And that is, relatively speaking, pro football.
I was going to say semi-pro football.
At Sun Devil Stadium.
Okay, we're getting distracted here, but I do think it's time to bring this up. So I started looking into this, and it doesn't hold 100%, but it largely holds. You always talk about nepotism in politics, nepotism in coaching, but when you hand down an NFL team through the generations, not good results. Now, there are some exceptions. Obviously, the Rooneys on the whole have done a pretty good job in Pittsburgh. But
how about Maras?
Detroit,
with the Giants,
up and down. The Maras, like they hire Parcells and they have a really good run. They get Eli and they win 2 Super Bowls, but they're missing the playoffs a lot. So that's kind of a mixed bag.
But they got the Super Bowls.
With the Maras.
Gives them a little bit of leeway.
Detroit was down for a long time.
Oh, they were.
Chicago's been down for a long time. Yeah, 2 franchises have been passed down through the family. Now they've got somebody, a different woman is in charge in Detroit. Cincinnati.
Mrs. Ford?
Has been handed down. Yeah, it's a different member of the Ford family, and apparently just run things a little different. And you can hit, and also this is huge, because if you hit on the right GM, and I saw this with the Chargers, the Spanos is, they largely don't have money by NFL standards, and they don't pay people by NFL standards. And so they give it to a lot of first-time people. And then when the losing gets too much and they have to win, they go out and hire Bobby Beathard, or they hire Marty Schottenheimer, or they hire Jim Harbaugh, and they have a good run, and they have a good stretch, and they're in one of those now. But largely in between that, it's a bunch of, if I told you who the GMs and the coaches were, you'd go, who? And it'd be a mess. And it's dysfunctional behind the scenes. Did you see the Eli Manning stuff about why he didn't go to San Diego?
I did.
Because of an awkward dinner, and Schottenheimer and Spanos are fighting?
Yeah.
So Spanos once kept a coach who was 1-15 because he's a nice guy, and fired a guy who's 14-2 because he's a grumpy, grusty old guy, and they were always yelling at each other.
Yeah.
Well, Marty, 30 years deep in the NFL, didn't respect Dean. Nepotism. You get handed down. You didn't. The dad built the fortune. It's easy to see how they got sideways.
Yeah, but then he's got no problem with his kid being a coach.
Absolutely. Totally. That's totally different. He's smart. You're an idiot. And Dean's like, I am not an idiot. You can totally see it. But the Bidwells in Arizona, largely not run well, but it's been handed down through multiple generations, dating back to at least St. Louis and I don't know, maybe even in Chicago. I don't know when the Bidwells bought in, but it was a long time ago. And so this whole handing it down through the generations, it gets pretty dicey. And I think it largely doesn't work.
If they stay out of the way.
Yeah, if they stay out of the way, how much are they really educated in the business? And even now, the Steelers seem to be making choices to keep them stuck in the middle. You know, bringing Aaron Rodgers in for 1 year and then for 2. It's like at some point, just play a young guy, bite the bullet. If it doesn't work, draft high and get somebody and go.
The pressure is to win.
Okay, well, other people draft high and rebuild. And, I mean, the pressure to win in New England is on, and they won for a long time, and they didn't for a while, and now they look good again. I mean, they're in the Super Bowl.
I know, but I agree. But the pressure is still to win.
Right.
And Pittsburgh didn't want to accept any form of that.
Yeah.
Because that's who they were, and they haven't been able to draft and develop a quarterback. I mean, which you can usually point to teams that's their case.
And I think we should put the Titans on that list. Weren't they? Didn't Bud Adams hand that down? I think his daughter's running it. I'll have to check
Julie
on the
Adams?
Julie Adams. Amy. Famous Adams. Anyway, I just thought of that the other day. I was piece about teams that are handed down. I saw something that got me thinking, so I started to think about all NFL teams. I'm like, I'm going to tell PK, nepotism in NFL owners. I don't know if we see baseball handed down as much as the Dodgers were, and it was actually done very well, right? Walter O'Malley to Peter O'Malley. That was fantastic. Peter O'Malley had a great run running the show.
True.
Fantastic. So it's just like nepotism. It doesn't always, Kyle Whittingham got into it. His dad, it certainly helped his career, but the guy stood on his own 2 feet and just won big. And
well, look at Freddie Whittingham. He's flourished.
See?
Look at all the tight ends he's put in the NFL.
Just nonstop, one after another.
There's 3 Whittinghams on the coaching staff at Michigan.
Right, because he brought his son in. Yeah. The college football news, we had on Chris Anderson, owner and publisher of Ear Sports, covering the West Virginia Mountaineers, and paints the picture of an offense could be pretty good, but serious questions about the defense, and they need to get bowl eligible, and the November schedule is tough, so start 5-3 or 6-2, because if you're 4-4, that 4-win season last year. And they got 2 gimmies out of the gate. They've scheduled 2 wins, and as he pointed out, they lost to the University of Ohio last year, so anything can happen. But they should start 2-0. They're only playing one Power 5 team. That's Virginia, Game 3, a neutral site game down in Charlotte, where they are getting paid a lot of money to play in front of their alumni, apparently.
It's going to be, we're going to go in this conference in the 3rd year of its configuration, and we've had surprise teams each year. So I don't know that I can look at schedules. I can now, but I don't know how true it's going to be when we get there.
Agreed.
Like, this is a soft spot. Oh, you didn't get to play this team.
Oh, yeah, you got Arizona then? Whoops. Oh, Arizona's good, right? Arizona and Houston last year made major progress. They had good seasons.
But how do I know they're going to do it again?
You don't. You don't.
Couple injuries.
Colorado, year 1 under Dion was bad. Year 2 was good. Year 3 was bad. What is year 4? Now, year 3, for a couple reasons, was fairly predictable.
Yeah, so
right.
We'll
and like Oklahoma State was terrible, but new coach bringing in players from a G5 school, it's worked in other places.
Well, on
to
paper,
what degree is it going to work there?
If you're looking at a surprise team, they're going to be it.
What else? If Baylor's good, is that a surprise?
What level of good?
Always
9-10.
An excellent question. 9 or 10 would be a surprise.
Yeah, that's.
But if they're 8-4, that's mild.
And they always seem to be halfway
kind of,
good.
sort of close. Yeah. Whereas Oklahoma State bottomed out.
Right.
In a horrific and spectacular fashion.
Baylor right now reminds me of the Sun Devils in the second portion of their Pac-10/12.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Okay, but not really good, but any given week.
Yeah. That conversation's out there with Chris Anderson covering the West Virginia Mountaineers. Get it wherever you get your podcasts. Lincoln Riley says he believes it's time for him and the Trojans to make a college football playoff run, to which USC fans answer, you think? He's 35-18, started 11-1 with that crazy loss, 43-42 to the Utes here, and they were 11-1, and they went and lost to Utah in the Pac-12.
Best game I ever saw at Rice-Eccles.
Yeah. Went and lost to Utes in the Pac-12, then went to the Cotton Bowl and got beat by Tulane. And then it's pretty much been a mess ever since. So although he is 35-18, He's 24-17 in the last 41 games, and that's
mediocre.
So mediocre.
Best win I ever saw at Rice Eccles, because I know there are going to be a bunch of BYU fans back to Harleen, but they didn't win that game.
Right.
That was an awesome game, too, obviously. That was in.
All right, now you got two. Your Mount Rushmore of Rice Eccles football games.
Phenomenal ending.
Three more. You got
both
two,
phenomenal endings.
You got two more BYU Utah games to round out the Mount Rushmore.
The difference being the BYU or the Utah USC game. I'm on the sidelines, and you know what's going to happen. They're going to score. They're going to go for two, and they're going to get it. And this is exactly what it didn't make it any less exciting.
How much time were they going to leave for Caleb? They left like 30 seconds, I think.
Right.
But was he going to have enough time to get down the field? No, when they got it down to 30, but where they're going, I'm like, because they could just throw a short pass to somebody, breaks a tackle, and you score, and there's 3 minutes left, and now USC maybe goes down and wins the game.
But time and score, you could.
No, they got the score down.
Lack of defense,
right?
That SC had.
Do you remember in the Pac-12 title game, somebody ran a crossing route? I can't remember which receiver it was, and it was Keystone Cops. 4 USC players take a bad angle and bang into each other, and it goes 60 or 70 yards for a touchdown, whatever it was. Yeah. If they'd done that with 3 minutes left, it might have been a different story.
But that
game
was
45-43 or something. It was stellar, incredible.
How
about the? Would you?
I'm so excited.
There's so many good Utah BYU games in that stadium. How about the Utah Oregon game with Covey and the punt right before halftime? Though, I mean, I think that was the kind of game.
Electric.
Yeah, that's the kind of game where let's go check the seismograph.
In suspension.
It was not. It was different. That was a blowout.
Right.
Absolute blowout.
And anytime Oregon gets blown out, I'm all for it.
Yeah. The Angels took a no-hitter into the 9th inning and then gave up a single and a homer and lost 2-1. How about
baseball,
that?
That's the beauty of baseball.
Excuse me. The Athletics were no-hitting the Angels. The Angels got the hit and single. Yeah, my pronouns didn't really make that clear.
And I told you my pronouns are he and hurricane.
I did hear that. Yeah, you said that yesterday. Yeah. I dropped a random they in there.
Because I love being at Copper Rock in Hurricane. I had a real fun time at the Espen tournament. Look forward to going again next year. That's the beauty of baseball. You get 27, I get 27.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Urban Meyer lost his grievance. He wanted $30 million left on the contract in Jacksonville. He doesn't get it.
Yeah, but look what he gained.
See? A lot of embarrassment, some humiliation, some shame.
Embarrassment. Shame.
Urban has no shame.
How about you cut that for a drop? You don't cut enough of your own stuff for a drop.
That was a good one. I admit, that was a good one.
Next time that Fox pregame comes through Utah or BYU and I announce it, you can just go, Urban has no shame. You just play your own drop.
Did he really lose on that? I think you can consider him a winner. If you know what I'm saying.
I think you're just messing around because I think you were horrified when you read it. I think you went, Urban, what you doing? Dude.
Oh, my gosh.
You're in a bar and everybody's got a phone. Let's take
How many men has that taken down?
Yeah. All right. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
It seems like there's a little more buzz out there about the Jazz possibly trading up because they love A.J. DiBonsa. Absolutely do not do it. Because I think both players are going to be good. Mm-hmm. It's one of those win-win type scenarios. But if there is a wrong decision to be made, Washington's going to make it.
Sure.
Whoever falls to the Jazz is going to be the better of the two. I would almost bet on it.
I don't think there's a lot of value in the Jazz feeling like they should go nuts to get up to that number 1 overall pick. If the picks are that close, why are you giving up a ton to get there? And then if they're not close and there's a major drop-off from number 1 to number 2, why would Washington trade it? Washington needs that guy. They think there's a superstar at 1 and only an okay player at 2, and the Jazz are trying to get out of that spot. Why would the Wizards do that? I don't think the logic actually adds up.
Don't be the sucker. Let Washington pick the guy that they want to pick. And honestly, if Jazz gets stuck, quote-unquote, with Darren Peterson, who cares? He's a great player.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
You don't know what you got till
till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers, and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option: flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? You're not alone, and you don't have to live with it. At Mint Medical Clinic, we're helping Utah men get their confidence, their performance, and their relationships back with acoustic wave therapy. You already know it works. No pills, no needles, no surgery. You're in and out in about 10 minutes with zero pain and zero downtime. And it treats the root cause, not just the symptom. Pair that with our trifecta approach: acoustic wave therapy, hormone optimization, and peptide therapy together, and you've got the most complete men's health treatment in Utah. Right now, new patients get a free consultation, a complimentary blood flow ultrasound, and a free intimacy kit just for coming in. Locations in Sandy and Layton. Visit mintmedicalclinic.com or call 801-804-8000. That's mintmedicalclinic.com, mintmedicalclinic.com.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Question of the morning. Trade rumors have the Bucks and Pistons interested in Lauri Markkanen, and anything worth considering? Doug says, Lauri's been the good soldier for the past 4 years. We're trying to win. We need to slow play the rookie we draft and reevaluate the roster after a year. Can't trade him now. Also, dude's too unique. We'd never get back the same value.
Yeah, what a great soldier getting $40 million a year. Boy, man, I tell you.
I think I can speak for you. I know that I would sit on the bench for $40 million a year. Hand me the $40 million. I'll be down there at the end of the bench.
Now is his time.
Yeah?
I believe outside of DeAndre Ayton, everybody in the NBA wants to win.
Outside of DeAndre Ayton.
Yes.
DeAndre Ayton is willing to win
as long as
if it's not too big an ask. Yeah.
And I believe that Markkanen wants to experience winning. I believe he wants to go to the playoff, and he wants to do all those things that come with it. And now, starting in 2026, 27 season, this is going to be his time to shine. I'm not saying he's the man and he's going to carry the Jazz, but he's going to play on a winning team. and he's going to have a lot of fun, and he's going to play, and he's going to play well, and he's going to play often.
Classless skip. We're 3+ years into fake Lauri Markkanen trade rumors. LOL. Get those clicks, NBA writers. Big click hunting.
Well, that's because he is a very skilled player, and you're looking at teams that want to unload and rebuild and all that, like they did with Jaren Jackson. I think the Jazz are past that. I would be surprised if Markkanen's not in the starting lineup in Game 1.
Donovan Mitchell-Stan says it's hard to imagine the Jazz trade him now after all they put the big Finn through. Still, without a freak to battle the freak in San Antonio, you don't have a chance.
Oh, let's see.
Draft lottery follow at playoff bogey. We'd have to completely restructure our team to fit around Giannis. It feels like a bad idea. I agree with you, draft lottery follow.
Yeah, but if I was Markkanen, I'd be depressed if I got traded to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
I go through a rebuild to go through a rebuild?
Yeah, I agree. I can see that'd be a huge negative.
I want to stay here because I believe in this management
and I want to go to the playoffs.
believe in my teammates.
I want to go to the playoffs.
Yeah.
It sucks to be the guy who's played the most NBA games without ever playing in a playoff game. Get that off your resume.
And very little of that is his fault.
Certainly the last 4 years are not his fault at all.
No.
And then you get the other 5, and Chicago was jacked up when he was there, and he was a rookie, so it's not like he was supposed to carry them.
I'd be working out harder this summer in anticipation of having this opportunity to play in front of a packed house where the complete emphasis is to win the game, man. This is going to be like it was in college. It's going to be like it is for his national team, and it's going to be at the highest level.
To summarize a lot of these, nobody wants the Jazz to trade for Giannis. They feel like the price is too high. He's too old. There have been too many injuries. He's too close to the end of a contract or opt-out year. They don't like it. There's no real enthusiasm in these comments for Giannis. People are no. And especially because the future is Ace Bailey and whoever they're about to draft. So when they do make moves, the older guys have to go for guys who are more along the timelines. To put a bunch of assets in for a guy who's already over 30 just doesn't make sense.
Well, I would do that if I didn't have to give up those assets.
Yes, but you will. You're right. If you didn't have to, but you will.
But I understand it would happen. But, I mean, if you get a player that it was a short window, but the type of influence that Joe Johnson had, I'm all over that.
It was a short window, but he had a very positive influence.
Yes.
It was a great get. You full well knew his age when you brought him in. I mean, the only thing you hold him responsible for, you can't hold him responsible for. Everything else, the way he played on the court, the way he talked to the younger guys, the way he spoke to the media and represented the organization and coached younger guys up through the media, things he said.
Yeah, I can recall
that was a good one.
First gathering after Hayward didn't come back. And they're asking him. He said, well, he did what he did, but I'm here to talk about the Jazz.
Set a tone, man.
Yeah.
That's what veteran players are supposed to do.
Right.
Young guys might be freaked out. Be the composed veteran. All right, DJ and PK, we're all done. Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, are next. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Okay, show's over.
Oh, gotta run.
So, this is goodbye then.
I think we should meet again.
See you soon.
I don't need the details. Bye.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit culliganslc.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day Sale, Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25, all seats, just $15, and sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, hold it to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside.
Hey, 10 a.m. Let's go, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's wake up some neighbors. How are you, Coach?
I'm awake.
I'm alert. I'm astounded. Pick an adjective that starts with an A. Man, what are we watching in the NBA? Like, seriously.
Yes.
I've been watching it my whole life.
Yes, same.
But yeah, I'm great, man. I am solid. I told you as I walked in. Life is good.
Life is very good. There's a song from a band I've been listening to, and they say, life ain't easy, but it's sweet enough. Like, you know what? There you go. It ain't easy, but it's sweet enough.
It's sweet enough, and it is what it is, so you got to figure it out.
Yeah, it is. All right, so we have got
we're partly here to help you with that.
Yes.
Like, we want to keep the mood light. We want it to be like, your favorite place to just go hang out for a bit and let all the rest of the stuff going on go on.
See,
we're going to focus on the sports world.
You got a lot of craziness in your life. We understand that. We want to be your escape, if you will.
There you go.
Yeah. What in the hell did we just watch?
I'm trying to ask you that.
Let's get to it. Let's not waste any time. Starting lineup, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe, as we kick off your starting lineup right now. Your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Spurs have stolen Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals and an instant classic here in Oklahoma City. The Spurs in double overtime dispose of the Oklahoma City Thunder 122-115.
Okay. There's a couple angles to this. I'm going to hold on to one angle here in a second where this game kind of depressed me, and I'll tell you why coming up in a little bit later on. But if you want to watch just sheer greatness, sheer spectacular basketball, there's a lot of things about the NBA that drive me nuts. There's a lot of things about the league, some of the personalities, some of the things that are just like, oh, okay, what are we doing? What are we doing? But when the league is great, when the NBA is great, it is freaking awesome. And last night, it was freaking awesome. What a great game.
Well, and you can't, if you listen to the show, you were given like the edict that this is going to be a hell of a series.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
We said it.
Both
of us said it.
But you were on 7, and I'm fully in your camp now.
And we've also said over the last couple weeks that this playoff is Webby announcing to the world that he's the best player in the world.
Yes.
So that's not like a take that we make today after it happens.
No.
We made it a couple weeks ago. So I guess my point is stay tuned and listen, because we're going to give you the answers to the test. Like, we've talked about this because we saw it coming. And the things that he did last night, I mean, the best way to characterize it is Jamal Crawford and Reggie Miller are calling the game, and they're doing a great job, by the way. I really enjoy both these guys.
By the way, Jamal Crawford
he's solid.
Really announced himself as a good announcer.
Absolutely. I love him. But every single basket this dude makes, like they even said it, they're kind of looking at each other like, what in the world? And that's what I'm doing when I'm sitting on the couch. That's what you're doing when you're sitting on the couch. I mean, he's now made – most guys post up at the block or the mid-post. This dude's posting up just outside the elbow, taking one back-down dribbles, turning and dunking on people. Like, I just don't know, because he's still raw. He's still so raw. But what sets him apart, Scotty, is the edge.
Yeah.
And Mitch Johnson, if you watch the opener of that game, set it up perfect. He's like, we're playing in the gym of the best team in the NBA. We're going to sit there and watch them hand the MVP trophy to their best player. I mean, this is set up perfect for us guys. Like, he laid it out there. I was ready to go play. And, man, so were the Spurs. They come out and make the home crowd stand for over 2 minutes until they get their first bucket. And it was theater. It was basketball theater.
And you certainly have Wemby, who announced himself to the rest of the league. I'm the best player, and he had plenty of motivation, plenty of edge coming into this one.
Mitch was saying that it's a pretty natural response for a competitor to see another competitor get something that he wants, whether it's the MVP trophy or whatever it might be. I'm just curious if that was in your mind at all, knowing that Shea had got that award and you were in the top 3 for it, and, did any part of tonight feel personal? Some of your facial expressions kind of look like you were really, really going for it.
Yeah, for sure. Everything you just said.
What does it feel like to see someone else get the MVP trophy right before you step into, I guess, what is basically the biggest game of your career, and then to have the best performance of your career?
Feels like I still got a lot to learn. And I want to get that trophy, many times in my career.
We talked a lot about winning an MVP and what goes behind it, whether it's political, things of that nature. Do you feel like, especially after this game, that you're the best player in basketball?
Do I feel like it right now? I feel tired. But it's not a question I'm wondering right now. We'll see, The world is 8 billion people, so it's 8 billion opinions.
He's the best player in basketball. And frankly, after last night, it doesn't feel like it's particularly close. You got the MVP in Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who they were throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him to slow him down, and they did for stretches, but he flexed down the stretch in regulation and in overtime. He showed why he earned that award this year. And I thought they did a great job in really doing, from an X's and O standpoint, getting Wemby out of the lane a little bit and letting Shea finish at the rim. Did an excellent job. But the sheer ability of Wemby, who played, by the way, 49 minutes last night, 41 points, 24 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 block shots, 9 of those rebounds on the offensive glass, and it was a cheat code. It was you're playing 2K, and you created this monster, and he can shoot from anywhere on the court. He can dunk from anywhere on the court, and it's just like that shouldn't exist, Coach. That human being and that skill set combined together shouldn't exist. We've got 7'5" dudes all over the place. All right, that's great. We've got 7'1" guys, but we've never had a guy that combines the handle, the shooting, the back to the basket game, the sheer athleticism that this guy has. He is certainly one of one. And last night, I'm not going to lie, I was watching greatness, and it feels like this dude's never going to lose an MVP award. The Spurs are going to win many, many championships. Almost it was like oh boy, what are we starting here? Because this is the youngest starting lineup, one of the youngest starting lineups in the NBA, and they just went to Oklahoma City, and Victor put on and it almost was depressing to me. It's oh my gosh, this guy may never lose again because he's not even really figured it out. And when it really clicks, we're all screwed.
Well, what's the one thing when you watch it? What's the one thing you definitely need, and not just on your starting lineup, you need throughout your lineup?
Length.
Size and length, 100%. And that's why I've been saying along the way that as the Jazz have built, with that in mind, that's why they are talking about the lineups, with Ace at the 2, Keontae at the 1, Lauri at the 3, Jaren Jackson at the 4, and Walker at the 5. Now, that's not as big as Wemby, but combined and the pressure they could perhaps put on him. And I want to use last night's scheme with Shea as an example because it was amazing. What it was, basically, they were going to put at least a guy and a half on him at all times. When he was in a non-threatening area, okay, so he's at the top of the key, he's in a non-threatening area with the ball, you would notice that someone would slide over from either side. And if the floor was balanced to where there was an empty corner and Shea had the ball on that strong side and he drove, oftentimes, it's an unwritten rule in basketball. You don't give up that strong side 3. They were going to give it up. And that's why Caruso got going. That's why all those guys got those pot shots, because they did not want Shea to get in their guts. So they basically just bracketed him all over the court. And you said it when, he was able to beat the switch sometimes or the bracket and get to the paint, but then Wemby's waiting.
Yeah.
And so they had to get really technical about how to open up spots for him. But his shots were contested with unbelievable length, not just by one guy, but oftentimes by two guys. So they did an amazing job on Shea. And then that's where you need a guy like your next guys to step up. I thought Jalen Williams with an E was phenomenal. I thought Chet Holmgren, Ben Anderson said it last night, and he may be on the side of a milk carton here. He was missing.
Yeah.
And so the Oklahoma City's got a lot to think about. That is now 5-1 this season 1-5 this season against this Spurs team. So not only did the Spurs really stamp one to the nation last night or the world, they've got the defending champions talking to themselves.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I think everybody in the league just got served notice last night. Like, hey, these guys aren't going away. And they haven't even figured it out yet. And they just went into Oklahoma City and beat this team in double overtime. And you know what? Wemby look, we're all going to look at that three.
Now, come on. That almost needs its own segment.
I know.
Because they were just showing it like 5 times here, and every single time I'm just shaking my head.
I don't know how he even had the huevos to shoot that, for one. Number two, no hesitation and just knocking it down. But what I really liked was in a situation where they're down 2, they've got to get a bucket to send it to OT, and they give it to Wemby. Wemby gets it at the top of the paint, spins around, gets the push shot. It wasn't the prettiest thing, but you know what? Those are signature pressure moments where everybody knows where the ball's going to go, and he hits a key bucket down the stretch to either to send it to OT or the second OT. I can't remember, but those are signature playoff moments that he has not been a part of yet. And yet they said, we need you to make a bucket. We need you. Nobody else. You're going to have to make this bucket. And he's like, all right, let's go. And he did it. And then the 3, but we'll get to that later. But my goodness, just he handled all the pressure that was on him, and the moment wasn't too big for him.
Well, and I want to say as well, the Spurs did, because this is we said it yesterday. Wemby's trying to win out of turn here. He's trying to, you're supposed to climb the ladder to a certain rung and then get kicked down, and then you come up again with a little more vigor, and you're able to knock him off. Ultimately, he's trying to do it in the first pass, and so for them to go out last night, it took a superhuman performance from him, but the other guys hung in there, and it looked as though like the Spurs had control of that game until about 4 minutes to go, and then Caruso makes a big play. It's 5. Then all of a sudden they're trailing, and you're like, man, see, this is why young teams, they down the stretch, they start falling down, the ball's bouncing all over the place. They're not getting the shots they want. And Oklahoma City starts to do what they do. They fell into a groove, and that's why they're down 3. They got to get a bucket, as to your point. That is the end of regulation right there. And he pulls up and takes that shot 10 feet behind the line, 8 feet behind the line. I don't know. We'd have to measure. But doesn't think twice. And honestly, that's what the greats do, dude. That's what the greats do. They make the moment themselves. The American Revolution, I actually, in my time in Boston, I got to go to a recreation of the Battle of Concord. Okay, so you get up at 4 a.m. I went with the mission president's wife, and she took us, and she was really into history. And you go and you sit on these bleachers in the dark, and they simulate the town. There's fires burning everywhere, and in the distance you hear just all of a sudden subtly.
Was that when the Bostonians dumped the tea into the harbor?
That was all during that time, Lloyd. Okay. Yes. Go back to your history books.
He's rolling. Just let him go.
But on the way in, right, it gets louder and louder, and you see the redcoats. And, man, you think about how pivotal that moment was. That's called, so right then they line up. They're all trying to play chicken, and they coin, because somebody shoots. Nobody knows who to this point.
Yeah.
The shot heard around the world.
Yeah, sure.
What we saw last night was akin to that. And this is a basketball revolution. And Wemby just took the shot seen around the world because everybody saw it. And to your point, Scotty, everybody knows what it means. There was dual meaning there. It was, hey, we're going to win this game, but take notice because I am on the scene. I'm the best player in the world, and I will follow up with that. Like there's a lot of people that want to shout it out and show their workout film. That's the way you do it.
Yes.
A big moment in a big, big game.
I mean, it was, if you're, okay, I want to take you back to your coaching days a little bit because Jimmer would take some of those shots. And at the first part, it's like, what are you doing? And, and sometimes if he'd miss them, it'd be a fast break going the other way. You give a bucket in transition because of the long rebound. But, boy, when he would hit that, it would, the amount of damage it would do, not just to the scoreboard, but to the psyche of everybody around. Look, Oklahoma City had control of that game.
They did.
They had control of that game. And when he made that three, all it did was tie the game. It didn't even give him the lead. It just tied the game. And you knew that game was over. It was done. Like, you don't recover from that. When a guy who's got 24 rebounds, 41 points, and he hits that shot, it's like, all right, what are we even doing here? What are we doing? Because this guy, we're on this guy's planet, and we're just paying rent to him at this point. He's just toying with us. If he can make that shot, we're out. We're done.
To put it in the words of my wife, who has been around a lot of ball, but she doesn't dig in. It's not, in some ways, basketball is kind of the bane of her existence. Yeah. But it's also been part of our life, so she's always around it. So she was walking through doing some project last night and kind of looked at the TV for a minute and saw him do one of his crazy things. And she said, it's not that usual to have a guy that big move like that, is it? I said, you just hit it on the head. I mean, that's what makes the dude different because we've seen all the Chuck Nevitts back in the day, those 6'7", 5 guys, standing there on the side, holding down the bench, and from time to time going in and maybe trying to thwart an inbounds play. Yeah. But that's about all they were good for. Yeah. And then Ralph Sampson kind of came in and changed that a little bit. He was the most agile, big dude I've ever seen, and to this point. I mean, this guy, it is just insane because I saw like Bol back in the day. And, you wanted to really love Bol, but there's just a certain level that Bol was going to, too slight, wasn't going to be there. But this guy, man, from the minute I saw the first tape and his movement, that's what had me. So you couple that too, and we got to get into supporting cast because there's some crazy stuff with that as well. Like there's a lot in this game we can hit.
I want to talk about your guy Castle because you nailed that before the draft, and that is certainly coming to fruition there. But, I go back to the day and age where you'd see guys like, Mark Eaton offensively. All he would do is just stand there and yell out illegal. That's all he could really do from an offensive standpoint, and then maybe go get yourself a rebound. But to have this guy as such a dynamic force, I remember the early days of Shaq. And people, if you're kids these days, you just only know Shaq from inside the NBA, or maybe the later years when he was hopping team to team and was a little out of shape and bigger than he needed to be. You go back and you watch those early 1, 2, 3 years when he was in Orlando, when he was svelte, and that dude changed. You watched him, and you're like, he's changing the game. Shaq changed the game.
With sheer force, and you're exactly right, there was a revolution when Shaq came, no question.
And what we're seeing now is Wemby doing that. Wemby is changing the game of basketball. Not that you can replicate it, because you can't. You can't replicate Wemby, or we'd all be trying to go to the DNA, the dinosaur DNA with the old dude on the island and trying to recreate. You can't. That dude is one of one. And so what he's doing is changing the way people will defend the game, people will attack, there are a lot of people watching that game last night in the NBA, and they've got notes, and they're like, okay, what are we going to do? Because he's taking that next step, so we got to deal with that. What are we going to do when we're playing him 4 times a year? What are we going to do when we're playing him 2 times a year? Get ready, because this dude's changing the game.
Well, and he bends. He changed the game by bending the shot chart on both sides. When he is, they elected to put a small on him. Everybody's small. I mean, when Carter Bryant was walking off the floor arm in arm with him, I told my wife, that dude's 6'7". I mean, he looks like he's 12 standing next to the guy. He's just massive. But he bends the shot chart. On the offensive side, it's obvious. And the way that they used him, I talked about posting him up just on the elbow and clearing aside and letting him work from the elbow. And it is a drop step and a dunk from from the elbow. I mean, if he were to drop step and dunk from the block, he'd be behind the hoop. He'd be getting popcorn. So they're modifying. He's modifying the way the floor's spaced and how you have to guard it. The other beautiful play they figured out was that diagonal high-low.
Yeah.
There's no way to guard it because typically you say, hey, help side. There's no way. I mean, you can't front it. You can't be behind it. The best chance you have is maybe get a ladder sponsor. And you just stick ladders in the key that you could perhaps run up and thwart the shot. But beyond that, within the legal means of the game, you hit it on the head, he's a cheat code. And then defensively, the number of times, it was insane. The number of times Oklahoma City turned the corner with some juice and saw him standing. Even if he's standing in the short corner, he'll get there. They turn and then they pitch it out and the next guy tries. And they did have some success by moving him around and having him have to come further to help. But at the end of the day, he's still like one step from anywhere when he's in the half court, it seems.
Chet Holmgren played 41 minutes last night. Did you notice anything that he did outside of that block shot?
No. I mean, that was a great block shot. Don't make no mistake against Webby.
No,
it was huge, right. But then he could have got that rebound and shot faked or gone strong, but he goes right up and Vassell sends his. Oh. That was pivotal, too.
Yeah,
they needed that bucket. So, again, home floor in OKC. They go in and basically tell the champs, hey, we're ready for you. Now, OKC's been beaten game one before, I'm sorry, it was the Spurs who got beaten game one by Minnesota. Oklahoma City, that's their first loss in the playoffs. So they've got to regroup. They got to regroup quick.
So I'm not going to count. There's one guy that only played, that had less than a minute, and Wiggins only had 4 minutes. But other than that, that was a 10-man rotation for Oklahoma City last night. Whereas San Antonio had Victor played 49, Vassell played 51, Castle played 49, Harper played 47. That was a tight 7-man rotation. And so game 2 might go Oklahoma City's way just because of the quick turnaround and San Antonio realizing, hey, we got one. Let's go back 1-1, and we did what we needed to do. So it wouldn't be surprising at all if Oklahoma City wins game 2. But this sucker, it's going 7. And if it goes 6, it'll be San Antonio in 6.
I saw somebody petition the commissioner to see if we could have it go 13.
Yeah.
It's the best ball we've seen in some time. But I'm with you. It's going to go 7. I'm not so much. I do believe Oklahoma City will win the next game. They're champs for a reason, and they're really, really good. What I'm more interested in is how they do it and what are the scheme changes. That's where a coaching nerd gets into this. What do they do differently game 1 to game 2 with him, with Wemby? How do they react to the way they were guarding? Do they make any modifications on the offensive side? Because they did really rely on Caruso had a huge night. And without him last night, they probably lose 20. But he was massive for him. He really stepped up where Holmgren did not.
And when you got Caruso, who was great on the offensive side because he had a lot of good open looks, as you've mentioned, but also they're like, hey, guess what? You're going to draw Wemby quite a bit on this game. I'm like, wait, what? But, I mean, I look, the amount of fight that guy gave you last night was incredible. But, look, size differential is what it is. Like, genetics are what they are. And Wemby's he's on another planet. It was so much fun to watch. But then also it's like, all right, this guy's going to win. This guy could very well win the next 10 MVPs and the next 6 NBA Finals. He's just that different. Now, that's not going to happen. I know that. But I'm just saying, that's the kind of skill set you're seeing there.
Well, the one thing we have, obviously, and we've talked about this, the Jazz have been thoughtful about it, so they've got size. The other thing is, they're going to be on their way up. Hopefully the Spurs, they're going to have to make some tough decisions. There's a lot of talent on that roster that's playing for cheap right now. How big was Keldon Johnson last night?
Yep.
Massive. And he's been around the whole time. Both he and Vassell, they were on those really bad Spurs teams waiting for somebody to come. And, man, they didn't expect it to come from a different country or from a different world.
Yeah.
Come in on a spaceship, like I said.
All right. We'll talk about some of the supporting cast coming up a little bit, coming up next as San Antonio. Yeah, you thought the dynasty was done. No, it's back, and it's going to be back for a while. It's the Spurs winning a big game 1 against Oklahoma City right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
It seems like there's a little more buzz out there about the Jazz possibly trading up because they love A.J. DiBonsa. Absolutely do not do it. Because I think both players are going to be good. Mm-hmm. It's one of those win-win type scenarios. But if there is a wrong decision to be made, Washington's going to make it.
Sure.
Whoever falls to the Jazz is going to be the better of the two. I would almost bet on it.
I don't think there's a lot of value in the Jazz feeling like they should go nuts to get up to that number 1 overall pick. If the picks are that close, why are you giving up a ton to get there? And then if they're not close and there's a major drop-off from number 1 to number 2, why would Washington trade it? Washington needs that guy. They think there's a superstar at 1 and only an okay player at 2, and the Jazz are trying to get out of that spot. Why would the Wizards do that? I don't think the logic actually adds up.
Don't be the sucker. Let Washington pick the guy that they want to pick. And honestly, if Jazz gets stuck, quote-unquote, with Darren Peterson, who cares? He's a great player.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh, or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and Tacoma Rainiers open up a 6-game series. First pitch at 6:35 every night this week. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Then on Saturday, Real Salt Lake's at Minnesota. That game will get underway at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Tacoma Rainiers visit the Salt Lake Bees at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
It's time for the 40th anniversary Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Competing in over 50 sports statewide. Join the opening ceremony festivities on Friday, June 5th. Register today at UtahSummerGames.org.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. .97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nice.
We're going to this summer, bro.
I'm down.
Okay.
I'm down.
We'll get somebody to give us some really cool tickets.
That we would be more than happy to purchase.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
No, we just got to have access.
Access to one. Yeah. Camera. Oh, I mean, yes. Looking forward to that. Hey, KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. All right. I want to give you your props because I remember you talking about this in the draft. Hey, keep an eye on this Castle guy. He's got a chance to be really, really good. And sure enough, last night dished out 12 assists. And was on the court just as much as Webby was. And I think not nearly as critical as Webby, but also very, very valuable to that team.
He was, but, at the same time, he was a big reason why Oklahoma City stayed in the game.
Yeah, Shea took advantage of him
with those
times.
11 turnovers, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a little loose with the ball, but at the end of the day, I love the way that dude attacked the basket and dunked right on Shea, kind of send a message. He was a guy who was said, a lot of people just said he just can't shoot it well enough. And I just looked beyond it. I could see his heart beating through his chest, put it that way. We say you want to see guys hooked up to a meter and see what they're about. This guy was in NCAA tournament, was unbelievable. And then I just liked everything about him since he got to the league. So, yeah, strike one for me on that one. But I like him. I think he is the type of guy you need to win because – he's talented enough, but he's got the right makeup too.
There was, granted he had 11 turnovers, but as a team, San Antonio turned it over 21 times. They're a team that's going to get a little loose with it. I know Dylan Harper only got credited with one, but it seemed like he was in the mix on a few of them. But overall, this is a team that will give you some opportunities with the turnovers, and Oklahoma City couldn't make them pay. And then there were a lot of these 50-50 balls that just kind of landed in the hands of San Antonio. There were a lot of opportunities for OKC to take advantage and force more turnovers than they couldn't. And even when they did get turnovers, they had two-on-one fast breaks broken up just because guys weren't willing to give up the ball. I mean, there was one where Shea, all you got to do is give it to Caruso, and Shea wanted to finish it himself, and it ended miserably, and that was 2 points wiped off the board.
Yeah, there were it was an interesting game because it was back and forth. It was definitely hotly contested. To your point, Harper couldn't stand up.
Yeah,
that was his issue. He kept falling down.
Yeah,
he didn't get turnovers because the ball didn't get to him. He kept falling down. But had an incredible game. And speaking of him, the third player since 73-74, when steals were fully recorded, to record 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 5 steals in a conference finals game. The other two had to go to medical school to get the nickname, Dr. J.
Nice.
And then the flowing, beautiful blonde locks of Larry Bird. So that's pretty good company, man.
That's not bad.
And he played like it. Like, you see his upside. You could see he's going to be a guy who, over time, and gets confidence. He's already doing all this as a rookie. Yeah, it's crazy. But their turnovers, that's what kept OKC in the game. They gave up 28 points off turnovers and still won the game by 7. So OKC's got to go back to the drawing board. This is now, as I said, it wasn't just one game. If you're taking this whole season, they played 6 times. The Spurs have won 5. So they're doing something that is bending what is typically a very, very strong team.
The guy who played the most minutes last night, Vassell, and we're going to, obviously he had the signature block shot in that game. But honestly, when you look at the fact that he went 51 minutes last night, and Victor's getting love, Harper's getting love, Castle's getting love, I think he needs to be right in the mix of those guys in terms of what he provided out on the court. Now, 5 of 12 from the field, hit a couple big threes. Like, the stat line doesn't really pop, but the fact that he was out there for every key moment of that game last night.
He was great defensively. He was so good in their scheme. He was a part of it most of the time. His length is a real asset. But a guy who has, as I said, been through the rebuild and is one of the remnants. I looked at it like Bryce Sensabaugh. Could Bryce be out there doing something like that a year from now? And the answer, I think, is yes. I think he could go do that. Vassell is a guy who brings some real energy defensively, and Bryce is working on that. But in terms of a young guy in the Jazz organization who's paid their dues over the last couple of years, they make a run to the playoffs. We'll see who's around to do that. But, it was pretty cool to see a couple of guys, he and Keldon Johnson both, who withstood a lot of losses and made it pay last night. They were both big in the game.
So I'm throwing you for a little bit of a loop here, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. Consider it hazing, I guess, if you will.
Okay, I'll do my best.
No.
Hot seat.
No, just from your coaching perspective. So you can't draft another Wemby. Like, it's not going to happen. So if you're designing or building a team, if you're the Jazz right now and you know what you have and what you can get, what do you try to realistically acquire from a skill set to combat Wemby? Is it just sheer girth and size in the paint? You may not have the height, but you'll have the physicality and the strength to maybe keep him out? Like, what do you try to build that you can realistically collect as far as NBA players go to try to at least combat what's arguably going to be one of the best players in the history of the game before it's all said and done?
Well, I think they've done that. I think by drafting a guy like Ace Bailey, who has phenomenal length and has the ability to put on good man weight. He's got a great frame. So drafting him, acquiring Jaren Jackson, because you're not going to do it with one big, I'll promise you that.
Yeah.
So the fact that you have the luxury now of having a former Defensive Player of the Year, aside one of the best young shot blockers and game influencers around the rim that the league has in Walker Kessler, and then along the other side, you got another 7-footer in Lauri Markkanen. And so I think you have to acquire, and the Jazz have, his size and length. And I think that needs to continue regardless. That's where the NBA is going.
Yeah.
So, again, the Jazz aren't necessarily locked into drafting a position, but the qualities in that position are important because you got to see how the rest of the league is playing. So I think any of the guys being considered would fit perfectly. I think a guy like Boozer, somebody could bring him away from the basket.
See, that was my thought, was maybe Boozer comes out of this smelling like a rose.
Yeah.
Because not necessarily with the Jazz, but like his valuation may have increased last night.
Well, there's no doubt. And if you watch the NBA, a big that can step out, akin to, what Wemby did on that long shot, but more like what Lopez does on a nightly basis in the NBA. Being able to do that from a position that's not always able to do that, it's hit and miss in the league, right? There's really good shooting big men and there's not. So it gives you a luxury, and what it does is it just buys you real estate. Having that guy out there buys you real estate within the attacking zones to work. And so makes sense with Boozer, but the length and athleticism of a guy like Caleb Wilson, because what it comes down to, you're probably not going to be able to guard him with guards much longer, but maybe a 6'8" guy with a 7-foot wingspan that can move his feet, stay in front the best they can. Again, you can't go draw up a player, but you can watch and see what characteristics bother that player, both offensively and defensively.
You can correct me if I'm wrong because you've forgotten more about this game than I'll ever know. But to me, if there was one guy who had a smile on his face last night, it was Walker Kessler's agent. Because just watching what Victor did, like, you're going to have not that Walker will be your primary guy. You'll be switching everybody at him, but As a changeup, I think Walker showed his value as a restricted free agent to a lot of teams around the league, in particular the Utah Jazz.
No question. And if you've watched Walk, what he does for you offensively is so much more than what you talked about with with Mark Eaton, saying, because what he's done each year is he's added some things, but inherently what he does incredibly well is what you want your big guy to do, to be able to run the floor, rim to rim, as hard as you can. And Walker does that as well as anybody in the league. The other thing, you want him to be able to defend ball screen more than just one way. You want him to be dexterous enough where if they get in an emergency, they can switch for a count till they can buy time to get back. But you don't want to get a situation where you've just got a guy that can drop cover, because teams then can scheme and you have no real way to pivot. So Walker brings the rim running. He brings the ability to play ball screens creatively. And then he's turned into an absolutely incredible offensive rebounder and defensive rebounder. So if you're drawing up a big guy that then also bends shot charts, he's a great rim protector. So you've got all those things. That's what you drop for a big. So you're exactly right. He is what the Jazz need, and I'm convinced that will go down. I think that's all just now for how much and how long. But the Jazz know what they have in Walk, and I think Walk's got to be thrilled in a day and age, because you watch out, you've got to have a lot of help around you. And again, the Defensive Player of the Year and another 7-footer kind of winging you, having a guy like Flip coming off the bench who's big, he's learned to be physical. I mean, Jazz have put together very nice, albeit it's in its new phase, this rebuild, this now off the ramp thing, but there'll be tweaks now. But I like the way they're built to be able to counter, at least attempt to counter what this guy's putting out there.
It would certainly be nice, too, if you could get Bill and Ted in the phone book and maybe go back in time and get Mehmet Okur. I think, a stretch big that can shoot a little bit, not necessarily the defender that you would hope, but, some guy that at least gives you the threat of drawing a big man on the outside. Those are the kind of players you're going to have to get.
He really did come along too early, didn't he?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know how much money he'd make right now?
Oh, jeez.
Like, he was an anomaly back then. He was almost alien the way he would pop out.
Even Jerry
and shoot.
Sloan was like, I don't know what to do with this guy.
Should I let him shoot another one?
Yeah.
Remember, Jerry hated it.
Oh,
He's
Jerry
like,
absolutely
you shouldn't
hated
be shooting this.
Yeah. But then,
Money man.
the guy could knock him down. So.
And again, you see guys that can do that in your mind, you think, that's buying space somewhere else, because that big can't just sag and sink and muddy everything up. They've got to be a step closer. It opens the floor.
All right, 10:48, what you may have missed coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll talk a little hockey coming up at 11:05. Also, our weekly conversation with Kurt Heelan. Oh, I'm excited to see what Kurt has to say about last night. I'm sure he had a great time watching that one. It's all straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard alongside the coach, Tim Lacombe. And one of the things I've loved having you on staff is the fact that you now get to enjoy that Bar W beef, because you've gone there on your own before. You did a little reconnaissance, but now that you get a chance to see it up close and personal and to be able to cook it yourself, come on, it's a total game changer.
Well, it's cool because I'm like the listeners. I just listened over the last few years, and I've had the opportunity to listen to the great companies you work with. I was down in Nephi for something else, and I'm like, you know what? Scotty and Hans talk about this place all the time. I'm going. I went in and got a burger with pastrami on it. It made my day. So that was my first experience. And then I went down during the process of interviewing for the job and did a remote with you there and got to sit with Bart and tried some of the steakhouse stuff they were prepping and trying out, which was amazing. So they've got that element. But then also just the beef itself. I was able to acquire some beef while I was down there. And it's made all the difference because it's easy. I know I've got it, and then I taste it, and it makes a big difference. The taste to me was the differentiator.
The one thing that I love about Bar W, they're going to go out of their way to make sure that you get some of this beef into your home, or at least try it in some way, shape, or form. So you got multiple ways. Number one, you can drive to Nephi. They've got the retail location. They've got the Bar W Grill. They've got the Bar W Steakhouse, all right there off of exit 222 in Nephi. Also, you can have it shipped right to your home. There's subscription models, so it can show up every month to your house. You'll save money with that. And any order over $150 will be shipped to your house for free. That's right, no shipping costs whatsoever. And I might add, tomorrow, you and I will be in Spanish Fork at the Costco, Cal Ranch store. There you go. The Cal Ranch store down in Spanish Fork, where they will have that beef trucked up, and you can treat it like a retail location. It'll be right there, frozen, ready to go. So you got multiple ways in which you can try Bar W beef, whether it's cooked for you or you cook it at home, whatever you need, it's there for you. BarWbeef.com.
Utah is dry, but did you know it's one of the driest states in the country? Water runs Utah, and we can all do something to conserve it. SlowTheFlow.org has tons of tips for saving water. In fact, you could save up to 795,000 gallons of water this year with these simple changes, preserving Utah's beauty and economy. Visit SlowTheFlow.org to learn more and save a little money on your water bill.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow with Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with erectile dysfunction? You're not alone, and you don't have to live with it. At Mint Medical Clinic, we're helping Utah men get their confidence, their performance, and their relationships back with acoustic wave therapy. You already know it works. No pills, no needles, no surgery. You're in and out in about 10 minutes with 0 pain and 0 downtime. And it treats the root cause, not just the symptom. Pair that with our trifecta approach: acoustic wave therapy, hormone optimization, and peptide therapy together, and you've got the most complete men's health treatment in Utah. Right now, new patients get a free consultation, a complimentary blood flow ultrasound, and a free intimacy kit just for coming in. Locations in Sandy and Layton. Visit mintmedicalclinic.com or call 801-804-8000. That's mintmedicalclinic.com, mintmedicalclinic.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
House.
How good is that snare?
Oh, yeah.
Tighten that down nice.
You haven't lived until you hear Patrick Kinahan sing this song.
I probably have.
Yeah, no, you have everybody. Yeah.
He likes to sing, though, right? Like that dude?
Yeah.
He loves his music, too.
It's kind of toned down a little bit over the years, but boy, year 2, year 3, year 4 of that show, when he was hitting his stride, man, you couldn't go a segment without him singing.
DJ is so grateful that he's changed his ways.
Yes, we all have been. As he's evolved, thankfully, the music's kind of come down a little bit. All right, so Coach has got himself you've got a public service announcement.
Yes, I just want to help our listeners because I do believe we probably should know how to say the name of the best player in the world. Okay, so we had Jokic down just fine.
Yes.
Say it with me.
It took a little bit. Jokic. Yeah.
Jokic, okay? Yeah. Not Jokic, not, you can always go Joker if you make the J soft. But I'm hearing all sorts of names being thrown. I'm hearing Wembanyama. I'm hearing Wembayama.
Yes, yeah.
Wembayama.
Yeah.
It is, say it with me, 3 syllables. Wembanyama.
That's Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama.
Do we need to go Do we need to go Victor?
Victor.
That was a French pronunciation.
Wembanyama. But see, it's very distinct. Wembanyama. So when you're curious about it, just take a second
in English,
and think of that.
It is said as Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama.
I love that so much. That's got to be a part of things.
I like the music in the background's nice,
it's like
man.
He's just sitting there smoking a cigar and looking off to the camera. Wembanyama. Is that the most interesting man in the world?
More French basketball player. For reference in French, it's said as Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama. Therefore, in English, it is said
so much
as
better than I expected.
Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama.
I can almost sleep to that.
I like how you said during the break, you're like, it's like saying Michael Jordan. Like, maybe we should probably figure it out.
Yeah,
and look, I've been as guilty as anybody. That's why I just go Wemby. Because, it's like, there's a million ways to say it. So I'm just going to keep it. Even like
the hockey guys, by the way, they scare the hell out of me. Their names.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I struggle with the hockey.
Well, it's just like
Victor Wembanyama.
It's just like Ricard said there.
Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, dude, that was good.
We got to get music playing, and we can do. Is it Lloyd or is it Ricard?
Yeah.
Basketball player. For reference in French, it's said as Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama. Therefore, in English, it is said as Victor Wembanyama.
Okay, so let's all do it together.
All right, ready?
Because everybody needs to hear it. It's 3 syllables. Ready?
Yeah. Well, it's 4, actually. Yama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I went to the U.
Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Okay. So I think everybody's got it. That was a short segment. I figured we could work that PSA in there.
All right, here we go. All of us. 3, 2, 1. Victor. Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
You love that processing on that mic in there, man. Look at you.
His voice is stellar.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you talking about? You could do that. Come on. Give it.
No,
yes, you can.
Not that. You have that lower octave, man.
Scotty.
Wembanyama. Now, that doesn't hold a candle to you.
Victor Wembanyama.
They ought to throw that in the spelling bee.
Can you use that in a sentence?
Victor Wembanyama made a ridiculous 3 in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Made Chet Holmgren his.
Wembanyama.
Never mind.
People are looking for Chet now. People are looking for Chet now. Look at what you've done, Victor Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Are you speaking of Victor Wembanyama?
I'm going to have to say Victor, like Beehive Meals.
Beehive
Meals. I almost wore my Beehive hat today, but I couldn't.
By the way, that shirt, that's a nice little shirt they gave us.
It's very nice.
Very comfortable.
Very kind.
Yeah.
Buy their meals. They're wonderful people, and the meals are terrific.
So are their meals.
What's that?
Their meals are good, too.
Their mills? They have some of the finest grains.
Great meals and meals.
When I had some And by the way, he's a great guy, tweets us all the time. He's like, I kept thinking, I kept going to beehivemills.com and I couldn't find their website. I'm like, okay, Jack A., I know what you're doing. Stop it.
And see, that's called idahonics.
Yeah.
And now, like even now when Scotty says
meals. Did you mute him?
I'm taking,
you should mute him.
No, I'm not taking, he's great. I'm not taking the sword on this because there's plenty of Utah people that do it too. So I like,
but I think it's infiltrated from the north.
But I get it. I get it. If you're trying to look up Beehive Mills, then it's going to be a struggle. You're not going to get there.
I wonder if they have a pancake mix.
They might. The old Lehigh Mill.
I do. The
Lehigh
first time I heard it, in the car way back when, because it was pre-COVID, correct? Or was it after? Okay. I remember you guys talking about it, and that one of the first things I did was check it's like, man, Lehigh Roller Mills has got competition. Somebody's going to come back to these Footloose boys.
Like when I started doing sports radio, and I'd be doing, remember the time you spent listening. You're an update. Like, hey, Matt Harpering signed a 5-year deal with the Utah Jazz. And everybody'd be like, bro, did he sign for a pickle? I'm like, what are you, like, I don't even know what you're talking about. And then somebody, we had that doofus consultant came in and he was like, hey, you need to really work on that. I'm like, okay, thanks.
Shut up.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Rick.
Rick Scott. What a Delta Bravo that guy was. All right, 11 o'clock straight up, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll talk some hockey coming up next right here on The Zone.
It as Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama. Therefore, in English, it is said as Victor Wembanyama.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free, it's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Wednesday on KSL. Sometimes you find yourself on the wrong side of someone's bad intentions. Hey, why'd you steal my package? Why'd you steal it? Sometimes the court orders them to pay you back.
The total damages was $109,000.
How often are victims actually made whole?
At the end of the day, she paid $20,000.
A decade later, I'm going to let you know how much restitution I got and what it takes to get it. Why'd you steal my package? Pay back. Wednesday at 10.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful. Can we stop at a bathroom? Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what? It's been too long since we've talked hockey. Utah Mammoth out of the playoffs. We've kind of slipped back into NBA mode, but hey, let's talk a little hockey with Travis Yost from TSN. Kind enough to hang out with us. Travis, how you doing? You there? You there, Travis?
Yeah, you got me?
Okay, there we go. Now I got you. Hey, just how much fun have you had during these playoffs? Is this, for those of us that maybe not necessarily been dialed into NHL playoffs until over the last couple of years, now that the Mammoth here in Salt Lake City, how does this rank with some of the other playoffs you've seen in the past?
It's pretty darn good. I've been following the sport my whole life, and I give it a solid A- so far. And I think the great thing is you've still got the two consensus favorites in Carolina in the East and Colorado out West in the Final Four, both with, let's say, slightly more difficult matchups in the conference finals here against Montreal and Vegas, respectively. But, hockey is a sport, you love the parity. The upsets are not infrequent, and that's what draws people to the sport. But there's also like an element where, as a purist, you do want best on best when it matters most. And frankly speaking, I think you could have made the argument, Carolina and Colorado speak for themselves. Montreal and Buffalo, there was zero daylight between those two teams. An incredible Game 7 in overtime last night. Last night, by the way, side note, one of the greatest random sport nights in a long time between the double overtime game with the Spurs and then the overtime game between Buffalo and Montreal, basically side by side. So it's been a great tournament so far, and I think we've got two great matchups here in the conference finals.
Speaking of those two teams, Carolina obviously has had no trouble thus far in the playoffs, and you mentioned it last night. The Canadians win a big game to move on. What is historically, the rest versus rust look like in the NHL playoffs?
Yeah, so it typically skews a little bit towards you want the rest, but it's not as clean and simple as that. There are many, for every 1.5 examples you find of a team with rest obliterating their opponent, you will find an example of an upset the other way. So it's not as loudly directional as you would think, but I do think the real important story here is this is not just a rest advantage. Carolina has basically not played hockey in the last month. I mean, people have fixated on they've got this 12-day layoff for people who haven't been watching the Eastern Conference, Carolina swept Ottawa in the first round, then swept Philadelphia in the second round, and they will wait 12 days from Game 4 of the second round to Game 1 against Montreal, which is as long of a layoff in the modern NHL playoff format as I can ever recall. But it's actually deeper than that, because once you bring the Ottawa series into the fold, Carolina has only played 5 games in the last 26 days, which is like,
wow.
It's insane. It's like the off season.
I've been doing hockey analytics and stats stuff for 19 years now at this point. That's on the short list of things that I can never recall happening. And I got to imagine that there has been an occasionally super aggressive, very difficult practice from Rod Brindamore and that team, because how else do you keep – I mean, this is like the reverse training camp. You're like basically easing out of the season, but in the same breath, you're in the conference final. Meanwhile, Montreal just went through a gauntlet, including a 7-game series that went to overtime where there was zero daylight between them and Buffalo. So you don't just have a team that is like overly rested. You also have a very fatigued Montreal team coming in. But one thing about the Canadiens roster is they skew very young, and if there's one thing that can combat, fatigue, it's youthful legs, and the Canadiens have them all around the lineup.
So when you look at, early in the playoffs, I was looking at this and I was thinking, can Carolina hang with Colorado in a 7-game series? Now, as the longer it goes on, the more I'm thinking, I think they can. Now, I would still take Colorado in a 7-game series, but again, just projecting a little bit, if those two do meet up for it all, how do you think that plays out?
Well, first off, I think your guidance and your read of it is completely in line with the odds makers, which is always a good sign. But I'll go one step further. If you price a Stanley Cup matchup right now, Carolina-Colorado, Carolina would be the shortest underdog of any team in the league in that matchup against Colorado. They'd probably price, I think I saw markets were pricing Colorado at like 56, 57% implied probability to win that series, which is pretty significant when it comes to odds, but relative to who they could be playing, they might be a 2-1, 2.5-1 favorite against Montreal if it goes that way. So the interesting dynamic in that potential matchup, and frankly, no disrespect to Montreal, who's really exciting and fun to watch, especially at the top of the lineup. And I speak about the Vegas Golden Knights with insane reverence. I wrote in my article today, they sleepwalk to the second or third round of the playoffs every year at this point. It's almost boring at this point how good they are when it comes to April and May. But if you do get a Carolina-Colorado, the interesting matchup there is Colorado is known for two things. They play with an honestly unbelievable pace of play. And if you haven't watched an Avalanche game yet, I really encourage you, just watch it, period, and soak it in. I mean, the way they move the puck and get north-south, it really is unparalleled with one exception, and that is the Carolina Hurricanes. Carolina plays the exact same way stylistically. They are up and down the ice. They've got furbished skaters all around the lineup. And on top of that, where Colorado is extremely strong, I mean, it seems like they can score a goal on every other shift. Carolina is about as robust a defensive team as you will find. In the last 5 years, they are number 1 in expected goals against, number 2 by a rounding error in real goals against. So, if nothing else, Carolina is going to be a daunting defensive opponent to this Colorado team. For as good as Colorado is and how deadly their offense is, Carolina can bog down any team in the league, and Avalanche included in that group. I think the question there for Carolina is, okay, you can slow Colorado down, but where does your scoring come against Colorado, where their goaltending tandem just won the Jennings Trophy for best team save percentage? So really, now that I'm talking through it, you got me drooling at the match. And now Montreal and Vegas will both win Game 1 on the road, and you'll have me on next week talking about Montreal-Vegas. So who knows here?
Well, on the Vegas Colorado that gets started tonight. What is your expectation? It seems as though it's similar to a similar type of matchup with the Mammoth wanting to get out in transition. Vegas, obviously, very, very strong and physical. Can that physicality chip away at Colorado, or is Colorado just too elusive?
I think it can. And by the way, I think the biggest wild card of the 4 teams, like with no reservation whatsoever, are the Vegas Golden Knights. I mentioned that this team sleepwalks the playoffs every year because they do. They are a very talented team. This has been the regular season for the Golden Knights was about as trying and disappointing as a season they've really had as an expansion team. They looked slow at times, which is very uncommon for them, and the goaltending was a complete nightmare. And people forget they fired their coach with 3 weeks left in the season. With 3 weeks left in the season, they fired their head coach, bring in John Tortorella. They play a tomato can schedule to finish the regular season and dominate. They play a live Utah team in the first round. And I came on here a few weeks ago when we were talking the Utah-Vegas series, and I thought whoever won that matchup was going to win the Pacific and get into the third round against likely Colorado. Vegas dispatches Utah in a really good 6-game series. They make light work of Anaheim in the second round. And now there's an interesting question of like, okay, did Vegas find their game, new coach, new voice in the room? How much do you put weight into the recent results where Vegas just looks much better stylistically? Their back forechecking nightmare. They completely paralyzed the Ducks in that second round. Like in years past, you would assume Vegas is a very live underdog against Colorado. And by the way, rosters change a lot in the NHL, but it was 5 years ago that a similarly veteran Vegas team dispatched a similarly veteran Colorado team in 6 games in the second round, with a lot of the core players still remaining on both sides of the aisle. So could Vegas win the series? Yes. And by the way, Vegas has one of the toughest teams to beat when they're on home ice that exists in the NHL. But, in a lot of scenarios, I could have talked myself into, I think Vegas has found their groove, and I think they can pull off an upset. And if it was Vegas-Carolina, I think would be considering an upset a little bit more. I do think Colorado just has too much firepower further on down the lineup. But I think, my conference final preview, I had both series going 6 games and given deference to the favorites here in Carolina and Colorado. But I would say unequivocally Vegas is the biggest wild card of the 4 teams. I mean, we could see Vegas look a lot like they did in February and March, and Colorado wins that series in 5 games. Or we can see this team that'll forecheck you into oblivion like they did against Utah and Anaheim, and that series could go the distance.
Well, you talk about Utah, and there's a reason why I think we haven't talked a lot of hockey since Utah got dispatched, because it was a little painful. I mean, Utah was in Vegas, and they were 52 seconds away from taking a 3-2 advantage back to Salt Lake City. Instead, they give up that late goal, lose in overtime, and then get blitzed in game number 6. So, when you look at where Utah is in compared to Vegas, and for the most part, that was a very closely played series. How far along do you think Utah is before they're in the mix here when you talk about the Final Four of the NHL?
I think they're very close. Let's talk about a few different things. Number one, this very talented roster, which was one of the better teams in the entire league at 5-on-5, which is the single most important indicator of future performance. This Mammoth team has the exact right mix, especially, a little more seasoned and veteran on the blue line. All of those guys returning next year, by the way, with a really nice dash and sprinkle of young scoring talent. Dylan Gunther, Logan Cooley. I mean, I could make the argument all day long, despite a couple of really dumb penalties. I thought Logan Cooley was the best player on either team in that first round series against Vegas. And quite frankly, I thought they basically played to break even. I thought Utah and Vegas were indiscernible from one another. I thought Vegas's forecheck and defensive play was a little bit stronger. I thought Utah clearly scared them when they were on the attack, because the Mammoth were so good all year in transition and on rush opportunities. There is so much to like about this roster. They've got nearly $15 million in cap space going into the offseason, and they do have to get a backup goalie in all likelihood. It should come relatively cheap. They got to make a couple of investments, but there is an opportunity, should they choose, to add significantly this summer. And I think the really interesting question, I think, here, and maybe the number one question for the Mammoth is, how much more will development of these younger players, and when I say younger, I'm talking 23 and unders. We Clayton Keller, even though we can call him young, he's a known commodity, right? He's established. We know what we're getting from him. But a guy like Gunther, some of these prospects that we expect to come up over the next year or two, how much more can we really tap into that? And does that become a differentiating factor next year? Or do we even need to add further to this lineup? And I think, by the way, and the reason I bring this up is if they say, hey, look, we want to reload and add one more time, we've got a stable of young picks and young prospects and developed NHL players that we could package together in a big trade. Like, I think Utah, San Jose, maybe 1A, 1B in terms of teams that could really acquire a big fish this summer if they so choose. I think San Jose maybe has a little bit more urgency because they're a little thinner in the talent department. This Utah roster is very good, and I'm not. Again, I picked them to beat Vegas in 7 games in the first round. That's how well I thought of this team, and I think they would have beaten Anaheim and Edmonton as well. So I think they got the toughest. I think they got the toughest of the matchups. Unfortunately for Utah, and that's just kind of the reality of being the crossover team and the way the math shaked out. But I think the fascinating question is, do we keep our powder dry maybe towards the trade deadline and really add at the margins this summer? Free agency is very thin on talent. Or do we look this summer to make a big splash, to make a big trade? And if they do choose that path, I think they're on a very short list of teams who could create some of the most interesting compensation packages for potential sellers.
So you mentioned the $15-16 million in cap space. You know, we're used to NBA numbers where that doesn't really get you much. But in the NHL world, how much flexibility does that give you?
That's quite a bit. I mean, the salary cap is in the 107, 108. The cap ceiling next year, and Utah will be well above the cap floor. So their roster, they could just completely run it back. But and let's say a marquee player who's not on his entry-level contract. So I'm not talking about acquiring a 21-year-old who's a top 10 player in the league who's making $800,000 because you are going to pay a king's ransom for that type player. What I'm talking about, let's just say hypothetically, you have a team in Toronto that's like, hey, look, we actually, now that we landed the number 1 overall pick and we're going to Gavin McKenna, like maybe, and by the way, we're off the worst year of Austin Matthews' career, maybe he is a guy we can move on from. We just moved on from Mitch Marner for nothing, and we don't want to make that same mistake twice. If a player like Austin Matthews becomes available and his name is very loudly available in the media, how the Maple Leafs' new brain trust is thinking about that, we have no idea. Those are the type of guys, though, that are, they're 10, 11, 12, $13 million against annual cap hit. So it's a significant addition. But when I say Utah's got $14 million, let's call it $13 million after they spend on the goalie, on the backup goalie. Like, you can pretty much add a top-tier, established, high-paid player. The question is, 1, what are you willing to give up? That's always the billion-dollar question. And 2, if you make the big move for a player, let's just say hypothetically like Matthews, your powder is no longer dry anymore. You've pretty much fired all the bullets in the chamber here, and that team – expectations go from, oh, yeah, we were this fun, exciting, up-tempo team that got a wild card berth and put a serious scare into a conference finalist. I think the math and the bar go up, right? It's now we've got to win a round or two in the playoffs, and there should be real expectations on a team like that.
You mentioned Carolina's defense, and Frederick Anderson's numbers have been elite. How much is Carolina's run defensively driven by the goaltending as opposed to, their scheme and their team play?
I think it's more so the defensive play. I mean, Freddie Anderson's on an absolute heater. He's a reliable goalie. We've seen him play many years, but he's about 3 standard deviations above his historical average, which, those things always come back down to earth. But the reason why I give a lot of deference to Carolina and why I think they're such an elite team, if just watch a Hurricanes game, I'll juxtapose it again. You watch a Colorado game, they're flying all over the ice. You watch a Carolina game, the thing you notice is the other team never has the puck. Carolina has the puck, or they're dumping the puck in and they're forechecking you into oblivion. Teams spend inordinate amounts of time trying to just get possession of the puck, let alone to set up an offense in the offensive third. And that is why Carolina has been so hard to beat. one of the interesting dynamics coming into the series, by the way, they're playing a Montreal team who surprisingly might be the team that had the most success against Carolina this year. They beat them all 3 games, which is rare to begin with. They outscored them 15-8. Carolina goalies only stopped 75% of the shots, so it was a pretty much goaltending meltdown in those games. How much you want to put into that? I think that's always a subject for debate. But one thing that I took away, the last game they played in mid-March, Montreal, I think they won 3-1. Don't quote me on it. I think it was 3-1. Carolina outshot Montreal. Shot attempts were 100-44 in the game, and that's kind of the point. You never ever see a team with 100 shot attempts in a regulation game. It's unheard of. I mean, you're taking almost a shot and a half a minute. But that is how Carolina plays. They kill you through death by 1,000 paper cuts. It is nonstop volume. They always have possession of the puck, and that is why they're going to be such a difficult opponent for this Montreal team that does have talent, but I think they're going to spend a lot of time defending in this series.
$100,000 fine for Tortorella. That's not chump change, but a second-round pick. That seems like a heavy price, which, by the way, I love. As a member of the media, yeah, absolutely. Ding these guys good. But is there a precedence for this, or is this kind of uncharted territory for the NHL and the media policy?
It's not uncharted. It's pretty uncharted for the media policy, but you know where it's not uncharted? The league does not like being embarrassed, and the league definitely does not like when they have to remind you twice of something. I know this firsthand, by the way. I also know it the same way that you guys do, reading the media. And the one thing I would go back to a few years ago, and this is like an inside baseball random story, but it's a great one. There was a trade that the Vegas Golden Knights, ironically, and the Ottawa Senators were trying to engineer. And Ottawa, let's just say, was not exactly forthright about a partial no-trade list for a player at the time, Evgeny Dadonov. And because the league thought it was unbecoming, I mean, it's either reckless or negligent. You take the pick of the two, that they didn't disclose what this player's partial no-trade list looks like, blah, blah, blah. They slapped a first-round pick penalty on the Ottawa Senators, which was, I mean, you slap a first-round pick on anyone, it doesn't matter the sport. That's going to resonate loudly, and so it's been some time since we've seen a punishment quite like this. But here's what happened: the NHL, I am 100% sure, and they even disclosed this in the PR release, that they had already previously warned Vegas. And by the way, this is the double-edged sword of John Tortorella. Like, the guy is experienced. There are teams, especially veteran teams, that seem to like the cut of his jib. And by the way, I think a veteran team is what Tortorella needs. Like, when he was with the Flyers a year or 2 years ago, like, he doesn't have the patience for 21-year-olds making mistakes, and they don't have the patience for him. They need to be managed differently. It's like oil and water. The Vegas Golden Knights really were a perfect roster for a veteran coach, a veteran team to kind of coexist. But the guy holds grudges. I mean, this is not his 10th run-in with the media. He's very famous blow-ups with Larry Brooks in New York in the past when he was with the Rangers. Clearly, the NHL pulled Vegas into a room and said, don't do this again. Vegas did exactly that. Tortorella wasn't out on the handshake line. He didn't do the media. And the reports are, whether you believe it or not, TBD, but the reports were that Vegas was upset that the league suspended Braden McNabb an extra game for a penalty that he actually had a major on in the game. Vegas was upset about that, so the league took that as, hey, you're showtiming us. Here you go. Here's a second-round pick. I do expect that the league may walk that down because they were pretty transparent that they are calling the Golden Knights brass to New York City, which I assume is going to be we're going to make you sweat in this room for an hour and a half, and you're going to hear what we say one last time. I do think their likely outcome is they walk that second round pick penalty down. But I do think some sort of penalty is going to stick beyond the $100,000 fine. And that, again, that's the trade-off you're making when you're hiring a guy like Tortorella. And I got to be honest, like, if I'm the Vegas Golden Knights, like, yes, he got me to the conference final. You cannot understate how important that is. But losing a second-round pick is a big deal, and I'm sure there were some tough conversations in Vegas as well.
So Vegas seems like the kind of organization where if you make eye contact with somebody in a hallway, you're going to get fired for it. So is this In hindsight, outside of the fine and the second-round pick, just the way that this team responded, was this the right move to make that coaching change?
It's the easy answer is to say yes. Let me say it. Let me answer two different ways. The first way is I do think it was the right time. As crazy as it was late in the season, Vegas was playing horribly. They were no longer responding to Cassidy. I think the termination, although very, very surprising, especially considering Cassidy's track record and Vegas's track record, the Golden Knights, and I give them more credit for this than I think most people. They don't care how long you've been with the team. They don't care anything whatsoever. It's what have you done for me lately? And I quite frankly think organizations that run like that, net tend to do better. But there's a line between aggressive management and like bloodlust, and Vegas takes it to the extreme. I do think there is still a very open question if Tortorella is the right fit for this team. It's very hard to say that now because the team's winning under him, and clearly the roster is responding to him. He's got their best players going, including Mitch Marner, who's leading the playoffs in scoring. And if you know anything about Mitch Marner, you know him leading the playoffs in scoring is a pretty big deal. So I think Tortorella deserves a lot of credit. But in terms of a fit, like, is Tortorella the coach of Vegas next year if they lose in 5 or 6 to Colorado? I think that's a very much open question. I don't think that they see beating Utah, Anaheim, and 2 weeks of slapping around Calgary and Vancouver at the end of the regular season in and of itself justifies him keeping his job beyond this year. So could Vegas, say, hey, thanks for stepping in, Torts, but we're actually going to look into a new coaching hire around the market this summer? If and when they're eliminated, I think that's very possible if they lose to Colorado. If they get to a Stanley Cup with Tortorella, though, I think the odds of him staying increase.
Travis, great conversation, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's do it again soon.
Anytime. We can do the Montreal-Vegas preview for the Stanley Cup in 2 weeks. And we'll all laugh about how wrong we were.
Thanks, Travis. Awesome. Travis Yost from TSN right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Good stuff, man. We need to make him a regular.
I like the tomato can.
Yeah.
Beat a couple tomato cans.
Hey, we'll take a break. Come back. Good, the bad, the ugly. Straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday Sunday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account without penalties or taxes. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Coach, one of my all-time favorite cities is Nashville. Love everything about Nashville. They will be, in 2030, hosting the Super Bowl. I think that is that needs to be a trip for the show.
Let's get that. I mean, you asked for vacation about 8 months early, so we probably should get on that one if we're going to get it approved. What year are we in? We have 4 years.
All right. I may have misspoke once and said that I needed time off in February. What I meant was May. I don't know where I got February, but
it threw me for a loop.
But just know that you don't need to go that far in advance.
I'm expecting to have surgery in 2028.
Well, I think you and I are going to come down with some kind of mystery illness in February of 2030 because Nashville, already a great city, Nashville hosting a Super Bowl, yes.
And honestly, the only cure for the illness we're going to have is hot chicken and country music.
Yep.
And football.
Honestly.
I thought you said something else.
Hot chicken.
There is very little that is more entertaining than just sitting in a little bit of a dive bar, sipping on a Diet Coke, and watching a band perform live. And they could be great. They could be awful. It doesn't matter. It's just awesome.
You're in Nashville. And
yes.
Most bands
sipping on a Diet Coke, that sounds splendid.
Oh, it has Splenda?
Yes.
Lloyd, we don't all go after the rusty nails like you do. Like some
oh,
of us,
come on. We need more rusty nails in our life.
Some of us are Raider fans, right?
Yeah.
We live a little every now and again.
Yeah. Me as a Broncos fan, just give me the Diet Coke and maybe
an Orange Crush.
Maybe some pretzels.
Some Orange Crush, yeah. Nice.
Man, my kid's drinking a lot of orange soda. Like, is that making a comeback?
Orange Crush is good. Yeah, we got some in the fridge. We have a little bit in the fridge.
I mean, it's solid, but it's not never anything I ever went out of my way to try to get. Like, if I'm at a gas station, I'm like, hey, the pops are like, hey, go grab a drink. So you go over to the, fridge, and I'm like, all right, we got this. Ooh, I'm going to go orange.
You're right. It's more of a youth. It's a kid's thing, I think.
I went through that phase. McDonald's, I was guilty every single time. Give me the orange soda.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I think from 5 to 8, I was pretty much addicted to orange soda. But I worked through it.
Okay. So, like, if it's offered to you, let's say somebody comes in like, hey, I got this 20-ounce. Would you be all about it right now?
I'd say, do you have anything to mix it with?
All right, there's your
like Sprite, give us some contrast.
Let's kind of dilute it a little bit. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Well, your NFL Offensive Player of the Year, Jackson Smith-Jigba, earns that honor. Well, he finally got his trophy sent to him. And so he opens up the mail and he pulls out the trophy, and let's just say he's not overly thrilled with it.
No, I really want to expose them, though. It's getting disrespectful, guys. Defense, come on, bro. One word, man.
He posted a video of himself pulling the trophy out of the box, taking off the paper, and it's saying his name and then Defensive Player of the Year. And he's like, come on, this is disrespectful. I'm the Offensive Player of the Year, not the Defensive Player of the Year. That seems like a little bit of a crazy oversight there.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that he called him out. There's always good fodder if you watch closely, stuff like this, and ESPN was quick to jump on it. It's akin to calling the best player in the world Kumbayama.
Kumbayama.
I mean, everything's in play with his name. We just got to figure it out.
Yeah.
I wish we had some sort of sound that would...
If there was only anything that we had of a pronunciation guide...
That was French-ish.
It had a little bit of a French flair to it.
Victor Wembanyama.
There it is.
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah. If I closed my eyes and you had music playing, is it Lloyd or is it Memorex?
Oh, wow. By the way, there's also a typo on the trophy. There's no space between the words the and year. So it's Defensive Player of the Year. There's no space in between the and year. Come on. Who's doing quality control over there at the NFL? This man's your Offensive Player of the Year. It's not like he got a trophy for Mr. Irrelevant or something like that. This is a big-time award.
It's not like we're in high school graduation season where they think up something for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, your offense was taken. Your Defensive Player of the Year. Okay, Jackson, you just live with it.
Show the man a little respect, for crying out loud.
You have like 2 total awards. You have an Offensive and a Defensive Player of the Year. You got to get these right.
Yeah.
It's not like you're putting out a bunch and a bunch of printing off, and it's like, oh, man, we just misprinted here. Because this is like our 78th trophy we had to do. Sorry.
I know, right? It wasn't an offensive player of each team. You didn't print out 32 of these things.
2. There's 2 total.
1, 2.
Do better, NFL.
Come on. You're printing money there at the league offices. Can't you get a trophy right, for crying out loud?
There's no frills league.
So, all right. So I had when you win a conference championship, the team gets rings in college. Well, for some reason, did you guys take care of Rubel? Like, would Rubes get a ring?
Always.
See, they had that up until this last athletic director. She didn't. Yeah, we got sideways, so I didn't get a ring on that one. But they've always been kind enough to give me a ring, which is like way unnecessary because I had nothing to do with it. Like, I'm just tagging around calling games.
Oh, stop!
I like it when you wear that around your necklace.
Stop it. Although,
guys, what's up?
When I was chatting with, I think I took a picture of it too because I want to show you the guy that was the play-by-play guy of Villanova. And before the NCAA tournament game, we were kind of going over notes, and he had the big national championship ring. I'm like,
He's like, look at this note right here.
I'm like, take that off, man. You didn't win a national championship. Stop it. But anyway, they're nice to, kind of keep in a drawer somewhere. Well, one of them had my name on it, which was awesome, and then I realized they misspelled the name. Which, it's like,
Goddard. Scotty
Garrad. No last R. So they missed the third R.
Gerard. My name's Scotty Gerard.
Victor Gerard. And anyway, did I say anything? No. Because guess what? For me, doesn't mean anything.
Hey, guys, sorry. Thanks for the ring.
Who's going to be
you needed to be taken a bit more serious.
Who's going to be the broadcaster? Like, hey, guys, my name. No, you just say. You just say thank you, and I appreciate you even thinking of me, and I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
What is that old saying? Squeaky wheel gets the grease?
No, not
you need to be the squeaky wheel.
No.
You deserve it.
The only time I'm getting a squeaky wheel is when they make me share a room with Ajay. Then the squeaky wheel comes out a little bit. But other than that, I keep my mouth shut.
Actually, no, you actually let that slide. You and Ajay do share.
Nobody cares, Ajay.
I did let that slide.
Isn't that what you told him?
Yeah, nobody cares. Hey, you see that little on-off switch?
I got a quick ring story for you.
Yeah?
So I was at University of Utah. We beat New Mexico in Albuquerque. My guy, Chris Hill, who was just on the air yesterday, was the AD.
Yeah.
And we beat him in the pit pretty good. Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, all's fair in love and war. So while the guys are out there, things get carried away the night they win the championship. And let's just say there was some recompense that needed to be made by a couple of dudes. Well, the athletic department got the bill, and they said, hey, we're just dividing this amongst every single person on that trip. So, I'm a young manager. I wasn't even with the guys. I was asleep. Trying to raise my family. So I go in and I schedule an appointment with Dr. Hill. I walk in, and he, I'm a manager, so he's got about as much time for me as nothing. But I get in there, and I say, hey, man, I was asleep. I didn't do any of this. Is there any way, I don't have to pay my $300 share?
You know how much I'm making here. So.
Right, which is zero. And he goes, hey, that's if you're going to be on the team, then you got to pay. You a part of it? You a part of the team? It's like, all right. So about 3 weeks later, our championship rings came. And, man, wouldn't you know it? I was part of the team, but I didn't get a ring.
See?
So, that one always kind of bothered me a little bit. But I got rings of my own. It's okay.
As it should, though, honestly.
You're part of the team. I love Chris, though. I don't want to, I'm not. It's just, I like when stuff comes to light.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look. It's got to go both ways.
He had to make a decision. I respect it. But I was part of the team, and then I wasn't.
It was funny. I was at this football banquet where they're handing out some rings, and there was a significant donor, and they had a ring for him. And I'm like, well, that's cool. You gave, and the director of ops was like, well, who do you think paid for him? Of course we're going to give it to him. I'm like, oh,
there it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
That makes sense.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There you go. Good, the bad, the ugly, right here on the Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, listen up, folks. You only have one more day of this deal. An incredible amount of savings if you get your carpets cleaned courtesy of Zero Res. You call Zero Res right now, 866-ZERO-RES, or you go online at zerores.com and you book your appointment, and you will lock in the rate of $35 per room clean. That's right. That Zero-Res patented water technology that's going to dry faster. They're going to stay cleaner longer. They're going to look better than anybody else out there. No crunchy carpet, none of that nonsense. Zero-Res is going to come to your home and clean your carpets for just $35 per room. But that ends today. All you have to do is call in, lock in that appointment, and that's going to lock in your rate. So call 866-ZERO-RES, spelled the same, forwards or backwards. It's the right way to clean. It's 866-ZERO-RES or zerores.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. and even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, Flat Top Meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Doug Wright, and I'm here with Monty from Connecticut Quality Water Systems of Salt Lake, an authorized Connecticut independent dealer. Now, Monty, don't all of the other water softeners require us to basically trust our home's water to electronics? If a power surge happens, a fried circuit board, or the power just goes out suddenly, aren't you back to scrubbing hard water scale and dry skin?
Yes, we believe the best technology is simple. That's why Connecticut's premium systems are non-electric. While other softeners rely on finicky computers and electronics, Connecticut runs on the kinetic energy of moving water. Nothing to plug in, no buttons to push, and zero electricity.
I've had a Connecticut soft water system in my home for many years, and I've never had to do anything to it except occasionally add a little salt. And I love that it never requires me to set or program anything. Dee loves that she always has the soft water. So do what I did and go to softwaterutah.com to learn how your family can enjoy the benefits of soft water without the hassles of traditional water softeners. That's softwaterutah.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and Tacoma Rainiers open up a 6-game series. First pitch at 6:35 every night this week. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Then on Saturday, Real Salt Lake's at Minnesota. That game will get underway at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Tacoma Rainiers visit the Salt Lake Bees at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@KSL.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. We do it every day from 10 to 2. Thanks for making us part of your day. Wow, there we go. Now we're coming in strong. Dude, you were showing me the video that Led Zeppelin tribute band. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it was Thursday night, so I didn't talk to you Friday, but went Thursday, and it's John Bonham's son, who's the original drummer of Led Zeppelin. It's really actually kind of touching because, he grew up watching his dad, and after his dad died and Zeppelin's music kind of died, he got a super band together, and they just basically play the hits. And they played at the Union, which was a cool place over behind Delta Center. I'd never been there. And they put on a show for 2 hours, just rocked me. I closed my eyes, and I was in, 1975. It was incredible. They were incredible.
Yeah, the video you sent me, and then we were just watching during the break. Geez, those dudes had it dialed in.
Listeners, if you don't know, I love music.
I think that's been pretty well established. Yeah. But, if you're new to the show, Coach is a music nerd. Or have you always been that way? I mean, obviously you had the band, but this is a get-to-know-you segment.
Yeah, my mom taught dance My mom taught dance when I was a kid. And so I was always around music,
Okay.
it seemed. And she was always choreographing, having music play.
Did you tap dance?
I did.
Wow. There we go. Did you clog?
I did not.
Okay.
There are pictures out there that if they got out, let's just say there'd be a lot of laughing.
Oh, yeah, you and me both.
Me as Donald Duck.
Oh, really?
Did you tap dance?
No, I didn't tap dance, no.
Clog?
No, our guy, Hans, did. He did the step,
On this
slide.
one?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was a clogger.
Step,
I would
slide.
give anything to see that big SOB flopping around.
Well,
out
that's
there.
what he said, that he ended up having to quit because he got body shamed by the other cloggers. And that was before he got overly aggressive, so he just kind of walked away. And then I think that fueled his anger for what he eventually turned into.
I'm going to be a football player, not a clogger.
Yeah, and then
Fueled his anger for like the next 40 years.
Yes.
That could actually be one of those stupid films made where a guy, big old guy is clogger and just not working. So almost like a Bobby Boucher.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it's almost like The Blind Side. But, this family pulls him out of the clogging group and puts him on the offensive line.
What? This footwork's kind of similar.
My boys know he's no clogger. He's a football player.
When I pick up my right side to go pull, it's similar to doing a moon over my hammy, which is a clogging move. See?
Yes. By the way, we got to spend some time talking about this. A little bit later on, this super staff there at LSU.
Oh, my gosh. They are – and my guy Schroyer's there. We got to get him on the horn. Can we make that happen? Let's get him on the show sometime.
What time do you want him on? I bet he'd just come on anytime.
Let's see if he comes on. You have his ear.
He and I got to be we went back and forth a little bit during the because he wanted that Utah State job.
So if you don't know, LSU has basically went out and hired a guy who was there before, who was making deals with very, very solid deals, in fact, with prospects. But the problem was there was no NIL at the time. So he was shown the door from the NCAA for a few years, came back through the good graces, of doing his time. And he goes to McNeese State, who Heath Schroyer's the AD at the time there.
Yep.
And they go on a great historic basketball run.
Remember the kid with the boom box coming down the tunnel?
That guy.
Yeah.
That guy. So everybody that this Will Wade gets around, it's interesting. So anyway, he leaves McNeese, goes to LSU. They haven't signed a ton of guys. Everybody's wondering what they're doing. And today they get a commitment from a guy who played in the NBA twice.
Twice? The guy's been in the NBA twice. And now he's somehow being allowed to play college basketball.
They're probably trying to just every single thing they can and push it. They'll get a attaboy judge in Louisiana, say anything good for you guys is good for me.
By the way, the judge that's in charge of the Brandon Sorsby case apparently is a diehard. He got his undergrad and his law degree at Texas Tech.
Didn't he pose with
a picture of him and the guy doing guns up? And
that sounds like that's going to go real fair.
Yeah. So
unbiased.
I think no pun intended. I think the odds of Brandon Sorsby playing football next year at Texas Tech just went up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, if that guy's making the decision, him and him only, but that's what makes this also interesting is, again, there's no real ultimate controls going to judges and those sorts of things. I can't imagine he'll play, but I won't be shocked.
Yeah. By the way, your coaching staff at LSU, Will Wade, head coach, Rick Stansberry, associate head coach. You know of Rick.
Hey, Rick's money's good money.
Well,
you can bank on Rick's money.
When your nickname is Slick Rick in the recruiting world, there's probably a good reason. I don't know who Johnny Jones is. He's an assistant coach.
Johnny Jones is he actually was a head coach, a former assistant, but a head coach at, if I'm not mistaken, in Denton, North Texas.
North Texas?
Yeah.
Okay. And then former Trailblazer and I believe Pacific head coach Damon Stoudemire on that staff.
Boy, these guys know what they're doing.
Yeah. And then do you know Vernon Hamilton?
Don't know Vern.
He looks like a young dude. He's also on the staff.
Okay.
But
Vern's going to run all the errands.
Yeah.
And the other dudes are going to get all the heavy lifting done.
Let's just say that is a staff that's built to recruit and be very creative in how they recruit.
Absolutely. And you got to be. There was the period in time where everybody went overseas and started getting guys in Australia. You find loopholes, man, and I don't know anybody better at finding loopholes than Will Wade and Heath Schroer.
Yeah.
So hold on to your hats. We'll see what ends up. They may have like 4 All-Stars next year that just decided to give up their NBA status and go back to LSU.
When you see Victor announcing that he's leaving the NBA and going to LSU, and that LSU would find a way. Somehow.
Give me a pronunciation, Lloyd. From you. Just from you.
How do you pronounce that name?
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
See, it's easy, people.
Yes. Not that hard.
Wembanyama.
See, now I'm nervous about doing it, though, because it's like you guys are like hyenas ready to attack.
Well, Tim's looking to attack anybody right now.
Well, Lloyd, you look to
He's
attack.
coming in swinging.
Not
on
anything.
I'm a changed man. I've turned a new leaf.
How did I come
in the
in
last
swinging?
hour?
No. Like in the last, since the 20th of April.
How did I come in
I don't know
swinging?
what changed, but something changed.
I'm just saying, it's like
I'm a different man.
Although I have worked quarterback room every now and then just for fun for my guy.
You have. Then I follow it up with, so that depth you speak of in your quarterback depth chart.
Hey, it's high noon, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know who's got some opinions after last night? Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com. We will chat with him straight ahead. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Hey,
I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's high noon up and down the Wasatch Front, and Scotty and the coach are just getting started.
If your kids these days, you just only know Shaq from inside the NBA, or maybe the later years when he was hopping team to team and was a little out of shape and bigger than he needed to be. You go back and you watch those early 1, 2, 3 years when he was in Orlando, when he was svelte, and that dude changed. You watched him, you're like, he's changing the game. Shaq changed the game.
With sheer force, and you're exactly right, there was a revolution when Shaq came, no question.
And what we're seeing now is Wemby doing that. Wemby is changing the game of basketball. Not that you can replicate it, because you can't. You can't replicate Wemby, or we'd all be trying to go to the dinosaur DNA with the old dude on the island and trying to recreate. You can't. That dude is one of one.
Welcome to Jurassic Park. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone, fired up to chat with Kurt Heelan. He'll join us hopefully here in just a moment. Let's go.
That bass line is like Lloyd's voice.
Where are you at on the Clash?
Oh, I love the Clash. I love all that old stuff. I mean, I don't live in it, but...
Yeah. Oh, is that the Ramones? Oh, I thought it was Clash. That's my bad. Yeesh. That's horrible. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I thought you were asking me about the Clash.
I thought I'd help you because we're with this musical guy.
Well, yeah, I know. No, I appreciate it.
I can see him judging.
Yeah, no.
I should have just said that in your ear. So
yeah,
you
should.
You know what? That's my
feel
bad.
free to judge away.
Well, let's Krieg Bop.
Yeah. Ramones.
I love the Ramones. Like, I'm more into the Ramones than the Clash.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Joey Ramone. He's like Patrick Kinahan as the lead man, just attitude galore. You know, PK's from New York.
Jersey, yeah.
20 minutes out of the city.
It depends on what's beneficial, whether he's from Jersey,
who he's talking to,
or whether he's from Arizona, or whether he's from Utah,
or LA.
Well, I don't think he claims Utah one bit.
LA. If it's to his advantage, he'll.
Yeah, I don't
know. What's the? Yeah, I was writing for the Daily Breeze.
The Daily Breeze. Yeah.
We would park right next to Dodger Stadium. They had this great. I listen to those guys too, don't you know?
Yeah. You can pick up
every day.
You can pick up some tendencies there. All right, Kurt's expected to join us coming up here in just a moment. I just texted our guy Heath Schroyer. and I'm waiting to hear back. I would love to get Heath on the air with us.
Like, I'm negotiating a deal with David Falk right now. Trying to get a guy out of the NBA.
Would not be surprised whatsoever. All right, so NBA, you've got game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals coming up tonight. Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers, after that big Game 7 blowout victory over Detroit, now they punch their ticket as they will be in Madison Square Garden taking on the Knicks. Not a lot of people giving the Cavs a shot here, but after what we've seen from Donovan in Game 7, I don't see why. Look, I will still pick the Knicks, but I don't see why Cleveland can't hang with them a bit.
Well, they won the season series 2-1, and I do think what we saw in Game 7 was the best version of what the Cavs can be. So we'll get Kurt's thoughts on all this. Curious.
Well, here he is, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. We saw a game that I think a lot of us are going to remember for a long, long time, as Victor just announced his presence in the NBA on a big, big scene last night. So the cheat code is very real, and I don't know how you combat that when you have a performance like that, Kurt.
So can the Jazz trade the number 2 pick to get out of the West for like 5 years?
Ooh, I like that. I like that idea.
Because I'm not sure what else you do. That was him. I mean, the funny, crazy thing is, like, I came out of that and wrote a story today. Like, that kind of announces him as the best player on the planet. Like, he is now, to me, maybe past Jokic and SGA. And if that's the case, he's 22, and if you watch him, he's still experimenting. He's still learning. He hasn't put it all together yet, and he's already this guy. They're such a good and deep team. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is out, so you plug in Dylan Harper, and he's just unbelievable and physical and gets to the rim, and their defense doesn't suffer. And that's just an incredibly well-built team. And this, I think you get a better Spurs Thunder game next week, but this feels like 7 to me, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
Don't you feel like the shot that he hit that we now have learned was 32.3 feet from the basket?
Oh, did they up it? Okay.
Kurt Goldsberry, the nerd himself, said he marked it at 32.3.
Which
that makes a lot more sense, because when I saw the official timeline thing and they said 27, and I'm like,
no,
that was not 3 feet behind the line. That was way more than that. And I think I put it in a story and then pulled it later because I'm like, that's just not right. That's some hometown cooking from whoever put that in the books, KC. But yeah, that shot, that's the thing that makes him, I mean, aside the ability to kind of raise his game up and then find a second wind in the 9 points and a block and 3 rebounds or whatever it was in the second overtime, when everybody on the floor was just gassed, is part of it. But there's just not anybody like that who can, hey, game's on the line. You know what we need is a pull-up 3. I'm the 7'4" guy. I'm just going to take the ball over half court and pull up from 32 feet.
Like it was nothing. Like he was shooting it. For most guys, it was like a restricted area.
It wasn't
shot.
An end of a shot clock. It wasn't a desperation heave. Just, you know what? Oh, I'm open. All right, I'll crank this thing.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was obviously, it's been compared to Curry a lot, but it's Curry or Thompson-esque in the sense that, like, you're just comfortable. Like, I can hit that. I can knock that down and tie the game, and it ended up forcing that second overtime. It was head shaking at the time. Yeah, I'm at home. I haven't traveled to this series yet. I'll do that probably later in the series. And my wife came into the room like, "What happened? Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I was just reacting. Sorry."
There's just certain moments where I think all of us will just remember. And to me, to your point, like, it was great and it was an awesome game and there were so many awesome moments in that game. But I came away a little depressed because it's like, hey, I think the window for a lot of teams in the NBA just slammed shut because San Antonio just said, hey, even if we don't beat Oklahoma City in this series, we're going to win a lot of titles, and good luck trying to win an MVP for the next 5 or 6 years because our guy's going to lock that down too.
Yeah, he's going to pull the Olajuwon double more than a few times next year. If if you're betting against him for Defensive Player of the Year, by the way, now you're just betting against him playing 65 games.
Yeah.
That's the only bet. Literally the only bet. That's going to be a challenge. I mean, things change fast in the NBA, and look, the salary cap's coming for the Thunder in the next couple of years, but they've also got, 13 first-round picks in the next 6 years, something like that. Like, it's just, they've set themselves up well, and that's a really obviously smart front office in San Antonio that has been through this before in a sense, different salary cap, different structures, but has maintained was it 20 years with Duncan? They were just unbelievable. Like, how much, I forget, it was 50 plus wins it was in the teens at least. I'm going to forget how many years in a row it was, where it's just like, no, you just bank on them for that. And they know how to structure that long term.
You've been to San Antonio, I assume, for a game this year.
Yep.
Where do they park the spaceship? Where does he park his spaceship? Is there like spaceship parking?
You guys have both been. Have you guys? I mean,
yeah, I've been there. Yes.
Maybe get to begin to the L zone, but if you go out, it's harder to find an arena not near anything in the NBA more than that.
So you're saying it's the crop circles arena out there, huh? It's the
crop circles. If the media entrance is often in the back of the arena, sort of by the horse stables.
Got you.
Because of the rodeo and everything back there, and if the wind's blowing the right day, it's a magical experience to go around the back end of that arena.
They're making sure that they appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, it's by the way, it's also, if Greg Popovich is the one coach was like, if I could put an arena in the middle of nowhere, where would I put it? Because it wasn't designed to have an urban sprawl around it like the modern ones.
So, look, you saw what San Antonio, they're willing to give up threes to Caruso to make sure that Shea doesn't go off. And there were still moments that Shea was able to get his shots off. But do you like the defensive pressure that San Antonio came with to try to take Shea out of the game as much as possible?
It worked largely, and it worked. Frankly, it worked relatively well for the Lakers, who have, we'll be polite, lesser defenders on that roster than the Spurs. It was effective in getting the ball out of his hands. It's just against the Lakers, other guys stepped up and hit open shots, and AJ Mitchell went off for 20 plus a night, and he and Chet combined for I think 12 points on 14 shots. They both had off nights. They've both got to be better. But I also think outside of Caruso, they also just missed open looks. They don't really miss that much. Maybe it's the moment, maybe rust, maybe feeling a little rushed, because again, these are better defenders charging out, bigger, longer defenders charging out at them. But Jared McCain missed a bunch, Chet missed a bunch, where you just normally they drain those. And I don't think you're going to get that again. I think you're going to get them doing a better job starting him off ball, but getting him momentum in a place he wants it, and then they can get him downhill and run him off some Iverson screens and whatever that was effective at the end of that game. And then the other things they can do to get guys going, but I don't think they're going to shoot that badly again. Also, they're going to be desperate in game 2 because they know, right? Like, it's really early to call it a must win, but that's kind of a must win, guys.
The shocking part to me about the stat sheet was that the Spurs actually gave up 28 points on turnovers last night, and Castle had his fair share. He had 11 of them, which, those young guys are in this for the first time, and it's different. But just speak about the play of Castle and Harper and the fact that this is the youngest starting lineup in conference finals history going back to 70-71.
Yeah, they did it without Fox. I think that the turnover issue probably goes down next game. He's expected to return. If that's the case, some of those go away. But I don't know how that Castle's been doing that all year, and Harper's shown flashes of it, but he is so strong going to the rim. He is just so physically strong and big and 6'5", but just can bully his way inside. If you switch on him, is quick enough to get around guys. And I mean, I was joking in my group chat with some NBA people, like, all right, how many picks are the Spurs going to have to attach to Fox's salary to trade him in 2 years? Because they got to re-sign everybody else. And Fox was their other all-star this year, and he might be the least of them at this point of the three guards. So like, Castle has really matured in his decision making, and I thought he'd be really good. He was one of my favorites in that last draft, and I didn't think he'd be this good. Like, he's just unbelievably, like, his decision, although he had the turnovers, like his decision making and his handles and stuff are just fantastic. And it helps when you have the ability to throw. There's a certain gravity to, I can just throw a lob about 12 feet in the air.
Oh yeah.
13 feet in the air, and some guy will just grab,
He threw some creative ones last night too. Got up in the air and bought time. He was really good. Yeah, and that little backwards alley-oop dunk thing is almost a signature of Wemby now. He does that, I don't want to say every game, but he does it a lot.
If you were building a team, obviously there's no more Wembys out there, and if they are, that's great, but you're not going to be able to find another one of him. But if you were building a team that was comprised of certain skill sets to try to combat that as much as possible, what would you be looking for?
I think you need depth of defenders and physical defenders. And if you look who was, and this isn't just last night, but last night was a good example of it. The best defenders on him sometimes, like, nobody is tall enough to bother his shot at the top, right? And the guys who tend to give him more trouble right now, and this may change in a year or two, are the Alex Carusos and Lou Dortz. And Jalen Williams struggled this year, but in this game a little bit against him, but has had better games in the past. Were guys who are just shorter, but can body him a little. Julius Randle last series, right? Just nobody's stopping his shot when he releases it, like up there or fades away. But don't let him get to the rim and dunk. And maybe front him a little and pick your spots and throw different looks at him. And I thought there were moments where the Thunder did that really well. It didn't matter. And again, he had the guys around him stepping up too. Like, it helped. You can only focus on him so much when Castle and Harper are getting downhill and doing whatever they want.
The plus minus to when Wemby's on and off the floor seems like this is where OKC's really got to make hay. Last night, when he was on, they were plus 16. He's off, they were minus 9. I'm just curious your thought on, how they can attack that more. I saw the minute he left the floor, they started attacking the rim, but they probably need to be more intentional about that.
They were started to be last night. I think you're going to see that more. And also I think you're going to see them keep Shea on the floor, which I think they did more. And I'd have to look back and look. I think they did more. And it seemed like they did more in the fourth quarter or later when he was off. Just because you need, like you said, you need to win. It's kind of, this was the case with Jokic for a few years. Like, you've got to win those minutes and win them big, because you're probably not winning the one when he's on. And so if you when he comes off, you've got to keep your best downhill attackers out there. Let them start getting to the rim. And I think, again, if they double Shea in that situation and Luke Cornett's the guy back there, then Jalen Williams and everybody else, AJ Mitchell, have to get to the rim and start scoring inside, and they have to win those minutes big. Because, like you said, winning the minutes when he's on the court are going to be difficult. He's going to be he's 49 minutes is more minutes than he's ever played, and it's every other day now. It's going to be interesting to see if he tires out and other bigs, and who feels a little worn from that first game.
Well, San Antonio does have the tight rotation, and you had Wemby playing 49. Vassell played 51. So obviously, you're not anticipating double overtime games, but these guys are playing heavy minutes, and it's a pretty, for all intents and purposes, a 7-man rotation. Could that catch up with San Antonio?
I think a little bit, yeah. And by the way, it's, as you guys know, and everybody listening knows, it's not 49 or 51 regular season.
No.
Like, these are far more intense, far more physical, far more draining minutes. So I think that could catch up. And I forget now exactly. Again, I'd have to look. It was 10 or 11 guys that Dagnall played in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Like, he just had everybody out there. So I think that depth, I think, helps them in the long term in this series, and that depth of attack, right? Like they what makes them so difficult to beat is their versatility. They can just beat you so many different ways, and that's going to be put to the test in this series.
Got the Eastern Conference Finals starting tonight, and happy for Donovan Mitchell. He really did have an incredible game 7, which led started with him distributing the ball. Do you think that's something that they'll lean on a little bit more here as they face the Knicks?
Yeah, they're going to need an all-out performance, but from here, I think Donovan's got to be really good. James Harden has got to win them a game or two, and he's fully capable. By the way, he's so up and down in the playoffs. Like, we tend to focus on how his bad games because they're ill-timed and spectacular. And frankly, he was batting. His numbers in Game 7 were terrible. It just didn't matter. But they need him to win them a game or two. They need Mobley on Cat. Mobley and Allen, frankly, on Cat is critical because the Knicks are running all their offense through him now. So if they're using him as the hub, and you can slow him, then that becomes critical. Like, I don't know where you guys are on this, because I'm happy for Donovan too. I really want to see him do well, and I think they've got a chance in the series. On paper, they're capable of winning this series. The Cavaliers are the most talented team left in the East. They don't bring it every night.
Yeah.
They don't bring that intensity and that energy and that focus game in and game out, all of them. And it's not, I don't, say what you will about the Knicks. They're going to bring it. They're going to completely bring it in every game of this series. So I just think that I just can't trust the Cavaliers to play. If Game 7 Cavaliers, and I think I heard Coach talk about this right before I came on, Game 7 Cavaliers can absolutely beat the Knicks. How many times do I get Game 7 Cavaliers in this series? Like, I don't trust them, and I didn't pick them because I don't trust them enough to pick them.
We had our guy Sam Merrill on yesterday, and after he had that 23 points, and it seems like when they get in distribution mode, they're really tough to beat, and Donovan seemed to play into that if he can just channel that. But that's a big if, because we've seen various stages of Donovan in the playoffs, and good Donovan is great Donovan. Bad Donovan is pretty bad.
Yeah, and I think that's what they had hoped for with, if he's – assuming OG Anunoby is healthy, which is another key in the series. Like, hamstrings are hamstrings, right? But if he's back, like they say, and he's himself, he's going to be on Donovan. He's going to make Donovan's life difficult. That's a very good perimeter defender. That's where having Harden and shooters like Merrill around, like, you've got to have the ball moving and other guys scoring. And by the way, Mobley is capable of being that guy offensively on a good day too. They are going to need, like I said, they're going to need all of it. And I think that Merrill and maybe Wade are going to play big roles in this series, because Dean Wade, and by the way, whoever's broadcasting the game, it's Dean Wade. Do not call him D Wade. We've already got one of those. We don't need another one. They're going to hide Brunson on Wade, and he's got to step up and make plays in that situation.
We had a pronunciation today for Victor because it is all over the place. I just said, make it simple. It's Wembanyama. Easy. But I hear I hear Kumbaya. I mean, I hear all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, all sorts of. Sometimes Wemby is just quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's there. It's funny. I never looked at the pronunciation guide because I don't. Unlike Scotty here, I don't have to do the broadcast, so I don't. Get sucked down that rabbit hole occasionally.
I've just been called Lancome one too many times. I appreciate
Lancome.
I'd like to have Lancome's cash.
Lancome. Well, my wife would like to talk to you about your cosmetic line.
Yes. Here, I can. We'll work something out.
So, did anything jump out at you at the combine that surprised you with height, with measurements, or anything like that may have you second guessing how that first 4 or 5 picks may go, or was it pretty much what you expected?
I don't think it tends not to affect the top few guys that much. just because everybody's seen them. Plus, in the case of all of them, they've already been through Nike Hoop Summit and Peach Jam, or what run down the list of major events, let alone their colleges that measured them. So I don't think there was any surprise. Dabonsa with the 42-inch vertical, I think that was a reminder of just how athletic he is and how much that helped his cause. The one name that I kept hearing a few times was Dave Mara, the center out of Michigan. He came in with his height. I mean, second longest. He tied Zach Edey for like second longest wingspan ever behind Taco Fall, which is, I guess they didn't measure Wemby. But I guess did he not go to the they didn't do the measurements then? I don't know for everybody, but his size coming in at that size and the fact that he is mobile, right? He moves well for a big man. I think that was the one number that a few people were like, wow, he's a little bigger than I thought. Maybe I think he secured his spot in the top. It gets a little weird after about 9, but like 12 probably, because somebody's going to want a center, and if they can get one there who's that big and can have that kind of impact in the paint, and there's a lot of teams that could use a Zach Edey.
Yeah, well, and when you got guys like Edey or even Walker Kessler to a certain extent, what we saw last night, there might be more of a priority on that. Some guy that's just has a big body that can just be lean on Wemby for a time during a game.
You're going to have to start. I mean, we've seen this in the past with Shaq Kobe Lakers or other teams where you're like, other teams in the conference are going to start having to think about how do we get past them. What kind of bodies, what kind of players do we need to try to match up with them, or at least limit, not have Wemby go off every game. And there's only so many of those guys out there, but Kessler is exactly the kind of guy who is big and physical, and he's not going to stop his shot at the top, but can make the dunk a 8-footer. If you can do that, then maybe you lower the percentages a little and help your cause. I don't. Or coach, can you put the rack in a training room and just stretch guys? Is that still illegal?
I actually either that or I told Scotty get a ladder sponsor and just make those part of your court. The field in Houston's got that weird just try to grandfather clause so sort of.
You got like Little Giant as a little sticker sponsor on the jersey, and then you have one of those right there in the paint.
Yeah, he's 6'5" till he gets down to the low post ladder, and he becomes 7'2", and look him in the eye. That's about the defense. I mean, one thing that will happen, and you're right about this, people will start to respond, and also as film continues to happen, and he builds more data points and those sorts of things, there will be analytics saying here's what you need to beat them. And I do believe the Jazz are on the right track from a length perspective, because I think that's what you're going to need to have, and I think their rebuild has been very mindful of that.
I think the one thing we've seen in the league over the last handful of years is big guards, but physicality. You've got to be able to be physical, especially in the playoffs where it's a different game. But length matters. Long guys who can disrupt plays defensively because of their length, who can get their arms in the way of things. Those kind of players become really valuable. And you know how we'll know who those players are in this draft when you get into the teens, because the Thunder will draft them.
Yes, exactly.
Follow their lead.
Yeah. Hey, Kurt, appreciate it as always. Looking forward to chatting with you next week.
Yeah, looking forward to it, guys. Take care.
There he is, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. You bring up a really good point, too. Like, sometimes we see something like last night and we're like, we're doomed. It's over. Why even try? When in reality, these are pretty smart guys out there, and they do a good job of knowing how to adjust accordingly. We've seen, great teams in the NFL all of a sudden come back down to earth pretty quick, because there's a lot of smart minds out there trying to figure out how to provide some kryptonite to what we saw last night.
Yeah, and it is our tendency when we see something, particularly a first game in a series, we We already know how it's going to end. This thing's going to have so many twists and turns. And as dominant as Wemby looked last night, he may have a tough night. So, again, the key element is, and Kurt hit on it too, is length. And you got to have it. Certainly the Jazz didn't have it for a spell when they had Conley, Mitchell, Royce O'Neal. I mean, those were your 1, 2, 3. You were so small and so not you don't take up much of the court. That's changed a ton, and so that will play to the Jazz advantage.
If you've ever wondered why Dante Exum gets shot after shot after shot after shot in the league, is because he has crazy length, and he's got a crazy wingspan. And so everybody was willing to give him every opportunity he could be to stay healthy out there because his body type is just so rare. And so if you wonder, well, how's this guy sticking around, or how's this guy still popping up? Because he has some DNA that you just normally you don't see out of guys.
Yeah, and to his credit, when he did come back the last stint, he was making shots now, and so I was happy if they could at least have a little bit of a good stretch. But injuries will define his career, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right, 12:33, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks as always to Kurt Heelan for joining us right here on the Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. How much does the second pick change your perspective on the Jazz tanking?
I don't know. It's too early to say. You have to get the players, and then they have to play to the level that you want them to play at. That hasn't happened. When I see it, I think I'll like it, but I still haven't seen it yet, so I'm a little apprehensive to say absolutely. Simply getting the picks wasn't the goal. Getting the quality player with the pick is the goal. Any team can tank. That doesn't take skill. What takes skill is identifying the right player. You want separation? Do stuff that not everybody can do. Anybody can tank. That's been proven. But that doesn't mean it was successful. As long as you cash in on it, then you're good to go. I would argue if you didn't cash in on it, that makes the tanking worthless.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Lauri H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show, with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party, presented by KSL 5 TV, starting at 5 p.m. It's the Lauri H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony, Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Wednesday on KSL. Sometimes you find yourself on the wrong side of someone's bad intentions. Hey, why'd you steal my package? Why'd you steal it? Sometimes the court orders them to pay you back.
The total damages was $109,000.
How often are victims actually made whole?
At the end of the day, she paid $20,000.
A decade later, I'm going to let you know how much restitution I got and what it takes to get it. Why'd you steal my package? Pay back. Wednesday at 10.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at ZeroRes.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
Utah's Mr. Sports here with a pro tip. Do what I did and choose the world's most efficient water softener. Connecticut uses less salt, delivers better performance, and here's the best part. You get more time for sports, less time wrestling heavy salt bags. Upgrade your system today. SoftwaterUtah.com.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama.
It's all about Victor today. After a crazy performance like that.
Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, that does sound like I don't know, like an Old Spice commercial, or I'm trying to figure out, like, it's got like a weird vibe to it.
The thing I like about that guy, he sounds like a tour guide I had when we were in France.
Oh, yeah?
The man with the, what's that mask? The man with the broken mask. The man with the something mask.
The Iron Mask?
The Iron Mask.
The
man with the Iron Mask. We toured that little spot, and he sounds like that guy.
By the way, not a fan of Paris. Like...
You didn't like Paris?
I didn't like Paris.
That's because you didn't feel welcomed.
I was not welcomed at all.
No, that usually has a big part to do with it.
I got treated very poorly. Like, look, I understand. Like, when people see me, they're like, oh, that's an ugly American on many levels. And, you know, I was mad because they weren't putting ice in my Diet Coke. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, it was very...
Started chanting USA.
Yeah, it was a very unfriendly city. And then I went down to Spain. Love Spain.
Welcoming.
Next European vacation, nothing but Spain. Just spending the whole time in Spain.
I was working to Portugal too.
Yeah, okay. I don't hate
mother
that.
country.
Good people there.
Yeah.
From what we hear.
Well,
the offspring, not so good.
Yeah. The originals, yes.
The OGs.
OGs.
Once you mix in a little Portuguese with American, then things get south. You dilute the water a little bit. It's not great.
I actually was really liked Paris from wow.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's crazy beautiful, yeah.
But I don't need to go back.
People were painting, yeah, they were rough.
Hidden gem.
Yes.
Denmark.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Get there. It's awesome. Went there back in my art agent days.
Yes.
And we brokered a deal with the Danish government and had a sculpture put in over there. So I went over, and they have the coolest amusement park right in the middle of town called Tivoli. And just it's one of the coolest places. Like, I want to go back there and hang out. It's just got a chill vibe.
See, that's the thing. I just want to go somewhere where there's not a ton of tourists and just chill. Just have fun. Just experience life. I love the fact that Spain, man, nobody does anything until like 10 a.m. It's a ghost town. We got into a city like around 8:30, 9 a.m., and you would have thought it was like 2 a.m.
That's because the city doesn't come alive until like midnight.
Yeah. And but then 10 a.m. hit, and it was like everybody's ready to go. But it's like, hey, we're not waking up at 7. No. We're going to enjoy life. We're going to have ourselves a little siesta. We're going to work a little later in the night, and then we'll wake up when we wake up. But nothing's really going to start. It's like when I was in college, I had the 10:30 rule. No classes before 10:30 ever.
I wasn't smart enough to do that. Let's see. Okay, I could start at 7. You're not considering that's what that means.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're way smarter. Well, that's no surprise.
Nah, not at all.
Did you have paella? In Spain, the big platter.
Oh, yeah.
Rice.
Yep.
Did you see the ones with the fish laying?
Yeah, I did.
With the eyeball looking up at you.
I couldn't quite do that one.
That cured me of the paella.
So now in college hoops, you can make those trips every year.
That's right.
It used to be every 4 years?
Every 4. So I made 3 of them.
Are they worth it, or is it just a sightseeing thing for coaches and
they're
their
great.
wives?
They're awesome from a perspective just getting guys more familiar with each other, and then on the court being able to have 10 practices. That was the big kicker. Is you felt like you were ahead. Like you could do practice 1 through 10, get through all the stuff that you need to get going, and then when you get through that, play, compete, get home, you feel like you're ahead a little bit.
Yeah. And I've heard that it's, especially in this day and age of college athletics, when you're piecemealing a team together every single year, it's pretty good for chemistry too.
Well, the other thing now, literally go over to Europe and see a guy you're playing against you like and say, we need one more dude, it's completely different now.
So he's like, but I've played pro ball for a couple. Yeah, guess what? It doesn't matter anymore.
And we got NBA guys coming back twice. Not once, but twice. Come on.
RG
Louis.
I don't know how this is working, but it is. So congratulations to LSU. They've somehow cracked the code where they can get guys that have been in the G League and made appearances in the NBA somehow eligible to play college basketball.
It's the DeLorean clause.
No, we're taking him back from when he was 18. You see a 23-year-old. We actually went back in time, grabbed him when he was 18, brought him back up to the future. So it's that kid, not the 23-year-old version of himself.
See the clock? It's right there.
Yeah.
But that's as silly as an explanation. That makes as much sense as what they're telling us. So why not run with it? It's just stupid, man.
It bums me out because it just seems like, okay, everybody's so scared to death of lawsuits, which, I understand. But it's like, you know what? Okay, fine. You promise not to sue? Okay, yeah. Just let him in. Just let him in. Whatever. It's fine. It's like, this guy made over $1 million. One of these guys made over $1 million playing overseas last year. And now you're saying he can play college basketball? Whatever happened to a kid that is scraping together a few quarters to try to pay for gas that's taken 12 credits and still trying to play college basketball at the same time? Like, I understand kids should be making money off their name, image, and likeness. I am all for that. But, man, where we're at now, it's a cluster, to say the least.
Notice how nobody's talking about GPA anymore?
Oh, no. Nobody cares about that nonsense because nobody's actually going to class.
Why?
You take a few online classes, and that's it.
We recommend basket weaving and writing your name. Those 2 classes I think you'll do well in.
North Carolina created classes just so guys could not have to go to class. Like, the class was like, you don't have to come to this 101.
And got away with it.
Did not, and the best thing, this is how you attack the NCAA these days. You just say, it didn't happen. No, what you're saying is wrong. You never admit guilt to the NCAA. Never, ever, ever admit guilt. Just say, no, you're wrong. That's what North Carolina did. It's like, no, that's not the case. Well, we want to talk to the people. No, do you have a subpoena? No, and you're not going to talk to anybody. So, and the NCAA is like, well, nothing we can do about that.
A lot of easy A's.
Honestly, right? Like the worst thing you can do is say, yeah, we admit that something happened here and we have our self-imposed penalties.
Then they throw the book at you.
Then they throw the book at you. But if you just argue and lie the whole time, like a 12-year-old kid, just deny. I hate it, man. I hate it. All right, 1246, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll get back to the NBA. We'll get back to what to expect in the Eastern Conference Final. Game 1 coming up tonight right here on the Zone.
Welcome to
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd almost guarantee you Washington knows who they're going to pick. All that other stuff is just garbage. It always is. Sure. All that other stuff is, there's this person's number one this time. And this person. Washington today knows their guy.
The Jazz probably know who they would take it to right now.
Absolutely do.
I was talking to somebody and they said, yeah, the 27 and 28 draft stink. The 28 draft, that's 2 years away. They're like, yeah, it's a bad draft. Okay.
Right.
So they've known this draft is going to be good for a long time, which is why they traded for Jaren Jackson Jr., why they set this up for 4 years, because they knew that this was how long they had to rebuild and wanted to have a chance in the Wemby draft, the Cooper Flag draft, and this draft. It was a great section to rebuild. It's why the Jazz did it at exactly this time. It's probably why they were comfortable trading Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert when they did, knowing that this is what was coming down the pipeline, but also knowing that you probably have to end in 2026 because the 2027 and 2028 drafts stink.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals is here to hook you up, folks. We were out there last week, Coach and I, and Jake and Ben were out there as well. Beautiful new facility, a 60,000 square foot facility. And the sole purpose is to make sure that you have the best, the freshest, the most quality meal sent to your house. You can put it in your freezer, and it can go on your slow cooker or your crock pot or your flat top, and you're good to go.
I love Beehive Meals, and we've been a client for a couple of years. Thankful to have met them. An amazing couple who just, they were just trying to pay the mortgage, Scotty.
That's it.
All they were trying to do is pay the mortgage, and they've turned it into just an incredible business, feeding people all over the United States. We've been subscribers for 2 years, love their meals, came home with some flat top meals and loved those. So they have not sent me anything yet that I just am like, I don't like this. I love their meals.
Slow cookers across the world celebrating because they finally get put back to good use. All you have to do is take one of those Beehive Meals, open up that slow cooker, drop it in there, and in about 3 or 4 hours, you have a great meal. Or if you want to cook it yourself, they've got the flat top meals. You can fire up your grill, grill, or your skillet. That's the second time I've done that.
Skittle.
Let's just say this isn't my best ad lib of all time.
Might be, actually.
We've gone sideways a couple times on this one. Beehive Meals there to hook you up. Forget about what I say and how I bungle it up. They're there to help you. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program and the Shingo Institute in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. I know it's surprising, but I had a dispute with my healthcare provider about a bill. In the resolution, the kind person in the clinic who was trying to help me kept saying, they won't let me. They don't know. They're trying to. It was they. It was like this person was stepping out of their organization, then talking to me. The Shingo Institute and the MBA program at Utah State University teach you that if you're saying they instead of we, then your organization has an alignment problem. The people who are facing the customer are not fully connected with the organizational systems. Time to get everyone on the same page. Learn more about organizational alignment with an MBA from Utah State University or a certificate from the Shingo Institute. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products.
When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
There are stars in the southern sky, southward as you go. There is moonlight and moss in the trees, down the 7 bridges road.
Ah, love me some Eagles. Let's go. 7 Bridges Road.
I got to see the actual Eagles about a year before Glenn passed.
Oh, okay.
At Delta Center.
Yeah, I remember
Coach
that.
Rose and his wife. It was awesome. They appeal to a lot of different genres, and they play it all so well. The harmonies.
Yeah, and look, they've got the Hell Freezes Over tour in the mid-'90s was
epic,
awesome, absolutely incredible. Got the group back together again, even got Don Henley, and they made peace for a little bit, and incredible. Highly recommend all you kids out there, go get that Hell Freezes Over album.
There's an awesome documentary actually about it too.
Oh yeah,
look that up.
Yep,
because it gets real.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's like anything in life. You're around each other, you drive each other nuts, then you break up, and then you find a way to figure it out. Then you break up again, and then people start dying.
I don't know. We don't know yet. We're not to that point in the story. We haven't gotten that far.
Oh, man. All right, so you look across what's going on right now in terms of the NBA, in terms of the NBA draft. This feels like now that the combine's over, it's kind of the calm before the storm. But make just because things aren't being publicly talked about right now, privately things are moving pretty frantically behind the scenes in terms of scheduling workouts, things going on, and everybody's keeping a very tight lip, as they should. As much as I would love to know exactly who's coming in, how that workout went, all that stuff, it's going to be a vault for all these teams trying to keep things under wraps because nobody wants to tip their hand as to what they want to do in that top 4.
And that's a tough thing in this world with everything that we have access to kind of show people where we are on the planet. Oftentimes you'll see somebody coming in to work out and they'll take a picture outside the hotel window and mark Salt Lake. So you'll be able to see that. But in terms of what the team puts out, it's come a long way from, as you said, major scrums around prospects that would probably never going to play here, but everybody went and spent the time. So it's just a complete change in philosophy, and one where everybody's going to keep their cards close to their vest because this is huge business, and these prospects are, this is the one chance that you can go in there without any kind of deal and just get them. Mm-hmm. So you got to be right about this.
How much what's the most important part of one of these workouts? Is it the actual workout itself, or is it the interview and just being around the guy?
I think depending on how you have your board and how you've structured that and what's the priority, each thing's going to be different. You certainly want them to measure up on the court, but you've got so much data that say these guys, particularly where the Jazz are drafting, do. I think the biggest differentiator is going to be the character piece, as always, the time spent talking basketball. Sometimes you don't even think about this, but just like in anything, there are some people that are more studious about their craft than others. Some people are just naturally, they show up and it happens. Others have to really work at it. And I mean, the one thing about any of these guys is, they're going to work at their craft. So the priorities these teams have, like shooting the basketball, for instance, they come in and how do they answer that? And then even better, if it doesn't go well, you can read a lot from that interaction afterwards. Are they hard on themselves? Are they always think the next one's going in? That's the guy you want. I think that's Sammy Merrill to a T. He could go through a spurt where he missed a couple, but when the money's on the table, that dude was going to make the shot. And so those are the little intangibles you're looking at through this process.
And I know a lot of teams love to, let's say they got a kid in late the night, do an early morning workout just to see how he handles a little adversity. I know that there was some teams out there that would schedule college players to come in for a workout that they had no interest in whatsoever in drafting, but they knew they were just kind of a, they like to, be uber physical. So they bring in these physical, essentially goons to come in and try to rough up these prospects that they were interested in and just see how they would handle that kind of adversity and being pushed around and shoved around and a guy not backing down at all. And so I remember Ty Wesley played up at Utah State, got a lot of workouts because they knew that's the kind of player he'd be. Like, he wasn't going to get drafted, but they just like to see that physicality go up against other prospects and see how they respond to it.
Yeah, I think that's brilliant, and no doubt every team's got their thing, what they do. I would say it's probably less in the scheme of trying to play games with these guys as it is to really get some real-time data, because you're not around these guys enough to see closely in a locker room how they handle things. Here, you can throw a couple of wrinkles in the workout and see how that plays with them. So many things at play, but I go back to the conversation I had way back when with Danny Ainge about how he approaches this thing and how big the mind is in this and how he's got people on staff just to help break down some of the social stuff and some of the intelligence stuff, because that's all plays a part in it. Some guys hit the ground running faster with information than others. So you're processing all that.
I would also advise any kid out there that's like 13, 14, 15, and you're showing some ability, I would say take your social media and either scrub it or delete it altogether, because what you tweet out at 14, 15 could very well come back and haunt you at 20, 21, 22 years old. And it's happened time and time again. Just be smart with your social media, because these teams doing their due diligence, they're going to dig through all of that. Every little thing, any digital footprint you've ever left behind, they're on it, because they don't want to be surprised by anything.
No, and your friend groups, don't be surprised they start calling friends, maybe girls that you've dated.
Ex-girlfriends, yeah.
How do you treat you? All that stuff. So, again, not to try to trick anybody, but actually not to be tricked. The teams do not want to get tricked. So there is an extensive process, and each team has, as I said, the priority. So as these guys come in, of course you want them to play great while they're here. Of course you want them to shoot the ball great, but will a day where somebody comes in and just doesn't shoot the ball well, is that a wasted day? No, because there's so much more to that visit, and you already know what kind of prospect they are, to the point where having a bad day shooting is just being normal.
And plus, you have your doctors and your trainers check them inside and out. Yeah.
And the biggest thing, honestly, the medical story, to be able to get into the details of Darren Peterson with his people and ask questions more than just what's been put out, be able to dig into that, because that's going to be a big part of how he's seen and where he'll be picked.
All right, coming up next, we had a chance to chat with Sam Merrill on the heels of Game 1 coming up tonight. You'll hear from Sammy coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option. Flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
The best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
town.
Better than Scotty Gerard. Scotty Gerard. It's better than, wasn't that the name they misspelled? Bad Scotty Gerard.
Gerard. It's not quite like, so the first time I was working on a Jazz broadcast, the first time I was working with Hot Rod, I was filling in, doing the walk-off interviews at the post game. And so Hot Rod and I had met a few times, but it was the first time we were actually working together. And so, we chatted a little bit before the game. I'm like, yeah, just throw it down to me. If they win, I'll get the walk-off, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, Jazz win, and I hear Hot Rod ready to throw down. And I'm like, I don't know if Hot Rod really knows my name. Like, we've never, actually formally introduced each other, ourselves to each other. And so, sure enough, he gets there. Let's throw it down to, and then you can tell he's just like, I don't know who this guy is. Like, and probably somebody said something in his ear. He's like, Scott Lagarde.
Scott Lagarde.
I'm like, you got it, Hot Rod. That works, buddy.
I'll take it.
Whatever. It's Hot Rod. You can call me whatever you want. Charlie Villanova. Whatever you want. You can call me. It's all good.
Let's go down to Scotty Gerard Lagarde down there at the courtside.
Oh, good old Hots, man. That dude was.
He was great to work with.
Yeah.
No.
Tell
the truth.
He had a few quirks to him.
He get a little hot sometimes.
A little bit, but what was really interesting is that he had a system, and even Jerry Sloan would go up to meet him for his pregame interview. Like, Jerry would walk up the 2 flights of stairs to go up and record his pregame. Like,
you don't get that anymore.
No. Your play-by-play guys go, wherever the coach says he'll meet with you, you go there. And if he says, we're gonna be outside bathroom D in Concourse 7, you find a way to get there. Hots is like, no, I'm gonna do it here, and Jerry, you're gonna need to come up to me. So here's Jerry, who's got a lot of wear and tear on those tires, climbing up the stairs to his broadcast spot, and yeah.
Hey, I'm not ready. I'm still on my shirt. Just wait right there, Jerry.
Oh yeah, and there would be times where Jerry'd be like, I'm here. Where's Hots at? And everybody just kind of laugh and be like, well, it's Hots being Hots,
Different age, man.
Yeah. All right. Hey, we had a chance to chat with Sam Merrill yesterday on the show. Great conversation. Coach reached out, said, hey, come on the show. And Sam's like, when?
No, I said, Scotty Gerard has a radio show that I happen to be now attached to. Would you like to come on his show that I'm now attached to?
It's the Tim Lacombe show with Scott Gerard and Lloyd Cole.
Scott Lagarde.
Scott Lagarde.
And Tim Lancombe.
We chatted with Sammy a little bit right out of the gate about, hey, how's that phone blowing up after a 23-point performance?
Quite a bit. I was, I had a bunch of texts, which is obviously great. Didn't get to sleep till about 4, so I was able to respond to most of them last night, which is good.
Sam, you had some nice things to say last night after the game about Donovan. I know Kenny Atkinson in the locker room, specifically called out Donovan about his positivity. In a market, people, it's a little tepid out here with Donovan. Just speak to how important he's been to Cleveland and your experiences playing with him.
I mean, just like I said, he is such a good dude, man, such a great teammate. Just always positive about everything, goes out of his way to make every teammate feel like they're a part of the group. He's the most active in our team group chat. Just everything you'd want out of a star player. We've had some struggles throughout the season. We were 17-16 at one point, had a bunch of injuries, had a lot of young guys playing early on, and it felt like he was the one constant. And just no matter what, he's always tries to keep a positive macro process driven mindset. And, I know this is a step that he's wanted to take to, get to this next level. And so for that reason, I'm just, so happy for him.
For you personally, this is one of those moments you dream about in the backyard, shooting hoops, Game 7, winner take all, and to have the night that you had last night from a scoring standpoint, what did that mean to you personally?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I feel like I've played well throughout these playoffs. had some things physically going on that have made it kind of tough, but haven't really had a game like that. I've had a few double figure scoring games where I've made some shots, but haven't had, a big one yet. But I felt like I've been in a good rhythm the whole time and been playing well. Just haven't really, we've played two great defenses in Toronto and Detroit, so I haven't really gotten a ton of shots, to be honest. But I felt like, a bigger game was coming at some point. It was just about, knocking down my first few and then getting rolling from there. So listen, it's, these are incredible moments that you can't, and I won't take for granted. Like you said, this is the kind of stuff you dream about. And, this is a step that we wanted to take as a group from these last few years. We have bigger goals and expectations here. So, we've already kind of moved on to what's next here with New York, but like you have to, if you're not enjoying these moments, then what's really the point of playing? So it was a lot of fun.
What was Asar Thompson thinking when he just absolutely dump trucked you? I mean, I had to rewind that 3 or 4 times because it's like, you're a pretty big dude. Like, you were standing right there. Did he, like, that was nuts.
I've taken a lot of charges in my life. That was not even close to the hardest charge I've ever taken.
Sammy, I said that was Ryland Jones-esque. I mean, that's what Ryland looked like every time he took one because the other guy was so much bigger.
Yeah, that was he was just, I think he thought he could maybe get a step, and so he went full speed, and, I was fortunate to, I don't know if I'd say fortunate, but I mean, I luckily got into, a position where it was a charge, but, and, luckily didn't, I hit my head, but didn't have any head issues. I chipped a couple teeth there, but that's what it's about, man.
So you did do some dental damage, though. Is that right?
I did, a little bit. I didn't lose a tooth, but I chipped a couple of them. So
that just makes you tougher,
tough
dude.
Night.
That just makes you tougher, though. You're already tough, but
yeah, of course.
Yeah, the one that I always remember was the Nevada game. Was it one of the Twins or was it Caroline where you took the big charge late? And I thought that was kind of the key moment until last night. I'm like, nope, that's number one right there as far as I can remember.
Yeah, that was Caleb.
Okay.
We've actually talked about that multiple times because the Nevada fans like to post that screenshot, and it's an incredible dunk, like no doubt.
Yeah.
But they post a screenshot where it's after his knee has already hit my chest, so it looks like there's no contact.
Hey man, it's all vantage point. It's like the officials tell you. I didn't have a look at that. But
it is a pretty cool picture. But luckily they called a charge on that one.
So you mentioned New York, and they don't give you any time. Like, I assume you're there, and you guys play tomorrow night. What is the what's it been like playing them, and what kind of challenges? You mentioned the toughness of Toronto and Detroit, but what does New York bring?
Yeah, it's we got here at about 3:30 this morning. Taking today off, just kind of. I think we all just kind of need a day, and we'll, we've played these guys plenty. It'll be a quick refresher tomorrow morning at shoot around to kind of get us ready for game one. But they're a great team, and they're playing, phenomenal ball here in the playoffs. Beat the crap out of Philly. The last few games of the Atlanta series, they dominated them. So they're playing really well, and they got a ton of talent, ton of guys that can hurt you offensively, and they're playing on a string defensively as well. So it's going to be a challenge. Obviously, MSG is a tough place to play. It's a fun place to play. Another one of those things kind of you dream of moments like this. So we feel like we've just continued to get better throughout these playoffs. Again, playing two great physical defenses should hopefully prepare us for what's to come here.
I remember talking to you when you first got into the league, and you mentioned the physicality and just how physical these guys are. That's the regular season. How much does that amplify in the playoffs, that level of physicality?
Yeah, I think I think it still feels like it's a different sport from regular season to playoffs. I do think they are starting to let us play a little more in the regular season. But it's the amount of grabbing. I always laugh when people say like the NBA is soft. And listen, there's some flaws with the league that I think no one can disagree with, but like the level of physicality that guys play with at this level, and especially in the playoffs, is pretty insane. So you got to have your mind right, have your body right, and you got to be ready for it.
So is that just something I was talking about it the other day? That they're showing an inbounds play or a replay of an inbounds play, and like to your point, like every guy's wrapped up before they can even move. I mean, that's the part. And then any kind of exchange or anything, it's two hands on the jersey until they can get caught up. They call that often, but they miss it often too. And I think that's the physicality you speak of. Is that that's why it's hard for you to get shots in series like that, right? Because it's so timing oriented, and everybody's kind of muddied up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're taught to grab and hold, and I'm sure that's every team talks about that, and you got to be smart about it, about letting go, so that the refs don't call fouls. But for sure, like you're going to get away with a lot more in the playoffs, and especially these last two teams we've played, specifically Toronto. With a guy like Scotty Barnes and some of the defenders they had, they just kind of said, we're not going to let these shooters, me and Max and some of the other guys, get shots, and we'll take our chances with what we have. And Detroit's, was one of the best defenses all year, so they're really disciplined and really athletic and physical, and you got to find a way to play with force and work through that. And again, like I said, that's something that we've really improved on over these last 3 or 4 weeks.
I was talking to a buddy of mine in the media that covers the Cavs in Cleveland, and he mentioned that you have quickly entrenched yourself as a fan favorite. I know probably growing up, Cleveland wasn't on your bingo board in terms of playing in the NBA, but that city's really embraced you and your family. Just what does that community mean to you? Yeah, I mean, it's been such a blessing to be here. My first few years bouncing around was tough, just not feeling like we quite had a home, and Cleveland's become a home in the NBA for us, and we're finishing our 4th year here in Cleveland, and the fan base is amazing, and it's a great city. We live out in Westlake, about 25 minutes west of downtown, and it's a great spot to live. And I said this last night, like the organization is as good as you're going to find, taking care of families and taking care of the players and whatnot. So we love it out here. It's, like you said, it's not a place you grow up thinking about, but I think about it a lot. Like this is Cleveland. Like I grew up, and the Cavs were a huge important team, obviously mostly because of LeBron, but to be a part of this organization has been pretty fun. I totally remember the first time I was in Indy, and we were recruiting, and you were a 9th grader. I remember going to watch the young group play across the way. I mean, so much has transpired from that point to right now. In your quiet moments, on a day like today, on a day off, when you're laying in New York City, I mean, you've got to just be over the moon, because I know how bad you wanted this. Do you take moments to savor it while you're in it?
No doubt. I try and, before every game, I try and, like when I put my jersey on, I like to look at the back of it and just see like there's an NBA logo, there's the Cavs won championship logo, and then there's my name and my number, and I try and look at that and say, like, don't take this for granted. Like, you've worked so hard to be here. Go try and make the most of it. And I think it helps it helps me game to game where I can be like, listen, I could be done today and it would be, a complete dream come true, but still feel like I have a lot more to accomplish. So it allows me to, have some freedom out there when I'm playing, but also gives me, the motivation to continue to try and get better and prove even more. So for sure, all I want to do, I love just working to get better and better and working to improve. But at the same time, like you gotta enjoy these moments and where you've come from.
Well, from an old guy who has been around a ton of ball and knows a ton of people around it, I couldn't be more happy for you, buddy. Not just because we share a birthday, and not just because you're an incredible player. It's the type of person you are, and it makes me happy to see the great things happen to good people. So keep it up, my kid.
Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, before we let you go, I know that he's busy and you're busy, but have you had a chance to chat with the new coach up there? I know you have to introduce yourself to new guys every 2 or 3 years.
Customary.
But have you had a chance to chat with Jacobson yet?
I did. I talked to him, a couple days after he got hired. And yeah, like you said, it's becoming a regular occurrence at this point, but he seems great, about the right stuff. And, I'm excited for him and the new staff and, glad they got to keep Mason and Carson and a couple of the other guys. So, it'll be fun to see what they look like going forward.
There he is, Sam Merrill. Cleveland Cavaliers against the New York Knicks coming up tonight, Madison Square Garden. What better way to really announce yourself to the rest of the NBA and your abilities than to do it against the Knicks in MSG? Can't beat that.
No, that's the Mecca. And like he said, he grew up dreaming about this at every level. This was kind of in the back of his mind. And so for him to go in Game 7 and do what he did when the team really needed it, that's just Sam Merrill. And I'm excited to watch this series develop. I think the Cavs have kind of a renewed they're invigorated a little bit. And I think Donovan saw a different way to maybe impact the team, get everybody else going, get himself going. But he cleared a hurdle. He cleared that hurdle for the first time he got into the conference finals.
Yeah. So he's been close a bunch. Remember in the bubble up 3-1 against Denver?
8-second violation.
Yeah.
Hey. Still hurts.
Yeah. And then, let's see, up 2-0 against the Clippers and then losing that series in 6, like dropping 4 in a row. That was really what broke that iteration of the Jazz, I think, that series.
Yeah, for sure. But just for good measure, the Mavericks, with Brunson. And that's going to be the interesting one. Brunson's had Donovan's number in the playoffs and has always kind of come up on the right side of things. So they've got to win the game, but that's kind of something Donovan wants to answer, I'm sure, personally.
Did you anticipate, like in that Dallas series, Jalen was a really good player, but it was like, okay, can he be the guy on a team, like the face of a team, especially the Knicks? I think all of us saw that signing. We're like, I don't know about that one. But, boy, that's paid off in spades for New York.
He makes a habit of making tough shots look easy, and that's a good thing, particularly in the playoffs. When you got a guy, you can put the ball in his hands, he's got the ability to go get a shot, and he figures out a way. He shot fake you, move you with his shoulder. Really crafty. I was not sure that you could build a team around him, but again, it's another indicator of will. It's hard to measure will, and this kid's got a ton of it.
All right, coming up next, we'll spin the wheel, a little sports roulette straight ahead. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim Lacombe, every day from 10 to 2, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go.
It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, let's get it, folks. Sports Roulette. We take some of the big storylines we have not had a chance to get to. We put it on a roulette wheel. We spin it, and wherever that little white ball lands is what we are forced to talk about. We have no control over the roulette wheel at all. So with that, Lloyd, let's go.
Well, I may be penalized, but you're fired.
Oh, boy. There's always somebody who's got to take the fall. And you guys had some fun on Friday with Garrick Higo as he showed up late. He goes, I was on time, but late. And he got docked 2 strokes in the PGA Championship. So not a good situation for him. and ended up not making the cut. So who takes the fall? Well, that's going to be his caddy.
You mean the caddy that was yelling at him to get onto the tee box? That guy?
Yeah, that guy.
That guy.
Yeah.
But I think he told him coming in, it's almost like get me to the Greek. Like, it's a chore getting Higo to the tee box.
Yep. And Higo says, look, I like to, I do cut it close because I don't want to get cold out there. I want to stay warm. It was a chilly day, so I want to stay warm. So I cut it close, but apparently I cut it too close. And he cost himself 2 strokes. And in doing so, cost his caddy a job.
Well, somebody had to pay the price. And it wasn't going to be him.
No.
Because he can't even be accountable enough to be on time.
He even said, I was late. He said after the round, my caddy was yelling at me to get to the tee. So you're firing the guy that was actually going out of his way to get you up there. And because, look, the caddies get a percentage of your winning. So, like that, you're costing him money, too.
By the way, he had some other comments. We need to play. So we played those once. There were some other comments that came out later of where he talked about. Let's just say it's even more Gen Z than you would think.
Oh, let's hear it.
We need to play these for you.
Let's hear it.
Fine. There's a lot of us who do. We don't want to get to the tee box 10 minutes early and be cold. We have to hit it far and straight. It's our job to do that. I don't really think it's my job to be 10 minutes early. Obviously cut it too fine. I thought I still had a few minutes. I didn't have my watch or my phone on me, and my caddy was dropping off my TrackMan. So went to the putting green, hit one putt, and then heard my name and ran down. I think that's always been a big strength of mine is, fighting. I always stay in the fight. Might not always be pretty, but I felt like my swing and putting's been in a good spot this week. I haven't had the best year so far. So I just try to make good swings, stay in control of what I can control. Like, there's nothing I can do about being late. I'm already late.
Word salad.
That is the most Gen Z thing of all Gen Z things. I don't know how old he is.
It's not my job to be on time.
It's not your job to be on time? Whose
not my
job
job
is
to be
it?
10 minutes early.
Okay, well, how about 2? Let's start there, Higgs.
Even David James, the great DJ, he will walk in when the music's beginning, but he's on time. Like, he's not late. He's on time.
Technically, he is not late. No, you're right.
I can set up my watch by, it's almost like Jake Scott standard time because he's always consistently, perfectly about 12, 13 minutes before we go on.
Yeah.
But he's there, you can set your watch by it. So I've got no issues with that. He's not walking in as the music's playing going, what's going on?
Hey, who are we playing tonight?
So.
Hey, by the way, I will not share the name. He does not do sports radio anymore. But I once used to do a show with somebody who the music was starting, and we were sat down in our chairs. We're about ready to start the show. And he's like, leans over, he's like, hey, did the Jazz win last night? It's like, oh, boy.
This is going to be a long one.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
That's better than who are the Jazz?
I was dying. I was like,
I don't know that I've ever heard that.
I would flash a sign and tell you who it was, but now we got cameras, so I can't.
Actually, I think they're down.
Are the cameras down?
Yeah, I think they're not working.
Are they really? Or are you just trying to get me to out somebody and get everybody into trouble?
No, not me.
We could also take care of it at the break.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and let it sit on that one. But yeah, I remember he leans over, was like, "Hey, Jazz win last night?" Oh boy.
Well, welcome in.
Welcome in, everybody.
We're on top of everything here.
Big win for the Utah Jazz last night.
Let's find out how that went.
Let's find out.
Wasn't there a guy that asked Ron McBride about how...
I was actually going to bring this up. Yes.
He's like, hey, big win. He's like, actually, we lost that game.
And Ron, it was because Ron used to do a weekly when he was at Weber State.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's like, actually, we lost. And I was like,
I mean...
Whoops. Hey, yeah. Even, let's just say sports radio guys drop the ball quite a bit.
Everybody makes mistakes. I said that the NHL game was tonight. It's tomorrow night. So I fact-check myself as I go.
Yeah. And there's a lot of us that don't know the correct pronunciation of Victor
Wembanyama.
There you go.
Just as a refresher, it's not
Victor
Wembanyama. It's not Kumbayama or Wembanyama. I mean, it is simply Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Victor Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
But you guys in Idaho would say Wimben.
Okay.
Wembanyama.
All right. Idaho doesn't need to take strays.
Idaho is going to take strays.
If there's not a DILL or a DEAL involved,
we're no longer Idaho strong on this show.
I know. I don't like that. I
want to make a jingle for Idahonics. Sign up now and learn how to say potato 4 different creative ways.
Idahonics work for me. They'll work for you.
Got me into Boise State.
Oh, yeah. Well, the bar's not set that high there.
Exactly. That's why I went there. Idahonics will get you in, as will a heartbeat or a pulse.
All right. Let's spin it.
An interesting way to bond.
All right, so you're all about chemistry, right? Team bonding, and if you got a kid that's redshirting, not part of a team, you want to find ways to get him involved. You want him to feel like he's part of the team. Well, Brandon Sorsby, when he was at Indiana, didn't really feel like he was part of the team. So he decided that he wanted to be a part of the team in an interesting way, in how he is essentially admitting that he was in fact, gambling on his team. He felt like, and according to court documents, is saying that he felt like this was a way to be connected to his team. He felt like, as he was unable to help the team on the field, that he wanted to be connected, felt like he wanted to have skin in the game with his teammates. He rationalized these bets as a way to feel, again, connected to the team, rooting for his friends, and feeling like he had a real stake in games despite being otherwise uninvolved.
Poor kid.
Sounds like a man with a gambling
just
problem.
Just a poor kid.
That's all he wanted to do. He wanted to feel closer and more connected with his teammates. He wanted to experience their wins and their defeats together. And if he wasn't on the field, how could he do that? Not just on the sideline cheering for his team. No, actually looking at his phone and saying, hey, look, it's 3rd and long. I think we're going to convert this 3rd down. I'll put $5 on that right now. No. So, that's the defense he's going with, wanting to be more connected with his team.
And instead ended up more connected with a guy named Guido.
A Sal over on State Street.
Who carries a crowbar and has bad breath.
Oh, boy. Yeah, look, as we mentioned, one of the judges that are being involved in his court case, as he tries to get an injunction, has been pictured next to the whatever the mascot is, Yosemite Sam.
Raider Red,
going guns up. And the guy got his bachelor's and his law degree at Texas Tech. So that's what Brandon's got going for him. If there's one thing working for him in his favor, it's that.
And the judge wants to feel part of the team, too.
Yeah, he wants to have a little skin in the game, too.
By legal means. He's going to just waive the deal, and they can all feel good about the team together.
I heard a guy say that a player that was from Texas said that you go to Texas Tech when your grades just aren't good enough. It's like the Boise State of Texas. So he said the old adage was, if you can't get your grades up, get your guns up.
I've heard that before. I grew up there as well, and it was a notorious party school. If you wanted to party, follow Buddy Holly to Lubbock.
That's the place to go. All right, spin it.
More like the Kansas City Jailbirds.
So the Rashee Rice continues to be a model citizen. Hey, look, I don't want the Broncos or the Raiders taking any more heat for being the felons of the NFL. It's the Chiefs. It's over there. Rusty Keys and his crew can't get his guys together. Rashee Rice has been sentenced to serve 30 days in jail after testing positive for marijuana in violation with the terms of his probation for his role in a crash that left multiple people injured. All right, so you got out of that. All you have to do is stay off the lettuce for a while, and he can't even do that. And now has to serve 30 days in jail.
You have to boot him off the team, right?
Yeah, no, he's not getting booted off anywhere. He's good. Now, if he was bad, then they'd be like, hey, we understand that we're committed to our community, and we've decided
to have a hit and run.
He did have a hit and run. But as long as you can produce. Look, Ray Rice got thrown to the Wolves for the video, not because he got caught on video, because he couldn't run the ball anymore. He wasn't good anymore. So then the Ravens were like, hey, as valued members of the community here in Baltimore, we will not stand for this. But if the guy was...
Because we don't want to pay his contract.
Exactly. But if the guy was still churning out 1,000-yard seasons, they'd be like, look, everybody deserves a second chance. We're aware of the situation. He's undergoing therapy and undergoing anger management. We'll work through him with this difficult time. It just depends on what you're willing to or what you can offer a team.
Can we go corner Rusty Keys after the show? You guys got time at 2? Just because we need to get this stuff fixed. We can't have this in the league.
No.
As Raider fans and Broncos, we can unite against.
In fact, I think Patrick Mahomes should be suspended for not keeping a better eye on him.
This is true. Actually, maybe we should mob Rusty.
Yeah, I know.
Almost like paparazzi.
I know where Keys
Tell us about
hangs
Rashee
out.
Rice, Rusty.
Yeah. What do you got to say about that, Rusty?
I bet Rusty's got a good excuse, and
You know Rusty has an excuse.
He will rationalize it.
So what he's got is a bum knee and is able to get some salve.
So he's got this glaucoma issue he's dealing with. And what do you want him to do?
Rusty will rationalize.
Yeah. Well, we all do.
All right, table that. We'll see.
Yeah. Let's see here. One more. Lloyd, go ahead and spin it.
NBA playoffs.
Resume tonight. Game number 1, Eastern Conference Finals. It is the Cleveland Cavaliers taking on the New York Knicks. All right, so Knicks favored in this one. How much of a chance do you give Cleveland?
I like Cleveland's chances to compete in the series. I think tonight's going to be a little tough. We've seen the quick turnarounds not necessarily play in the favor of the team that just finished off. I feel like tonight that might be the case with Cleveland. A lot of minutes, a lot of time, and then you heard Sam say they got in at like 3:30 in the morning, going to walk through today. So I'm going to take the Knicks tonight. I think the Knicks will win this game tonight.
Let me pull up the spread here and let's see what we got.
I think it's 7.5.
Yep, 7.5. You're right. Spot on. I think the Knicks cover on that one.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, unless Donovan makes a ton of shots, but he has not shot the 3 well. And the Knicks will just have a bunch of juice. Obviously, first Eastern Conference Finals since '99.
Yep. Wow. It's been that long.
99.
Which
just seems like 5 years ago still to me.
I know, right? When you hear things like, 2003, 2004, you're like, okay, well, that was 5 years ago.
Not.
Nope. By the way, Lloyd, you'll like this. A ring given to Herb Brooks on the Miracle of Ice hockey team was up for auction. So Herb Brooks, 1980 Olympic men's hockey team. Give me your value, Lloyd. What do you think that went for?
Ooh.
A lot.
Yeah, I'm going to say $1 million.
Coach, how about you?
That's a one of a kind.
Multiple mil.
Shockingly, I would have done the same. I would have thought maybe 2.5, 549,000.
Ah, it was under.
We should have called there.
I was thinking half, but then I was like, no, it's got to be over $1 million. It has to be over $1 million.
Yeah,
that's a good deal. They got a good deal on that one, I think.
I think so too.
Great deal.
Did I say dill?
Are we good now? We got it out of our system.
If we played them 10 times, they might win 9.
But not tonight.
Rest his soul.
Not for $1 million.
Not for $1 million. Nope.
Have you guys watched the documentary about those players going back? The one that was done this year recently about 84. Where they bring all those guys back as old men now and interview them all and stuff. Have you watched that?
No, I've not.
They talk about Herb Brooks. You need to watch it. It's great. I can't remember what it's on or what it's called, but it's terrific.
I'll just go watch
That's
Miracle.
being 56.
I'll just go watch Miracle.
No. Watch this because it's the actual
dumb.
dudes.
Yeah, and the movie's not that good.
And they talk about how brutal Brooks was.
Oh, yeah.
He was brutal.
He was. Kurt Russell was
Well,
rough.
I mean, that showed sort. He's still trying to escape New York.
Oh, and look, got himself into trouble in Little China too.
Yes, he did.
Ooh.
Great movie. That is not held up well. I tried to show that to the boys the other night.
Really?
Yeah, no, that one.
Kim Cattrall, no.
I mean, look, Kim Cattrall, yes.
Okay,
But
all right.
the let's just say the
The woman with green eyes?
The special effects? Not great.
Okay.
Not great. Micah Rosioni, his jersey went up for auction a year ago, and it sold for $657,000. I would think that would be over $1 million. Wow.
That is a bona fide history. You talk about that moved the needle, man. I was alive for that one. That was incredible.
Yeah. All right. We'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night. Keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
RW Beef. We will be there tomorrow. Nope, not in Nephi, although we do love going to Nephi. No, we're going to be at Spanish Fork. It's a pop-up location at the Cal Ranch store in Spanish Fork. And here's the thing. They will bring their retail location to you in Spanish Fork. So if you want to try the steaks, the ground beef, all of that. And by the way, they're going to have some incredible savings on that beef. All you have to do is stop by, again, the Spanish Fork location of Cal Ranch, and Coach and I will be there live tomorrow from 10 to 2.
Love our clients and customers, grateful for the opportunity to have to work with them, and this will be special. Coming up from Nephi, being able to visit Utah County down in Spanish Fork, the home of pride and progress, is, I believe, what the sign says when I drive through it, but a little more convenient if you want to go and get beef. But bottom line, you need to try it, whether it be the grill or the subscription model or the retail. It's the way to go if you're talking beef in Utah.
It is absolutely the best. And if you just want it shipped to your house, it's really simple. Go to barwbeef.com, and they've got subscription models. They've got great ways for you to save money. And if you have an order over $150, you will pay no shipping. It'll be shipped to your house absolutely for free anywhere in the great state of Utah. It's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you know, if anything's going wrong in your life, just know it could be worse. You could be working for the Portland Trailblazers. Chief McGee over there that's running the Portland Trailblazers.
Hand me those scissors.
Just cut 70 employees from the business side of the organization. And also got into broadcasting, too. Some broadcasters getting cut as well. So, first they make the team masseuse get out of the hotel at noon so players can no longer get their pregame massages. They weren't taking two-way contract guys on the road anymore. Just, you know, and look, I'm all about efficiency. I understand there can be some dead weight and some ways to cut, but boy, it's ugly what they're doing there and just absolutely slashing that team apart. It's like a private equity came in and just said, nope, we're going to cut.
Hand me those scissors over here.
Jeez, man.
I mean, does this have kind of the Arizona Coyotes
a little bit
all over it?
It's got a little bit, and it almost feels like, because there are some rumors of now that they're getting sideways with the city in terms of building a new arena, because apparently Moda Center's getting a little up there in age, so they're trying to work out a new agreement, if you will, between the city and the team and building a new arena, and the city's pushing back on that. So this guy's like, all right, fine. I'll be more than happy to move it somewhere else. He even said, I'll move it to Kalamazoo if necessary. And so that's not going to sit well. But essentially, it's got the feel of like Major League, like he's just stripping it down, making the team, you know, as unpopular as possible. So people then stop going to games and then be like, hey, look, we're not getting the support we need. I'm moving the team. Because Portland isn't necessarily a hot spot right now in terms of corporate dollars.
No, it is a hot spot, though.
It is. And it deserves a team. It's like Seattle. Don't rip that.
No.
The people of Portland have done nothing wrong. They don't deserve what you're doing to them.
No. And it seems to get more comical by the cut.
Yeah.
He just cut. So keep your eye on it. I do have a vibe that they're going to get sideways with the league over some of this stuff. Something bad.
Well, the league's got to it's given the league a bad name. And when Adam Silver has to answer questions about you being a cheapskate, Adam's not going to like that. It's like, look, you're a billionaire. Act like it. And again, look, I'm a big fan of Ryan Smith. I'm a big fan of what he's building here in Utah. I love the fact that this area of downtown is going to be renovated and going to be up to par. I know that maybe he's rubbed some people the wrong way. Fine, whatever. But you can never, ever, ever make any argument whatsoever that Ryan Smith is 1,000% committed to this team and willing to take losses to make sure that this team is as successful as possible. And because of that, you know, it should be a thank your owner day today when you see stories like this.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kind of a mess right now in Portland.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. He needs to kind of look around and like, I should actually be paying people and operating this the way it needs to be. And right now he's just trying to cut corners.
All right, coming up next, Jake and Ben coming up from 2 to 6. We'll be back with you tomorrow. Remember, pop-up in Spanish Fork. We will be live at the Cal Ranch store selling beef. Come check out Bar W Beef. It's a pop-up location. If you haven't tried it, come on down. We'll hook you up. It's all courtesy of Bar W Beef, barwbeef.com. Jake and Ben coming up next.
For reference in French, it's said as Victor Wembanyama. Victor Wembanyama. Therefore, in English, it is said as Victor Wembanyama.
Stay
up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day Sale. Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25. All seats, just $15. And sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusk's up.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Lauri Markkanen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. I do love this song. What's going on over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Just living the dream. We were talking about how glad I am that I'm not on television, and then I look up and
there you are.
There's the camera, right there, staring me right in the face. I wore my shirt with my daughter's picture on it today.
Yeah.
Because she wore her shirt with my picture on it, and she had to do a project, like a video project for school, and upload it. And I was pretty stoked. I was like, "You picked that shirt to do your project?
You made the cut.
That's amazing." So I decided to wear it in kind today. I was pretty stoked about that.
Nice of you.
You know, you don't know if you're doing a just disastrous job as a father, and then your daughter does one superficial thing like wear a T-shirt with your picture on it, and you're riding pretty high.
You're a father. I'm a father. Christian's a father. My kids are older than yours. Your kids are older than Christian's. At what point do you know if you've done a good job?
I bet you don't.
You just never know?
Well, it depends on what bar. I guess you'd have to have a bar and a time frame. Like if they're not in prison by 18, like you're doing okay.
Is it case to case? Or is there a Mendoza line?
See, you know what? I try to tell this to my brother-in-law. I take zero credit. Like people tell me that I have good kids. I really do. And people tell me that all the time. And it's like, it has nothing to do with me. I assure you. I don't know what it is. And they are so different from one another. Like, how would you ever know if you're doing a good job?
Sure.
The world's most perfect parent could easily raise a serial killer.
Yeah, right. Yeah. John Wayne Gacy's parents, probably great people.
And I have some dear friends who have become parents that are very unreliable people, and their kids seem to be amazing.
Yeah.
And by the way, to those friends, unreliable is a little extreme.
But love your kids.
But your kids are amazing. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't take any credit for it. I'm just along for the ride. I honestly just don't want to screw it up. That's
how I feel, too.
That's the entire bar for me.
Replacement level.
Yeah.
And then you make what you can of yourself.
Joe Ingles.
Sure. Great career.
Great career.
Yeah.
Really, really did better than a lot of people think. And I do think there were a lot of people that thought I would be just a dreadful parent. So the bar is low for me.
Okay. Did people tell you that?
No, but I think most people that know me consider me a pretty unreliable person.
Okay.
So there was that.
I think you're incredibly consistent.
Consistently, well.
I didn't, say what you were consistent in. I just think you're consistent.
Yeah.
I know what to expect.
I had to go down to IT and have them try and handhold me through something that should be really simple, and even they couldn't do that.
That's fine.
You're hopeless, is what they're saying.
That's not going to disqualify you as a parent.
Oh, yeah, well, I hope not. I'm trying it.
Yeah.
I'm doing my best. Can't get logged into a dang company website. Should be the simplest thing in the world.
Yeah.
All right, Ben. Thriller of a game last night.
One of the better games I've seen in a very long time.
I was watching it with my beloved wife, and she's not a sport, like she doesn't dislike sports, but she's not into it,
Yeah.
And so she's talking to me about other very important things while I'm trying to watch the most thrilling double overtime game ever. Like I had to I reacted when Webby hit the three. I'm just like,
Yeah.
And she's like, what? I'm like, I can't even believe you're not paying attention to this.
We put off reading. We try to read every night to the kids. And I was like, it went to double overtime. I don't know what to tell you, kids. Atticus Finch will wait.
Sorry, guys. Ben Anderson is busy.
We'll pick him up tomorrow.
we'll figure out what's going on with the gang tomorrow. But and the kids don't want to read, so it was kind of a.
They were into it.
They were into it. They were cool with it. But yeah, sorry, it was going till 9:45. You guys can stay up. I'm not reading to you till 10:30.
Got to see the end of this thing.
Got to see what happened.
Got to see the end of this thing.
And that's how you end up with bad kids.
I did tell my wife, though. I said I would be so grumpy if I were on the broadcast.
Yeah. That's not for you.
That's not for me. I don't like overtime. But for me on my couch, now I know how everybody feels about it. Nobody can identify with me complaining about overtime. I get it. Because when you're just sitting on your couch, bring on another overtime. Sure.
You're right. More basketball,
Okay.
free basketball. But you're like, got to get out of here.
We got an hour worth of show to do after this thing.
Yeah.
And then I got to wake up and go in and see Lloyd. I mean, there's nothing positive about any of that.
But you made it. And you did get to watch the game last night, and you didn't have to do any post-game, which was very nice. And it was,
it was a thriller.
A fabulous game. This is what everybody was hoping for mid-season, seeing these two teams play the way they did, hoping that if they match up, we'd get another great series and it wouldn't be lopsided. And look, it may end up being lopsided. We don't know. But game one was about as good as you can ask for when it comes to the NBA.
It was. Let me put it this way. In typical me fashion, I'm going to take the shine a little bit off of Victor Wembanyama. So if you want to start by talking about his good aspects, I'm willing to wait. Which he was great, by the way. He was great. He's a great player. My daughter, when she was watching with me, said, "I'm cheering for the French guy."
Yeah,
because she's in French dual immersion.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It's like, yeah.
I, like everybody, was just amazed by what Wemby was doing. I'm happy to dive more into the nuance of the great and where I still have questions, obviously. But what he did last night, his first ever conference finals game, what was it, 41-23?
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Played 48 minutes, was clearly the best player on the floor last night.
Uh-huh.
You know, I will personally say I'm not quite ready to crown him as the greatest player in the NBA or the mountain that nobody will overcome for the next 3 to 5 years. I don't think that's what the NBA is, but I'm not going to pretend that I didn't watch greatness last night. That was greatness. That's what the NBA, great players becoming superstars, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah. We need to find the Dennis Green. You want to crown him?
Yeah.
The crown, because that's what I always think of when somebody says crown. Let's crown Victor the best player in the NBA. Yeah. I don't know. We should play his post-game sound and his back and forth because I kind of found it a little bit funny. But he definitely was motivated. I mean, we honestly don't know a whole lot about him and what I've heard some behind-the-scenes stuff, but he's obviously somebody that puts a chip on his shoulder. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
You talked about his rivalry with Chet, who all but disappeared.
A rivalry no longer.
Who all but disappeared in that particular game. So, you know, in fact, we can start with the sound if you want, and then I can go on to make my point.
Let's hear it.
Let's. So this is Victor. A couple of back and forth. Have you heard this yet?
I don't think so.
Okay, I want your thoughts on the question.
Okay.
All right, let's play this.
Mitch was saying that it's a pretty natural response for a competitor to see another competitor get something that he wants, you know, whether it's the MVP trophy or whatever it might be. I'm just curious if that was in your mind at all, knowing that Shea had got that award and you were in the top 3 for it, and, you know, did any part of tonight feel personal? Some of your facial expressions kind of look like you were really, really going for it.
Yeah, for sure. Everything you just said.
What does it feel like to see someone else get the MVP trophy right before you step into, I guess, what is basically the biggest game of your career, and then to have the best performance of your career?
Feels like I still got a lot to learn. And I want to get that trophy, you know, many times in my career.
We talked a lot about winning an MVP and, you know, what goes behind it, whether it's political, things of that nature. Do you feel like, especially after this game, that you're the best player in basketball?
Do I feel like it right now? I feel tired. But it's not a question I'm wondering right now. We'll see, you know. The world is 8 billion people, so it's 8 billion opinions.
Okay.
Well, thoughts on Thoughts on what he said, and then I want to hear your thoughts on the questioning.
I like Victor. I like Wemby. I like that he's not afraid to say, I want to win the trophy, and I want to win a lot of times. I like that. I don't mind. I don't mind Timothy Chalamet, though he didn't attack it correctly, I didn't think.
The ping pong guy?
The ping pong guy. Saying, I want to be a great actor. I want to be Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Leonardo DiCaprio. I want to be in that conversation. I actually don't have a problem with people saying, like, here's my goal. I'm going to talk about it. Not to Ben Simmons it into a reality, not to trick you into thinking I deserve it, but I actually for myself want to achieve it, and I don't mind putting myself on the line by saying it out loud. So I like that about Victor Wembanyama.
Like that?
Sometimes you can't avoid it. I enjoy that.
What about the reporter?
It is a little bit of the, there was a former, Bill Oram once pointed this out about another person in the market, and he said, the problem with that guy's questions, or girl, is that every question is, do you think you're the best basketball player or the greatest of all time? It's a little bit of that line of questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a great team or the single greatest thing that's ever happened in human history?
Uh-huh.
A lot of those questions are, clearly you're the best player in the league.
Uh-huh.
Do you see that, or is it just me? Like, there's a little bit of that line of questioning that I think you could read into what was happening there.
I do agree. And the first question, okay, so this is funny. I like to self-examine this stuff because I ask a lot of bad questions too. So I'm not trying to clown anybody too badly. And I hated when Greg Popovich clowned everybody for asking dumb questions. I felt like that was silly and kind of mean. So, but the question is, were you motivated by seeing Shea get the MVP tonight? That's the question.
Yeah. Period.
That's the question. Both reporters, actually all three reporters were trying to ask, which is kind of silly because as a basketball player living in the moment, I don't know how much you think about that sort of stuff. Maybe a little, maybe a lot. But that was the question. That's it. Were you motivated?
Correct.
By seeing Shea get the MVP tonight? But the first guy goes, and I just love you and love you and love you and let me answer the question for you and then let me love you and then answer some more and then love and love and love.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah.
Everything you said.
All that lovely stuff. That's it. And then the second guy actually was on track. He was actually kind of there. And then it was like, but love you, love you, love you. Which I thought was really funny. But yeah, that's kind of that feeling.
There is a weird thing, and like you talked about, there is a weird thing about being a reporter or asking a guy a question after they've just done something phenomenal, unique, out of this world, whatever it is, and trying to just trying to not match that equivalent of what they're doing, but that is the job. Oh, you scored 50 in a game. What did that feel like? Not, wow.
Well,
you were really looking great out there. How'd you do it? You gotta try to avoid being that reporter.
But the projection is funny too,
Absolutely.
Like we do, and I'm saying we do try to create these extra storylines because we do love the soap opera. I've said it a million times. It's the world's best ongoing storyline. It never ends.
Yes.
And we love the narratives. Of course, we want to believe in our heart of hearts that Victor Wembanyama, thank you, Scotty and Coach, was so mad at Shea. He was so mad he was going to go deliver this historic performance. And, maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. But we all want that, right?
Yes.
We all want that to be true. We love that. And we want a juicy. And there is something funny. And I wonder if he's trolling in a way. There is something funny about this reporter saying, I want you to talk about this thing that I love so much. Yeah. And he's like, yeah, whatever you said. I find that funny. So maybe he has a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he's enjoyable right now. I'm not going to hold him to being enjoyable for the rest of his life, but he's enjoyable right now.
Okay, I do have a few thoughts on the game.
Okay.
Specifically with him, but we can get to some other stuff too. Well, let me start here. What was so annoying about watching Shaq is that he was very not skilled. He just ran over everybody in the league and dunked because he was huge and athletic, and the referees let him do it. Because it is a foul to run over your defender a dunk. It is. It's a foul. And Wemby gets the same whistle. He gets away with murder out there with the basketball. Absolutely. Now, I hated the way Oklahoma City guarded him. I really did. I don't think, Ben, when the Jazz tried that same defense against Denver and it kind of worked for a night, you were quick the next day to they haven't figured out Denver. This is this little fluky, put a small on him.
Elijah Harkless on Jokic and it might work.
And then help with your longer player when help needs to come. And that's what they tried to do on Wemby with Chet. They had Caruso, for crying in the gravy, trying to guard him. And I like Jalen, brother of Cody Williams, a little bit better, but he's still way outsized.
6'6".
And
he's legitimately might be 11 inches shorter.
And Victor is shouldering him into the hot dog stand halfway up the dang concourse, and they let him get away with it. And then the help from Chet is just too slow. And, I'm not even blaming Chet on that, Ben, because Victor's so long, he just dunks. He just finishes. I mean, the help does not have time to get there after Caruso is peeling himself up off the ground.
Right.
So I was trying to decide if it was quite on the level of backpack defense, like a pretty extreme defensive game plan to solve a really complicated player that just failed miserably. Miserably. Are they going to try that again? Do you agree? I thought the game plan for Victor was terrible.
I understand the approach. I think that's what you try and do with a flawed player. And I think they were trying to test, like the Velociraptors in Jurassic Park 1, trying to figure out where the weakness in the fence was. And they recognized there just might not be a weakness there. Can we get away with, Caruso or J-Dub on Wemby and then bring Chet over or bring Hartenstein over, whatever it is. And Wemby, I think, very clearly decided, no, you cannot do that. So I think they will adjust their approach there. And I thought that is what they were trying to accomplish in Game 1. And if it worked, great. It's a wrinkle to throw out at him.
It did not.
It did not work in the slightest.
No.
So
I thought you... Okay, so similar player in LeBron who likes to run people over, and you don't really have a whole lot of answers for it is what LeBron does. Gap the daylights out of LeBron was always the answer. And people say, well, yeah, he's going to pull up. He shoots 35%. It's like, yeah, but he shoots 100% from 0 feet.
Yeah, right.
So get off him, dare him to shoot that three. That always seemed like the best way to go with LeBron. And you can tell me that LeBron's still going to win a lot of games if you do that. Absolutely true. But you pointed out that with Wemby, as actually it works with Jokic too, but with Wemby, you got to lean on him the whole game. Yeah. Get the biggest, heaviest player you got, stick him out there, and make Wemby prop him up for the entire game.
Yeah.
I don't know why Hartenstein only played 12 minutes. That made no sense. And even of those 12 minutes, they didn't even have him guard him. You know how much energy it takes? Oh, it was funny. I was talking about my buddy Igor today to my physical therapist because he was on alone. And she looked up why Igor, his adventure there. And apparently Igor's wasted all of his energy building like a log cabin or something and ended up not winning, or whatever. Like Wemby is dominating in double overtime. He's ready to go because how much energy does it take to run over Alex Caruso?
Right.
None.
Yeah.
None whatsoever. Right. And then he just stands there hovering in the lane on defense, spending no energy there either. And then he's beating you in double overtime while you're gassed. Well, no kidding. Well, why don't you stick the giant heavy guy out there and make Wemby work for it a little bit? I didn't understand that in the slightest.
You're right. I think Mark Daigneault tried to beat Wemby's brain. They tried to make him make decisions by saying, I caught the ball, I've got a smaller guy on me, but the help is coming, so where do I pass? Like, they tried to make him go through the process of, as a playmaker, of what to do with the ball in my hands, and hoping that he would foul up there. You admit not foul like basketball foul, like make a mistake. And he didn't. And I do think right now with Wemby, because I think he is quickly learning the game. I said yesterday, The problem with Wemby is he's going to get better every single time he plays because he has the computer mind where once he solves the problem, he's going to put it in his back pocket and he's going to remember how to do it next time. That is LeBron's greatest. I mean, in addition to his superb body, one of LeBron's greatest strengths is he's seen every defense. He really does know the counter to all of it. Doesn't mean it works every time, but he knows the best outcome. Wemby is getting there quickly as well. And once that happens, you can't try to trick him any longer. You do just have to say, physically, we're going to beat you up, and that's our best bet, and it's going to be hard on you, and by the end of the game, you will have fallen down 15 times, you'll have been fouled 10 times, and I hope you can't lift your forearms above your waist. That's going to be the goal for him eventually, and what I actually think is about to happen, and ironically, the Jazz were already very well set up to deal with this, Wemby is going to create a new economy of big men in the NBA, the same way Shaq did. There were so many lousy 7-foot, 280-pound players in the NBA when Shaq was in the league because you simply needed big bodies to lean on him. And Wemby's going to force the same thing. You're just going to have Jusuf Nurkic, not calling Jusuf Nurkic a lousy 7-foot, 280-pound guy.
But kind of.
But he is a 7-foot, 280-pound guy who's going to go out there and lean on you. And you have Jaren Jackson Jr., and he's going to lean on you. And Walker Kessler's going to go out there and lean on you. And then occasionally, maybe you throw a Lauri Markkanen on him and bring help just to mix up some looks, but it's going to be about having huge size. I do not think you're going to be able to get away with Caruso, Lou Dort, anyone small.
None of those guys. No, not even, like we said, Jalen Brother or Cody. Not even him.
You're going to have to go out and put Chet on him or Hartenstein on him and hope that they can just make his life hard physically because I don't think you're going to trick him into making mistakes.
I don't think he can beat Chet either. But, Hartenstein can't go Hartenstein is how you pronounce that one.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can go the distance, but he needs to spend more than 12 minutes out there. That defense isn't going to work in this 7-game series. I think there's a reason Wemby went nuts. My second complaint about such a great game, I hated that 3 he made so much.
The Wemby 3?
I hated it so much. Listen, if you are Dame Lillard, Steph Curry, why do you shoot from 30 feet? What's the point?
Because you can't score at the rim.
No,
too little.
No, well, yes, too little in a sense, but it's space, right?
Yeah.
You pull up from 30 feet because your guy doesn't think you're going to pull up from out there, and he's not up in your face all the time. It's either that or run off 9 picks. You know what I mean? So they pull up from 30 feet, and that's really the entire point. Otherwise, you'd take an easier shot.
Mm-hmm.
Victor Wembanyama, 6 feet behind the line.
He's 8 feet tall.
Uh-huh.
He can shoot over anybody on the floor, probably anybody on the planet.
Yep.
Get yourself an easier shot, bro. Somewhere Rick Majerus is rolling over in his grave. Like you're just pulling up from there just cuz?
He certainly could have dribbled up
just
3 or 4 more steps.
Way more.
But he did hit it.
What's he doing?
What am I supposed to complain about? He did hit it.
He hit it, but it doesn't mean I have to like the shot.
No, that's fine.
So annoyed by that
you
shot.
sound like Paul George.
6 feet behind the line.
Complaining about Damian Lillard hitting the series-ending shot over him and being like, it's a bad shot. It went in. What do you care if it's a bad shot if it goes in? But I'm with you.
I
Yes.
always hated that argument. Carmelo Anthony, I remember the first time we really had this argument. The Carmelo Anthony was playing the Jazz in the playoffs, and he was just taking these ludicrous shots. And some of them were going in. It's like, just because you make more ludicrous shots than your average person doesn't make them any less ludicrous.
Yeah, doesn't make them good shots.
Doesn't make them good
and
shots.
The Thunder, and this leads into another point, which we can touch on quickly, will take that shot from Wemby 1,000 times
Absolutely.
out of 1,000. Please let him shoot that. Yes, he can make it sometimes. He makes the dunk every time. So go ahead and shoot that 3. And I know they were down 3. He had to take a shot, or somebody had to take 3.
No, but your point still
He took and hit
stands.
it.
Rather have him shooting that than dunking in your face 100%.
I do not think that the Thunder played a particularly good game last night.
Oh, they were bad, in fact, at times.
For all the reasons we just listed. I didn't think their game plan worked particularly well. That doesn't mean Daigneault didn't run great sets and get guys open and create shots for Shea late in the game. He did. And all those things worked and extended it to double overtime. But I didn't think they played particularly well. It's one of the worst games I've ever seen Shea play. As we mentioned, Chet Holmgren was completely invisible. Just an awful, awful player in this game. Some of the shooters for the Thunder that have traditionally been very reliable did not play particularly well in this game either. And it still went to double overtime and took a 35-foot 3 from Wemby in the first overtime to send it to double overtime. Yeah. Or maybe it was regulation to send it overtime, whatever it was.
I think it was the first overtime.
If I'm the Thunder, I actually don't feel that bad about what just happened. Am I afraid of Wemby? Of course I am. We don't have somebody who can do that, and I don't know how we stop that. But I think our guys can play better than we did, and we didn't play well, and we still got the double OT. So I think this is a long series. I think the Thunder are going to win games in San Antonio. Clearly, the San Antonio can win games against OKC, and you adjust from there. But I think we're in for a great series, and last night was a good taste of it.
Well, Mark Dagnall did a good job figuring out what they were doing against Shea. And by the way, if you want a terrific breakdown of that, Coach Lacombe really gave a good one on Hansen, on Scotty and the coach, and I'm talking about Coach Lacombe. It was really great talking about the bracket coverage and what they were doing and what they were giving up. And they are game planning to stop Shea particularly, but also as a byproduct, Chet making everybody else beat them. Thus, Alex Caruso gets all those open threes. And they did get that figured out in the second half and down the stretch. And monster comeback in the fourth quarter and all of that. He deserves credit. But I thought his defensive game plan is not going to work.
That one will not.
I will be curious to see where he adjusts because I do think he is a pretty good coach. So I wonder what we're going to get out of OKC. I think they're going to continue to try and take Shea out of it. I mean, isn't that what you do?
No question.
And Wemby's effect on defense, I mean, the other reason to have somebody out there that's heavy that leans on him is his defense where he can just play safety is, what are you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're either going to take every shot, it's going to be a three. I mean, they could not, they'd miss layups at the rim. And we saw this with Rudy for years because they're seeing ghosts, even when he didn't alter the shot. You know, it's
not dunking when they should dunk, trying to put a high arc on a shot that has no business being anything other than a layup. And then a couple of times when they did challenge him, he got the block. But yeah, they were absolutely scared. They were playing scared of Wemby, which I get. It's why I think shot blocking numbers actually matter a little bit more than some people think. I get that they're not all equal. We're not that smart of species. You get your shot blocked twice. You're not going to go back in there and try and challenge a guy.
And he only had 3 total, but
he scared people.
Yeah.
He really scared people. So, no, I'm totally with you.
So you got to figure out a way to they need to change it up a little bit. I do agree with your take though that Oklahoma City did not play its best, not by a mile, and barely lost.
Yeah, this is going to be a great series. I picked the Thunder to win this series. Probably still leaning that way, but Wemby's very special. He's one of the best prospects, maybe the best prospect we've seen in our lifetime. Certainly up there with LeBron, and he's paying it off.
Stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim Lacombe.
Joining us now, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports Pro Basketball Talk.
Kurt, who's your favorite watch in the NBA, out of curiosity?
I'm always partial to dynamic, fast-playing teams and teams that move the ball. So honestly, I was watching a lot of Charlotte this year. I would say LaMelo Ball when he can play, and that's partially because he can be so good, and also because there's a train wreck waiting to happen. He was much better this year because his number of just "what are you thinking" passes went from 10 a game to 5.
I love watching Ball at times too, but I wouldn't want to build a team around him either. You may see him just like he does out on the court. He may, "What are you doing?" and as he crashes into the side of a car on his way out of the team line. He's been like 17 accidents. I mean, he plays like he drives.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go? So?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah, drive elevated.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Is Gwen Stefani, she still performs then? She's at the Sphere?
It's no doubt, yeah.
Oh, the band is together
The band is
again?
back together. For anybody will come back together at the Sphere, you know?
Because she dated one of the, it was like the guitar player or something, right?
Yes.
And then that ended badly?
Yes.
And eventually led to the, because this is just Gwen Stefani, right? This is not No Doubt. Okay.
Her brother was one of the animators on The Simpsons.
Arnold Stefani?
Funny family. Eric.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Funny. Is she funny?
What if she's still funny? I don't know. People kind of
was she ever
turned
funny
on her? I don't know. She interesting.
I get okay, but I mean, even in her heyday, I didn't think like, oh, that song is funny. Kind of angsty.
Sure. She's a young person.
Right.
They're all angsty.
All right.
Christian.
Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Cavs, Knicks, Eastern Conference Finals tonight.
Look out, bro. Donovan's going for like 35.
I believe that. He probably will.
I can't believe.
Oh, Donovan!
Have we ever seen anybody get more credit for an 8-assist game ever?
Right. Especially a guard.
Maybe it was funny when Jordan Clarkson got 5, right? And everybody made a big deal about it in the locker room because he never passed.
But, like, yes, if when Ace Bailey gets 8 assists, people would be like, whoa, playmaker Ace. Or if Jaren Jackson does it, people would be like, wow, triple threat. This guy can really do everything. Donovan's a guard. Donovan's a lead guard. He should be getting 8 assists once every 3 or 4 games. Truthfully, it's just like the style of play in the NBA lends itself to that.
The amount of time that he has the ball, yeah.
You have the ball,
in fact.
you drive, people attack you, close out on you, you get into the paint. His skills are, designed for drive and spray, as they like to say. Drive into the paint, spray it out to the perimeter, somebody hits an open shot.
I want to see what his usage rate is, knowing I'm bringing it up, knowing that he's not an assist guy. Because usage is possessions that end in you scoring or an assist. And let's see, Donovan's usage, 32.2.
Extremely high.
That's a volume guy.
That's a lot.
There. That's a volume dude.
Yeah, top 15 in the NBA.
So I've always thought, he could have scored more here with the Jazz. He bought more into the system. I give him credit for doing that because it remains. I don't think he's good enough to go it alone. And I think what got him past the Pistons was playing a little bit differently, as you pointed out, and I thought quite well. Get Jared Allen going. You're going to need something from either he or Mobley or both. So get him going.
Yep. No question about it. And I'll be curious if he comes out. The hard part for Donovan, and where I think his limitation is, despite being, future Hall of Famer, a very good player, going to be remembered as one of the better players from this era, I'm not sure he's like a great determiner, decision maker in the moment. I think he kind of predetermines a little bit of what he does, which is a knock on him as a guard. I think he goes into the paint thinking, well, I'm either going to score or I'm going to drive and pass. And it's not, oh, well, I read this and so I made this very quick decision. I don't think he's a particularly quick decision maker. He reacts to things, catch the ball and shoot, catch the ball and drive, catch the ball and pass, whatever. I don't think he necessarily is the guy who gets into the paint, gets on 2 feet, and then decides, okay, I can see the defense coming from here. I'm going to kick it to that guy who's open. Despite the fact that he has a healthy assist average for his career, that is the difference maybe between a Donovan and a Jalen Brunson, who I think is a little more innate at it, or certainly a Shea, who is far more innate at it. Luka's much better at it. That might be the difference between Donovan and some of these other guards, where he's just kind of predetermining his spots. So he's going to come into this game thinking, whoa, that's got a lot of love for getting 8 assists. Guess what I'm doing? Getting 8 assists again. Because I just like that I got all the attaboys after that last game. And then he's going to come in and try and force it and not really read what's happening to him. And he's not going to be the best version of himself. Because sometimes he should go score 35. Sometimes he should score 20 and get 8 assists. I think he goes into games setting his goal and is going to do whatever he has to reach
You're
that.
just doubting him because he's playing your Knicks. Stop it. You're just nitpicking because you're personally invested. I got it.
Personally invested in the Knicks.
But I will say this, Donovan, whether it's Bridges or Hart or whatever, he's going to have a difficult matchup. But that's nothing new. I mean, Detroit gave him nothing but difficult matchups, and he did pretty well, at least at times.
I'll be curious what the approach is. Again, different than Victor Wembanyama talking about the last segment. There are probably some more solutions. He's going to get his. He's going to score 20 every game in this series or close to, probably have some 30-point games in this series because he's that type of player, and the league lends itself to guys like Donovan Mitchell at the moment or Jalen Brunson at the moment. They can get points. The question is it the most valuable points? Is it the right points? And is it just something the Knicks are saying, well, we're happy to live with that? It's very possible.
How many shots has Donovan taken now in the playoffs? He took 20 during the regular season.
He is taking 21.4 field goal attempts per game.
All right.
Yeah, it's not a crazy high number.
No. Now, it would help Cleveland if James Harden didn't turn it over 15 times.
Uh-huh.
But we'll see how that goes.
He had a huge game 6, right? He had his 30-point game in game 6 and sent it back to no, they lost game 6.
But the nightlife in New York.
It was game 5. He had the huge game 5 to send it back to Cleveland with a chance to close it out, and they didn't close it out.
The nightlife in New York is serious.
Better than Detroit.
But I don't know.
I know it's better than Detroit. Unless you think he's
How
really
do you
going
know,
out to
Ben?
get music. Oh, man, other people.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the nightlife of Detroit.
But you're familiar with the nightlife of New York because
Yeah,
you
but
have a
he's-
casual understanding of how the world works.
But we're not talking about Broadway shows here. We're talking about his particular venues. Are they better in Detroit? They could be. They're better in Atlanta, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know about New York. I'm sure they're known for that.
Yeah.
All right. What's next?
Number 2, Wemby had a big game last night. Did he declare himself as the best player in the NBA?
Certainly making an argument for it. I think it's going to result in a finals appearance and probably a finals victory to fully achieve that. But it's on the way. It certainly feels like it's on the way. But again, saw a great tweet about it today. Frank Madden, who covers the Bucks or used to cover the Bucks, had it. The league just changes so quickly. There's a reason we've had 8 different teams win 8 titles in 8 years. Never seen this before, but the league is changing in the blink of an eye, more so than it ever had in the past, where if you won a title, you were overwhelmingly the favorite to win it the next year, and everyone feels that way. You and I talked on our show. This is probably the first team, this Boston Celtics team with Tatum and Brown, that's going to become a dynasty. And then they didn't. And then it was this Thunder team, looks like the team to me that's probably going to become a dynasty. Now they're down in the series, and everyone's looking at the Spurs as the next dynasty. And then it changes next year. It always changes.
Oh, I still expect Oklahoma City to win.
Yeah, it's very possible.
What's next?
Number 3, you guys will love this one. Former Jazzman R.J. Lewis Jr. has committed to LSU.
So R.J. Lewis entered the draft last year.
Mm-hmm.
He goes undrafted. I think he's St. John's. I think he comes out of St. John's. Was a pretty good player. Was a borderline draft pick. Never got selected. Jazz made him a priority two-way guard right after the draft. I think they signed him on draft night to a two-way deal. Then the Boston Celtics call and say, hey, Austin Ainge, we got to get off of this George Niang guy. We hate him, and because everyone hates George. And so how do we move him? And Jazz said, we don't hate him as much as you might, so we'll take him back. And they said, well, we can't take any money back. We can't take anything back from you. How do we get him? And they say, well, we've got this guy, R.J. Lewis, that we don't really care about. He's on a two-way. And they said, cool, we'll trade you George Niang for R.J. Lewis. So R.J. Lewis goes to Boston. I don't know does he play for the Red Claws, the Maine Red Claws? Never plays in the NBA, but it might have gotten some G League time. Gets cut or traded again. Maybe even when the Jazz traded John Tonji to them, another two-way player traded to Boston, and doesn't make it in the NBA, never gets real guaranteed money, and has decided to go back to college, trying to get his two-way deal. Which, by the way, is not the first. We saw a lot of two-way guys, or not two-way guys necessarily.
It was G League
guys play in college this year, including at BYU.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure I'm as up in arms about this as other people are, based purely on precedent alone. Do I hate it as an idea? 100%. You leave college, you're not welcome back. But it's not like he's the first guy trying to do this.
I'm going to reset a previous take. Caitlin Clark should go back to college. She should.
Why not?
How much would, I don't know, how much would UConn pay for Caitlin Clark to go back to college?
Right.
Gazillions.
Yeah.
Way more
As
than
much as you can.
Way more than she's making in the WNBA. And women's college basketball is more high profile than the WNBA. Although the WNBA is getting more shine than it's gotten before, so maybe it's on its way. But I would still say the women's NCAA tournament is a bigger deal than the WNBA. Caitlin Clark should go back to college.
Yeah.
Plus, they treat her badly.
Uh-huh.
Be like, I'm getting my eyes gouged out here. I'm going back to college. And then sue to stay. And say, hey, you can't force me to go. What do you mean eligibility? Where's that written on Mount Sinai?
Yeah, show me where that is. By the way, I don't think R.J. Lewis ever played a G League game. So why are people fighting this?
He technically doesn't have any eligibility left.
Okay, he left, so he used up his 5 years?
He played 4 years, but he didn't redshirt any.
I think he only played 3 years. UMass, 2 years at St. John's. So I don't even think he exhausted his eligibility. No, I know he didn't because he was the only player last year. I remember I wrote this article. He was the only player in the draft last year who was technically an underclassman, meaning he had eligibility left to declare early and not get drafted. He's the only player. Everybody else who had an eligibility left went back to college or got drafted. He was the only guy who didn't. And I was not making fun of him, but I made note of it at the time. That dude left millions of dollars on the table. The way you're talking about, Caitlin Clark could have made more money in college than she does in the WNBA. RJ Lewis could have made more money going back to wherever, UConn. Go back to St. John's, transfer to Kentucky, transfer to BYU, whatever, and get a huge payday, but he decided he wanted to go try out for the NBA even if he wasn't going to get drafted. And he didn't. And now he wants back into college. He made a mistake. Gonna punish him forever for it?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care. If you don't want to let him back into college, I don't have a problem with that argument at all. He's just, again, we saw lots of former G League players who had actually played in the G League play in college last season.
I don't like that either, honestly. I really don't care about this particular circumstance. And on the list of things to care about, this seems pretty low. I think that once you go pro, that your college days, what we used to call amateur days, are over, and there was a hard and fast line there, but they erased all the rules. So
yeah, they have changed that.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
In fact, Abdullah Ahmed, who played for BYU last year, who stunk out loud. That guy was not good at basketball, despite the fact that he had apparently been in the G League. He's playing for his next college already. He left BYU. He was going to UMass, ironically, where R.J. Lewis started his college career. But yeah, we've set this precedent. You're welcome. You can come and play. Now, I know they tried to change it, and there was the Baylor kid who tried to go back to Baylor and committed, and the NCAA ruled he was ineligible. But yeah, case to case, I don't know. There's a chance Sorsby comes back and plays at Texas Tech. I don't know. They seem to make it up depending on how they feel that day. So, and I mean the judges and the juries. It's usually just the judges deciding on these things, but it doesn't seem like there's any consistency on what to expect. So if RJ Lewis can go get $2 million to play college one more year, God bless him.
I forgot Bill Wade was the coach there at LSU.
No wonder. Yeah.
Well, Billy Wade.
Should call up Walker Kessler.
They
heard you were a restricted free agent.
Up to his old tricks again.
You know where you're not restricted? College basketball.
Right here at LSU.
No restrictions.
Come aboard. You're going to love it. All right, stay tuned. We've got more Jacob Mann coming up next. I should tease. We've got David Locke. Yes, the David Locke is coming on the show at the top of the 4 o'clock hour.
When was the last time we talked to David?
It's been a while. Mm-hmm. Because back when we were in the midday, we were of such low priority for most people, David included, that he was going on other shows. But now here we are, Ben. We get to talk to David.
It was James Nagy, by the way, who I believe was not able to play at Baylor this year. I don't think he was able to go back. Anyways, huge mess. Yeah, I'm excited to talk to David.
No rules.
Yeah, just case to case.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Paul.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
All systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. And listen to this show every Thursday afternoon for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Ben, Christian has an update to the story that we played for the Audio Vault last week about Spygate over in English soccer.
Okay.
Yeah. Christian, they got caught again? Is that what happened? They got caught spying on another team, and we have further details.
So Southampton, the Spires,
Uh-huh.
right? They have been kicked out of the championship playoff final after being found guilty of spying on multiple opponents during this 2025-26 season. So they're out of the playoffs for that incident.
What league is this?
The EFL.
Not the EPL.
No, so if they win the
They would
championship,
move up.
they get promoted, yeah.
Not anymore.
Well, yes, correct.
I am now a big EFL fan.
Okay.
This is exactly what the NFL should have done to the Patriots. Kick them out of the playoffs. That is your punishment, not this weak sauce draft pick stuff. Actual consequences for cheating. This I can be on board with. Yes, 100%.
Well, it's a league of consequences. You lose enough, they send you down a league.
I know.
You don't play well
It's
enough,
great.
you go down to the bottom league, the lower league, and if you cheat there, you're out of the playoffs. You can't even go back.
This cost them millions. If
Yeah,
they had a
huge amounts of
chance to move up to the next league or whatever, this cost them millions and millions of dollars. And I say, good, more punitive punishments for cheaters.
It is
I'm
funny.
on board.
I've told you, there are times when you and I disagree on what's going to happen. We predict a future of something, and I always feel like I'm going to be right, and 99% of the time I'm wrong, and you're right. And the most obvious example of this was the Jazz getting fined $500,000 by the NBA, and you said, oh, that's the last fine they're going to do the whole season. They fined the Jazz and the Pacers the same day. And you said, oh, they're not going to fine anyone for tanking the entire rest of the way. And they didn't fine anybody else, and everybody tanked.
Everybody.
The Jazz tanked, the Wizards tanked, the Kings tanked, the Grizzlies tanked, you name it. All Bulls, everybody tanked.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Silver sat on his hands. Didn't do it. Didn't pick up the phone.
Nope.
Didn't issue a $30,000 fine, a $50,000 fine, a $100,000 fine. We all saw it. Everybody talks about it on TV.
Uh-huh.
Nobody cares.
Nope.
Adam Silver fined one person, two people, arbitrarily. Ryan Smith on Bill Simmons' podcast called it a tax. He didn't call it a fine. Bill Simmons asked, are you in the seven figures yet for fines? He says, no, that was the tax. It was not a big, essentially wrote it off as not a big deal, which everyone knew they would. Would the Jazz gladly pay $500,000 for the number 2 overall pick? Absolutely. Think of what the Jazz would ask to trade back from the number 2 overall pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely worth it. But in saying they didn't take any more punishment for that, nobody did. And to your point, good for the EFL. They saw somebody cheating and they said, death penalty.
You're out.
You're out.
You're not playing in the final.
You can't play the final, and that means you can't climb back up to the higher league, which is going to cost you millions and millions of dollars. Good for them.
Don't cheat next time.
Yep, I'm with you.
I always thought it was funny, the apologists who downplayed the Spygate and downplayed even the Deflategate. You know, if it doesn't help you win, then why are you doing it? And that is cheating.
By definition, that's cheating.
Because people would say, oh, wait, well, it doesn't matter. He's deflating it a little bit. And it's like, if it doesn't help him, then why is he doing it?
Yeah. He's not doing it arbitrarily.
Which is cheating.
Correct.
So, you know what? Throw the book at him.
If you're changing the rules, you're doing it on purpose to create an advantage for yourself.
But
that's cheating.
What you're talking about with the NBA is the ultimate flaw of Adam Silver, in my opinion. He doesn't actually care. He doesn't actually care about tanking. He doesn't care about any. I don't even know if he cares about the legitimacy of his league. He cares about at whinyfan2435 for some reason. That's his thing. Who was it to put that out the other day that he looks at Twitter all the time?
It's Tom Haberstroh or whoever it was.
Basketball Twitter is what he's like. It's like he is not a commissioner. He's a PR guy, and he's a bad PR guy at that.
Yeah. Well, grow a spine.
I'm going to show him. I'm doing something about this tanking. I'll show whiny fan 2675.
What are you going to say now?
Going to find the Jazz.
At anonymous Twitter with 15 followers.
What was that? I'm so mad at North Carolina, I'm going to punish NC State. What was that old saying? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm so mad about this tanking thing. I'm going to find the Pacers and the Jazz, the two franchises that nobody even cares about.
Right.
Hilarious. But yeah.
The
I did see
championship
that
is
coming.
Saturday, by the way.
Who's playing?
So Southampton, the cheaters, the Spires, they are replaced by Middlesbrough, the team that they were spying on, and they will play Hull City.
So they lost their semifinal? Middlesbrough lost their semifinal.
Middlesbrough lost because they had a disadvantage,
But
right?
gets to play, probably because they were a lousy team, to be honest with you, but also were cheated on.
No, they were cheated. Why would the other team do it if it didn't help?
Yeah, it may have helped. But we were laughing about presidents yesterday. Richard Nixon winning 49 of the 50 states and still tried to cheat via Watergate to figure out what was going on. It's like, I don't think you needed to do that. I don't know
you were rolling.
I don't know if that gave you the advantage you felt like you needed. I'm going to just guess here that Southampton was the better team and then cheated anyways. The same way the Patriots were probably the better team, cheated anyways.
See, that's the problem, Ben. You should assume that they only won because of the cheating.
Okay. You know what? If you're cheating, you put yourself up to that kind of questioning, and if you put yourself up to that type of questioning, you say it wasn't a fair game and they only won because you made it unfair.
The Astros, that team stunk.
Yeah.
The only way they could hit the ball,
they knew which pitch was coming,
was by knowing.
Yep.
All right. We'll have more coming up next. Remember, David Locke at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. What time are we going to do Hot Take Tuesday today? 4:30.
I added one last night to my list.
Did you? Okay. We'll get to it. Coming up, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only two kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jigabin 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Oh man, I know we're going to talk draft here, but I brought up this this story, just waiting to be angry, that the NFL announced where the 2030 Super Bowl is going, and it's going to be Nashville.
Okay.
But I know it's not quite Hot Take Tuesday yet, but my hot take has always been pick 4 markets that people want to go to
And rotate.
and just rotate through those.
Yeah.
But I think Nashville should be on that list.
Okay.
You've been to
not their current stadium.
Not their current.
But they are building one right next door.
Right.
And it's a couple years out from being done, so that makes sense.
Yeah, right. But that type of town, the weather's going to be good. Yeah, there's plenty to do.
Probably okay in February, I would hope.
I mean, probably not that much different than like New Orleans.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit cooler, but not
But
that
no, they're
bad.
not getting a lot of snow.
No, it should be like Nashville, Vegas, Miami, New Orleans, and Los Angeles. That's it.
Yeah.
None of this Detroit, New York, Minneapolis stuff.
Yeah. No cold weather cities.
Just because, I mean, if you're going to the Super Bowl, odds are that you're not going because you're a fan of the team. You're going because
you got a random opportunity.
You got an opportunity to go, and it's going to be a vacation to see the Super Bowl. Well, give people somewhere to go. That was always my take. But Nashville should be on that list if they have a good facility.
Yeah. It looked cool.
You've alluded to Ryan Smith going on with Bill Simmons. Talking a little draft here. We thought we'd play a little sound from that. Ryan talking about prospects and relationship with specifically Cam Boozer and AJ DiBonsa. Let's play that.
There's a top 4, and you guys have these indirect ties with 2 of the 4, right? Where you have Boozer, who played for the Jazz for years, who had the best years of his career and is now involved with your team. And then AJ, who got pulled out, went to prep school there, went to BYU. I know you guys are a little bit involved with the success of BYU. So you've probably gotten to know him a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, I go to BYU's like a mile from my house. So like, it's my alma mater. It's where I went to school. It's where I play hoops. It's cool that, a potential top pick or wherever it ends up is coming through here. And I'm sure all the Dukies feel the same way about Cam. And, it's kind of how it's gone. I mean, I get the amount of texts I get from everyone from Duke, and there's a lot of them, the decision's easy, whatever it is, they're coming. So, and you got the BYU contingent. It's like there's a lot of drama around this and a lot of insight and narrative, and it's gonna be an interesting 40 couple days here.
So, I told you yesterday. I don't think I said this on the radio. Not that it matters, but I was doing a hit this morning on a Washington D.C. sports radio station, and they specifically wanted to ask about AJ DiBonsa. But they opened the show or the segment by asking what I know of Ryan Smith getting AJ DiBonsa to Utah Prep, getting him to BYU, and how critical it is for AJ to land in Utah. And I think I disappointed them because I said, I don't think it matters all that much. I don't think that's the end all be all. First of all, Ryan Smith is very smart. Ryan Smith knew the entire time that the Jazz, whenever AJ entered the draft, the Jazz would have at best a 10% chance of landing him. He did not organize all of this or help organize or whatever just to get a 10% chance of drafting AJ DiBonsa. In fact, I think Ryan Smith, one of his overarching goals that we have seen, and maybe overarching is the wrong word, but one of the consistent themes I think he's tried to accomplish since taking over the Utah Jazz or bringing the Utah Mammoth up here is he wants Utah to feel accessible and maybe even cool to people, whether that's BYU, Utah high schools, and certainly the Utah Jazz, where he makes a lot of his money now. And that's kind of what I told him. I said, I'm not sure Ryan hasn't already achieved his goal by having the number 1 overall recruit live in Provo, play high school here, change his perspective on Utah, and be able to talk to people wherever he goes that, oh yeah, Utah was cool. And the next Bruce Branch III's going to come here, and another kid's going to come here, and another kid's going to come here. I think Ryan has kind of opened that floodgate a little bit that Ryan's cool. And even in this podcast, he talks about it a lot. But I think the guys in Washington were a little disappointed that I didn't think the Jazz were going to bend over backwards to give the Wizards absolutely everything to move up to number 1 to get AJ, because AJ's already served a huge purpose for Utah. And he may never play for the Jazz. And I still think that's a successful endeavor for what Ryan Smith was trying to accomplish. But to his point, I'm sure he's hearing it from BYU fans. The way Duke people hear it from Duke people, you don't have to only go out and get the local guy.
Yeah, but he didn't say one really important thing there, which would fly in the face of this a little bit. He did not say we are going to take the best player available. He did not say that.
In that clip, he didn't.
He did not. He danced around. He said,
listened to the
BYU's
whole
right
podcast,
down.
and he did say it several times.
Okay.
I will say, that clip, if that's what you were waiting for, he said it elsewhere. I promise he said it elsewhere.
That's what I was waiting for, because I don't know if that's true. I don't know if this wasn't some master plan to recruit AJ in high school and somehow to have it benefit the Utah Jazz. I do agree with your point about the likelihood of that, but that's not to say that it didn't happen or isn't real.
Or he hadn't thought about it.
Or he hasn't, he and Danny being so close to AJ haven't totally fallen in love with him. Because that's the leverage the other team has. That's why those guys wanted to hear it. Radio bozos and fans are smart sometimes. They know how Washington comes out super ahead in this situation. If the Jazz are desperate to move up to AJ DiBonsa, they wanted you to come on and say, oh man, the Utah Jazz would do literally anything to get AJ DiBonsa. That's what they're hoping, because of we're having David on, right? It's his Locked On Wizards podcasty guy who's throwing out these ludicrous trade values, for the Jazz, because they're, I don't want to say wish casting, but kind of wish casting. That's what they're doing. But I don't know, Ryan Smith should go into this saying, I don't care if we get AJ or not. Fine player, but not a priority. I mean, he should be downplaying that stuff, which if that's what he said later on in the interview, then all right. But I was waiting for, love those guys. Carlos, shout out to you. BYU right down the road. It's been fun watching him play. But we're going to take the best player we possibly can at number 2 pick.
What he did say, and again, we don't have the clip because it was a 40-minute interview on the Bill Simmons show, is he said this specifically. He said, you don't want me making the pick. He said, Jazz fans should not want Ryan Smith to make the pick. And he didn't go third person, but he did say, you don't want me making the pick. And that's exactly right. And I do think, again, that's where Ryan has been very good at his job and as an owner of saying, yes, I'm going to bring in my guys. Yes, Ryan believes in his people, clearly. He has known Danny Ainge his whole life. He talks about how he and Danny Ainge were born in the same hospital. Now, obviously, that was 30-ish years apart, 20-ish years apart, but they have ties. Knew him growing up, went to Boston, hung out with those guys before Danny Ainge even came to Utah, et cetera, et cetera. Clearly, Ryan has his people that he likes, but he also trusts those people. He talks about how he landed on Austin Ainge, how they got Danny Ainge, et cetera, et cetera. He really broke it down. I thought it was pretty interesting. But he says, let those guys do their job. That's the most important thing he can do. And he talked about Matt Ishbia, and he talked about some of these other owners, and he didn't specifically say they've got the new owner syndrome of coming in and trying to make a splash, but he recognizes the desire of wanting to come in and have an impact and say you know it and have opinions, et cetera, when really the best thing you can do is trust the people that you hire to come in. And he's going to sit there and he's going to listen and he's going to have, a say. And of course he has the final say, but he said it would be really stupid of me to have Austin Ainge say something, Danny say something, Will Hardy say something, and him say, actually, no, I think it's the opposite of that. And I think that's a real positive.
I agree.
So along those lines, I don't think he's going, it's AJ or bust. Now, if Danny feels that way and Austin feels that way, most importantly, as the president of basketball operations, and Justin Zanuck feels that way, I'm sure Ryan would sign off on it. But I'm not sure if they say we think it's Darren or we think it's Cam, that Ryan's going to say, well, I got a couple of texts from BYU people that say they'd really like me to take AJ, so I'm going to take AJ.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think that's coming. That doesn't mean they won't take AJ.
Well, there's just too much at stake for that stuff if you're smart about it. But then again, Charlotte picked Con Knipple because he went to Duke.
In part. But he also proved to be very worth that pick.
Yeah.
That was the right analysis. He was the second rookie of the year. He was picked 4th overall. Great value.
Yeah, right. But that's not why they didn't know that when they picked him, which is my point. There were plenty of people that had Ace Bailey ahead of Con Knipple on their draft boards. and thought there were plenty of people after the draft that thought Charlotte reached at 4 to get Con Knippel. And they took him because he went to Duke. And it turned out fine for him. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is maybe, a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while.
Oh, it can be right.
But I don't think that it would work in the Jazz favor to be super attached to A.J. DiBonsa for the obvious reasons that everybody who's paying attention, including Doug Gottlieb, would know.
You should not care about who the player is based on the school they went to or their last name or if their dad works in your front office or if you've watched every college game of theirs at all. I bet you, truthfully, Ryan has probably seen more games from who's a second-year player at BYU, third-year player at BYU, whatever. Some dude who's been there. Just say Richie Saunders. Keba Keita. He's seen Keba Keita. You've seen him play more than he's seen A.J. DiBonsa. Take him. You've seen him play more. He's a BYU guy. He's more of a BYU guy than AJ is. He's been there longer. Yeah, you're not stupid. He's not going to do something ridiculous just because he's seen him play more. And sometimes you have to go to the extreme to see kind of the arguments of the case. But that's the argument of this case. Don't just take AJ because you've seen him the most because he was the closest. Lots of guys are close. Ryan's seen a lot of players play. That would be the dumbest decision they could make. So doesn't mean AJ won't be number one on their board. I think AJ is going to be number one on most people's boards.
Best player available.
I think he's going to Washington. Very firmly believe that.
But that's what the Jazz need to do. Well, if he goes to Washington, he's probably not going to be very good. Their judgment is suspect.
Their development is very bad.
Their development
I'm not sure
is
it's
suspect.
their judgment that's bad, but their development is horrible. You get talented players. The thing about the draft is nobody's drafting bad players at the top. These guys are all really good. They've been good in high school. They've been good at FIBA. They've been good in U19, whatever. They've been good every step of the way. They've been good in college. This isn't the NFL where a guy's like, he's never played before. It was crazy. We brought him in for 12 games, and he's just a super athlete, and we're going to put him at defensive end, and he's going to jump up in the first round, which happens occasionally. That never happens in the NBA. You never say oh, wow, this guy was 6'9", can't play a lick, never played organized basketball in his life. But we think we're going to draft him third. That doesn't happen in the NBA. These guys are all really good. Can they live up to the pressure? Can you develop them right? Can you put them in environments where they have success? And that's where Washington has traditionally not done a very good job.
At anything.
Or Sacramento.
I don't know. Maybe your guy Sarr turns out to be something.
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, he's okay. I don't know. But I wouldn't bet on Washington making the right decision. But if AJ fell to the Jazz at 2, I'm sure they'd be thrilled.
No question. If AJ's on the board at 2, the Jazz will take
But
AJ.
what they should be doing is downplaying the narrative that they're desperate for AJ. Ryan should be on with Bill Simmons saying, AJ, who?
Yeah.
I don't even know
whether
who you're
they
talking
want him
about.
or not. Yeah, downplay AJ.
I don't even know that guy.
Yeah.
Carlos Boozer works for me?
Unless the Jazz think that Darren Peterson's 1,000 times better than AJ, or Cam Boozer's 1,000 times better than AJ, and the worst case scenario is AJ still being on the board at 2, because that means that either Darren or Cam is gone, and that's who the Jazz want. Otherwise, there's no reason to hype up AJ at all.
No.
Especially if you want him.
Right. You should not be doing that. So
I don't remember the Jazz saying a word about Ace Bailey before the draft.
Nope.
They wanted him.
Washington's dying to know what the Jazz want to do, though. I believe that. I believe that they were dialed into old Bill's podcast. Who would you bet on having intel on the other team? Danny Ainge on Washington or Washington on Danny Ainge?
Danny Ainge.
Or Austin Ainge. The Jazz.
The Jazz front office.
Front office.
I was very impressed with how the Jazz front office handled the draft last year. To get Ace at 5, not have Washington jump them, and get the guy they were apparently targeting. I thought that was impressive. I strongly suspect if anyone's going to get played in this scenario, it is not the Utah Jazz.
I would think so. By the way, Michael Winger is their executive.
Yeah.
So, want to be accurate.
And I wrote this up last week as well. What is his history? What does he draft? Danny Ainge, and I'm not ignoring Austin here. I'm just saying Danny's history, and now you include Austin, who's only really got one draft under his belt as the leading guy, has historically valued high school recruiting rankings over necessarily college production. Ace did not have a particularly great freshman season at Rutgers. Keontae did not have a particularly great freshman season at Baylor. But they were enormous recruits. Keontae was 5th. I think Ace was 2nd. And you go back to what happened in Boston, Danny Ainge trusted those same things. Jaylen Brown did not have a good first year at Cal. Jason Tatum had a good year at Duke, but was also an enormously high recruit. And Danny went out and found those players and drafted them, and he trusted more of what he saw before the context of college than after. You look at Winger at Washington, he traditionally seems to value really long guys. He's only been there for 3 years, but Alex Sarr falls into that group. Keyshawn George falls into that group. Will Riley falls into that group. Who's the kid they drafted? Trey Johnson falls into that group, who they drafted 6th last year. He's shorter, but he's really long. I think they like long, athletic players. Well, that's not Darren Peterson. That is A.J. DiBonsa, and that's where I think they're going to go.
This guy came from the Clippers.
Okay. Well, bad sign.
He was the GM under Larry Frank.
Clippers develop anyone well? Blake was okay.
The Jazz killer, what was his name?
Trey Mann. Really developed him well.
Terrence Mann.
Terrence Mann, not Trey Mann. Trey Mann plays for the Charlotte Hornets. Terrence Mann.
Zubats.
Who they didn't draft.
They traded for him, though.
They did trade for him.
And they traded nothing for him.
Yeah, that was a bad move by the Lakers.
Uh-huh.
They could have used that Zubats guy.
They could have. They could still use him today, in fact.
Yeah, Blake was fine. DeAndre achieved above his.
I think those guys were
spot.
pre this guy. He got there in 2017.
Oh, yeah. Then he doesn't get credit for it.
He was with Oklahoma City, though, from 2010 to 2017.
Okay.
So that's his background.
Some hits and some misses there, too. Including Trey Mann.
But
not Terrence Mann, Trey Mann.
But he took the Wizards' job.
It's true.
Doesn't that show a little error in judgment right there?
Yeah, picking the right job is a skill.
Uh-huh.
It's a real skill.
Like your guy Mosley going from Orlando to New Orleans.
Going the wrong direction.
Going the wrong direction,
In fact, you should have left Orlando a year early. It's been like, I need to step away from myself. Heart or something, whatever the problem is. Family issues, mental health, whatever. And I'm not trying to make fun of mental health, but I think it's been used conveniently in the past. And then take a better job 2 years later. Not, well, I'm going to run this out until I get fired, and then I'm going to take the next job that's a little bit worse than that. And then is there a job worse than New Orleans in the NBA?
Sacramento.
Okay. And I'll finish up in Sacramento. I'll have a 12-year career. We'll wrap it up.
Good times.
Put it in the books.
That'd be funny if Sacramento, their next general manager was Calvin Booth.
Yep. It's getting a little worse every single time. But that's how these teams end up these teams.
It is.
And yes, again, if I'm the father of one of these kids, I'm not dying to land in Washington. Though AJ's going to get the ball if Trae Young lets him have it, and will be able to score a lot. I wrote an article today. Someone asked in my mailbag, what's the likelihood the Jazz draft an all-star? The truth is, it's probably AJ at number one because AJ's going to get 1,000 shots.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to score 20 points, and he has a lot of flashy dunks. He's going to become an all-star. I don't know if that necessarily means you're the best player. All-star has a ton of noise to it. It doesn't really mean that much. All-NBA means a lot more. But AJ's probably have a great chance to make an all-star team because he's going to average 25 points a game really early in his career.
De'Aaron Fox was an all-star, and he just lost his job.
D'Angelo Russell made an all-star team. Career
Yikes.
journeyman.
Yeah,
Doesn't
Wiggins.
really mean anything. Yeah, right. So, yes, De'Aaron Fox was officially put on the trade block last night. Not only did you and I say, oh, good news for the Spurs, De'Aaron Fox is not playing, they're going to win. Dylan Harper came in and was unreal.
When he was on his feet.
Correct.
He fell down a lot.
He did fall down a lot, but I think he had 7 steals last night.
Uh-huh.
25, 5, and 5. I mean, he eclipsed the 5s, but broke the 20-point mark and points, rebounds, and steal, or rebounds, assists, and steals. He had over 5. He was awesome.
Made himself at home taking 20 shots.
Well,
I'm getting the start, baby.
I'm sure they would rather him doing that in the going forward as a 6'6", 6'7" player over De'Aaron Fox.
24 points, 11 rebounds, 6 assists, only 1 turnover, 7 steals. Yeah, It's a great game.
Great game.
Didn't shoot it well from 3, 1 of 7.
Yeah. But you know who else doesn't shoot well 3?
De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, he's not grabbing 11 rebounds.
Sitting there on the bench like, ooh.
I guess I got to clap.
It did keep cutting to him.
They all the time, yeah.
That wasn't accidental. He's going to end up in Orlando. That's where he's going.
Adele's not sending him to Orlando.
Oh, it's not up to him anymore. Adele's out. Wemby's the new king.
Hello.
Yeah, but Adele doesn't have Wemby.
Correct. Wemby's going to say, we got to get these guys out of here. We got to get these clutch dudes out of here.
Absolutely.
As soon as possible.
Certainly Wemby's agent thinks that.
Yeah. Same agent as Rudy.
Yeah, right. That guy, by the way, with the European talent is going to just make a fortune. I bet he is just cleaning up.
Yep, he's done a good job.
Has he done a good job, or is he just...
He got Rudy. He got Rudy a bunch of money.
He did.
Yeah.
No, you're right. He has done a good job.
He's a good job.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a couple guys big cash, too. I should look at all of his...
Repping Webby, though, is going to be easy. Webby should fire him now.
I don't need an agent.
He doesn't.
Shea negotiated his last contract by himself.
Wasn't it Ray Allen who famously hired Johnny Cochran? You remember that?
Yep.
Said, I don't need an agent. I just need somebody to hammer out this contract. Johnny Cochran said, I'll do it.
Boona Daye. Yeah. That guy's good.
Yeah, he should.
Get that guy.
Webby should seriously fire that guy.
Yeah, probably don't need him.
I mean, even endorsements are going to come easy, right?
For the alien? Yeah.
He should not go with that nickname, though.
I agree with you. I think there are better nicknames out there.
Well, I wouldn't want my nickname to be an insult.
You always got to be careful calling people freakish or whatever.
Right. Like unibrow for Anthony Davis. I wouldn't want that.
This guy's only really covered a French player and a few NBA players. Not enough. But he's got some big ones. Rudy, Victor Wembanyama, Seher Sene, who was a Jazz assistant for a little bit there.
Jokic's
Nick
agent.
Batum.
Jokic's agent is a big deal over in Europe, right?
Yeah.
He's like the guy.
Mm-hmm.
I bet it's dirty pool in Europe. I bet it's so dirty. I bet these NBA franchises negotiating with that guy don't even know what they're dealing with. I bet that dude is used to dealing with mobsters. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like the Wemby's name ends up on that contract, or
I'm not sure the league rules are as strict.
Yeah, and the ownership groups are definitely more seedy.
Yeah,
way more seedy.
Yes, they are.
All right, more Jake and Ben coming up next. Don't forget David Locke, top of the 4 o'clock hour, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Right now, it's crash-free to start your drive home, but traffic is filling in and slowing down on southbound 15 from 5300 South in Murray through Midvale. Delays are also setting in southbound Bangor Highway between I-80 and 3500 South. Hey, traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with Go Pave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah. The hiring of Kevin McGivern, very, very innovative. When I've watched his teams, man, he loves to fling that thing around. Are you looking to open the offense a little bit?
I want to be explosive no matter where that comes from. If we're an explosive offense, but we're not physical, to me, that's the detriment to the entire team. You have to be physical, period, end of story, because a lack of physicality gets exposed at the highest levels. The priority, the premium is on physicality, and then explosive football, obviously explosive plays that can be from running the ball, from catching the ball. I think we have one of the best wide receiver groups we've had since I've been here. We want to get our playmakers the ball, but you have to play complementary football, and that's what Kevin's offense does.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher and... I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at ZeroRes.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards. Zero Res is the right way to clean.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and Tacoma Rainiers open up a 6-game series. First pitch at 6:35 every night this week. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Then on Saturday, Real Salt Lake's at Minnesota. That game will get underway at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Tacoma Rainiers visit the Salt Lake Bees at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Hey, I'm Pick.
And I'm Bull.
My partner here is making his first do-it-yourself fix-your-own-car video.
How do I look?
Like you need a shave.
I'm serious.
Go!
Hey, this Friday through Monday during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull, every part you pick and pull from the yard is 50% off.
You're such a DIYer and social influencer.
From doors to fenders, every part is half off.
Yeah.
Seats are just $15. Doors are $25. Floor mats are just $1.
Are you posing?
Yeah, influencers pose.
This Friday through Monday, fix your car yourself and save 50% off any part during Dollar Days at Pick and Pull.
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Thank you for making us a part of your day. We can get this. We can talk some college sports maybe a little later on in the show. Ben, you've seen the story out there. I was talking to Christian about it earlier. Coming out from Yahoo that the Big Ten and the SEC want to break away and do their own thing.
Okay.
No rules. No rules anymore, Ben. We talked about it earlier today. What do you make of the Portland Trailblazers and your guy El Cheapo?
Strikes again.
He came in and canned, 50 full-time employees?
Yeah, I heard it was upwards of 70 people overall.
Rough.
Okay, you worked for the Jazz.
Uh-huh.
I never worked for the Jazz, but family members that have. Do people have a misconception? Maybe you know better. I'm sure you know better than I do. Of how many people actually work for these teams? The Jazz don't have 1,000 employees.
No.
70 is a huge number of people.
It is, but can I tell you, I do think this is a non-story. Not to defend El Cheapo, but I do think this is a non-story. And I don't... Well, let me put it this way. Anytime ownership changes, there's going to be staff change. It's just it's how it works. And owners come in and they get their new people. And if you want to think about it this way, they come in and they want an entirely different structure.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not to bring up old wounds, but when Ryan Smith bought the Jazz from the Millers, there was significant layoffs.
Yeah, there was turnover.
And it was not necessarily all budget related. It was also about he changed the whole structure of the company.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden they had a CEO and a CRO and all that sort of thing where they never had that before, and they totally changed. And a lot of people were let go. And it wasn't, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, but it didn't feel to me like it was malicious. It was, this is all changing, and we're going to change right down to some of the people that go out and sell, or some of the people that manage teams, or they really just changed everything. And as a result, a lot of people, and good people, by the way, were let go in the process. So, yes, I'd love to blast El Cheapo because that on-the-road stuff is silly, and not traveling as two-way players, and that seems very nickel and dimey. But in this case, I understand it a little bit more. Does that make sense? Especially since they bought it from the Allens, and it wasn't even the old man Allen, rest his soul. It was the daughter. Yep. I mean, heaven knows what was going on in that organization, who they were employing, how it was going. Their head coach got arrested off the sidelines. Mm-hmm. I mean, for crying out loud, I don't know what was going on in that org. And so this one, I might be a little more careful about.
Being critical?
About being critical.
I understand what you're saying. I wonder if he's actually replacing these jobs or just getting cheaper and asking fewer people to do more work. That's where my red flag goes up, my antenna goes up.
All I know is there were stories like this written about Ryan Smith when it happened, and I don't think that was the whole story.
Yeah.
In fact, I know it wasn't the whole story.
Sean Highkin, who now has a Substack but has been working in Portland covering the NBA for a very long time, this was his analysis of it. He says, I talked to one person who survived the cuts today who said it feels like they just looked at the spreadsheet of salaries and cut the highest ones without any regard for what anyone does or how important they are. Now, that is common. That is one of the things that happens. But Sean goes on to say, my biggest criticism of Dundon from the beginning, which he admitted to on the podcast the other day, is that he does not get the ways in which the NBA doesn't work like the NHL and the things you have to pay for there. That's a red flag for me.
Yeah, but
you can't run an NBA team the way you run an NHL team. And by the way, Ryan Smith does not. He has hired different people to have different jobs and fill different roles that don't exist for one and the other.
I know, but who said that? Identify the guy again.
Sean Highkin.
Yeah. No, the source?
Yes.
It was somebody who
survived.
That guy just saw his best friend get whacked.
Sure.
He's not going to come out and say, well, this guy is brilliant.
Good guy, smart
guy. No, that's question the source a little bit. And I don't know. I know people are in a hurry to blast him, and he's kind of given them ammo to do it. I don't know. When the Millers or when the transition was going and layoffs happened with the Jazz, I wasn't too pleased to see some of the people get let go. It was a time of a lot of uncertainty. Mm-hmm. It was a time of in the case of the station, we had no idea if he wanted to run a radio station. And it turns out he did not.
Right.
Now it ended up just fine for us. And we've got a great relationship with the Jazz. And I'm really happy with how it eventually turned out. At the time, I didn't know. And I wasn't really happy about where it was going. You know, my longtime boss, Jeremy Castro, had just been laid off. I like Jeremy. I didn't know how that was going to go. Few people in my career have done more for me than that guy. I don't know if some reporter would have asked me for my comment and said, I'll keep it anonymous. I don't know what I would have said.
Sure. I think that's totally fair.
It would have been way different than what I would say now.
I would feel better and maybe have a little bit more, I don't want to even say sympathy, but leniency towards what you're saying if Dundon didn't have a long history of seemingly inane behavior.
Well, his team's still playing in the NHL playoffs.
Yep.
He's doing fine.
Yeah.
Now, I think his biggest, if we want to talk about red flags with that guy, was thinking that he could get the whatever league the Stallions played in off the ground. Mm-hmm. And that was a miserable failure.
Or thinking you run an NBA team like an NHL team. Not the same thing.
Well, we'll see. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Mm-hmm.
And
let's hope he realizes
we'll
that.
see how it
he
goes.
seems to think there's only one way to do it.
We'll see. Well, we'll see how it goes with Portland. Maybe he changes the way NBA teams are run. I don't know.
Maybe every coach from here on out works on an hourly scale. Seems to be what he's trying to do there.
What the Sacramento guy wanted his team to cherry pick all the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I'm not saying all ideas are good. I just don't know if I think this situation is less egregious from the El Cheapo standpoint than the other examples.
New owners come in and make changes. No question about it.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
And yeah, I don't think the Allens did a particularly good job with Portland, frankly, over the past several years. You could even make an argument the old man didn't really do a good job because he cared way more about the Seahawks than he ever did the Trailblazers.
No question.
So we'll see. Where does this guy actually live? He owns the Hurricanes. Is he like a New York guy?
I thought he lived in the South.
So if he's a long way away, I'd be super stoked to
Dallas. He's a Dallas guy.
I'd be more concerned if he was in the office upstairs, you know?
He's a Dallas guy. You know what? Again, not to go back to the Ryan and Bill Simmons podcast, but that's exactly where I'm going. He did talk about that. He said it's really important, he thinks, to be involved and be in the building and understand what people's jobs actually are, because it's easy to be really overreactive from afar. You make coaching changes quickly. You make front office changes quickly. If you're not in there throughout the process of decision-making, whether it's draft picks, strategy, team building, whatever, it's easy to step back and say that was a mistake, you're fired. But if you're involved in it and you understand why people arrived at the decisions they did and all the input that goes into it, he thinks you can do a better job. I thought it was an interesting approach. It's an insider perspective on why you may want to do things a certain way versus living in Dallas and owning a team in Portland.
Wait, the 2 points, though, we've made about Ryan Smith are in a previous segment that he's hands-off, and then in this segment that he's hands-on?
No, that he understands why the decisions that are made.
But he's in the building and he's in the building and he knows everybody and all that stuff. It's very hands-on for an owner.
Yeah. That doesn't mean he's making the decisions on players getting hired or picked. So I think that was the original point.
Okay. All right.
I think you can do both. You can be in the building and not have the final say on who you draft.
So what's he weighing in on, like the color of the drapes?
The
carpet?
A little bit. No, he says he has opinions. He said he watches basketball just like everyone else does and likes things and doesn't like things. He says he said, in his words, he opines.
So he goes in there and he says, I like this. I don't like that.
Uh-huh.
Or that. Oh, that wasn't it.
Like that?
There
we
it
go.
is. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, I do think he's doing it his own way. And, we have in this ongoing evaluation of him as a sports owner, I certainly don't think he's made any big mistakes.
No, he's not infallible. But I don't think there's like this obvious, wow, I can't believe you did that. And again, you can go back to the drafts that he's been a part of and say that Dennis Lindsey and Justin Zanuck might have made a mistake with Doak. I mean, you look at Desmond Bain, you look at Jaden McDaniels, those guys are big-time players who fetch big value, and Udoka Azubuike sucked.
Mm-hmm.
That was a mistake. Now, Ryan is saying that I can be in that room and I can understand why we got to this, this answer, why that was the solution they got to, whether that was Dennis's pick or whoever's pick. He said that's how he gets there, why he understands it. And he's defended the pick on Twitter.
The Doak pick?
Huh?
Doak never got a fair shot.
Yeah, I can't remember. I don't know.
He did get hurt right away, which didn't
twice.
help.
He went to the G League twice, and in the first game, both times, he dislocated his ankle.
And he was the Big 12 Player of the Year.
Uh-huh.
And I know people like to tell you that they knew that Desmond Bain and Jaden McDaniels were going to be awesome, but they've also said that same thing about plenty of players in the past that did not
My guy Jared Butler
turn out to be awesome.
Correct.
So
also out of the league.
Yeah. And we were talking about people just want to be right, and then they hang on to it for a really long time.
But it's really easy to forget about what you were wrong about.
Very easy. I do it every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have more coming up next. Don't forget Locke with us at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And Wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Well, listen, as spring is here and we're getting through it, a lot of us are trying to get things organized, get things cleaned out, get the yard taken care of. Well, have you ever thought that your finances may need a little bit of that organization, a little bit of that TLC? If you're anything like me, you need a team of good folks on your side to help you do just that. And Trajan wants to be that team for you. And the good news is they now have all of your financial needs right in one place. So not only can they help you with that retirement plan and how to save and the right decisions to make, but they can also bring your tax work under their umbrella and your estate work. So it's all right there. And it's so important because those areas communicate with each other all the time. It's great. Call them today, 855-TRAJAN1. Sit down with them. Let them get to know you. Really, that's what that first meeting is all about. They get to know you and your goals and what you're all about, and then they can help craft a custom plan just for you to help best set you up. So 855-TRAJAN1, or you can also get started at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Wednesday on KSL. Sometimes you find yourself on the wrong side of someone's bad intentions. Hey, why'd you steal my package? Why'd you steal it? Sometimes the court orders them to pay you back.
The total damages was $109,000.
How often are victims actually made whole?
At the end of the day, she paid $20,000.
A decade later, I'm going to let you know how much restitution I got and what it takes to get it. Why'd you steal my package? Pay back. Wednesday at 10.
The energy, the roar. Moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Lauri Markkanen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
Every year, the America First Charitable Foundation Diaper Drive provides essential goods to thousands of families. And you can help by dropping off diapers at any America First branch or by securely contributing funds online. Together, we can make life a little easier for those who need it most. So please visit AmericaFirst.com to donate or to learn more today. The America First Charitable Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit corporation. Federal tax ID number 84-2568867. Donations are tax deductible to the extent allowed by law.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Our buddy David Locke's going to join us coming up in the very next segment, the radio voice of the Utah Jazz. Want to remind you to join Scotty and the coach on Wednesday from 10 to 2 at the Bar W Beef pop-up event at the Cal Ranch store in Spanish Fork, 950 North Main Street. Ben, I just saw this. I didn't know anything about Victor Wembanyama's parents. His mom, Elodie, 6'3", former pro basketball player. His dad, Felix, 6'6", competed professionally in the triple jump, high jump, and long jump. Genetics are a fascinating thing. You know what I mean? Like, yes, both parents are tall, but he still had to hit the genetic lottery to become as tall as he is. And then to have both parents, obviously, they're athletic. I mean, what makes Wemby so unique is his ability to move and jump and be, what am I looking for? What, not gangly? Not
fluid, yeah.
Not, what's the word? Not, we used to call it lurpy back in the day.
Yeah.
But has balance and coordination. That's probably what I'm looking for. You know, you still have to really get every right thing, right, to be like he is. In the NBA, talking a lot about Wemby, you look at, for the most part, and it's, I guess, not always the case, but for the most part, the true dominant players in the NBA are physically unique.
Yep.
Not just gifted, but unique.
Yeah.
There's not another person like that out there. There's
Like that?
LeBron, totally unique, being that size and that athletic and that healthy.
Yeah.
Frankly, you know,
Giannis,
absolutely. But even going back, you know, Magic was pretty physically
extremely unique. Yeah.
And I don't know where you put Jordan on that scale. There have been other 6'6", 200-pound athletic players, but
not as athletic as Jordan.
Not
in all honesty. And sometimes
yeah.
we think of athleticism as just having the highest vertical, and being the Vince Carter run and jump athletes. Like Shea's a freak athlete. He's not a big dunker.
Yeah.
He showed a nice dunk last night. He had one. Perfect body control, an absolutely insane ability to start and stop, move in, get his feet in the right position to get to his jump shot, things that we kind of underrate. It's far more of what Darren Peterson is. He's not, we had the crazy dunk against BYU. He's had some big dunks. It's not what he's going to really be in the NBA. He's not Anthony Edwards, but it's near perfect body control. Jokic looks like a mess. I get it. Hand-eye coordination is basically perfect. He just...
His touch is amazing.
His touch is
Might
insane.
be his superpower.
That's an athlete. It's a different type of athlete, but it's an athlete nonetheless. And no, you're exactly right. And that's a huge deal. It's one of the reasons why the biggest indicator of success, the best indicator for success amongst true prospects, not just if your parent did this, you're going to make it, but real prospects is, did your parents also play in the NBA? Did your dad play in the NBA? Has generally been the best indicator that you're going to be a good NBA player yourself, that you're going to make it. And you want to look down the list of guys. It's like maybe your dad doesn't make the NBA, but like Keontae George's dad played very high level basketball. Played with CJ Miles at some point. Cam Boozer, his dad's a longtime NBA player. It's going to be good for him. Mike Conley's dad didn't play in the NBA. He's an Olympic high jumper, long jumper.
Like he was an Olympian. Yeah.
It's like, having really athletic parents, because you inherit some of those genetics. Jaren Jackson's mom, Ace Bailey's entire family, Ace Bailey's aunt was a WNBA legend. Having the genetics helps. I also think there's a big deal about knowing somebody who's been there. I really believe in that. If you know somebody who has reached that level of competition, excellence, fame, or whatever, the likelihood that you get there is so much higher.
Well, and it's what genetics did you get?
Yeah.
I remember we argued with David about Bronny James, or I did. I shouldn't throw you under the bus. I was arguing with David over Bronny James And David was saying, but genetics. It's like, he got the wrong ones.
Yeah. He's not 6'8".
He's not.
No, he's 6'1".
Didn't get the right genetics. But, all right, my question to you is, okay, so 2 elite athletes, fall in love, or did they? Do you think that they were forced to fall in love at the point of a gun like Yao Ming's parents?
That was a Yao Ming thing. I'm not sure France is quite that strict.
Who was the president at the time?
In France? Well, he's only 23 years old.
Yeah, so what, 2004?
2003.
2003? Who was the French president? I don't know anything about French politics.
Same.
They could be desperate for a basketball player.
Jacques Chirac.
Yeah, I know nothing about that guy. But could he have forced Wemby's parents to mate at the point of a gun? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, anything's possible.
Well, it happened in China. I wouldn't have thought it would happen at all.
Like it happened in China.
I don't think that was love. Ben's really looking into it now.
Jacques Chirac. I remember the name because as soon as I pulled him up, he's known for his staunch opposition to the U.S. invading Iraq. And I remember that name from that, just getting out of high school at the time. But I don't know anything about him.
Maybe his master plan was like, listen, we're going to take over their sport.
It's possible. Took 23 years. Is he still alive? Jacques Chirac is
playing the long game, bro.
Dead.
Still. I'm going to put the wheels in motion that are really going to throw the American sports world on its head.
My legacy is to be put off an American MVP just one more year.
I mean, who made the decision to make Yao Ming's parents get together? It probably wasn't G.
No, probably not alive anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
Long game, Ben. Got to be on this thing.
Country before individual success.
I do find genetics fascinating. It is really interesting to see what goes down, to the next generation and what does not.
Oh, it happens in the U.S. all the time. You and I both know a couple of guys who found women specifically because of their athleticism, thinking they could have great athletes for kids. And by the way, both do.
Right, that's true.
It does work.
Oh, no, is this true, Christian?
I wasn't trying to break into the show, my apologies, but I think that is real.
Christian just sent us a tweet. Breaking news, Las Vegas' famous Heart Attack Grill is closed. Oh, no.
We were talking about this last week or 2 weeks ago.
Heartbroken.
You have to be 350 pounds, and if you're over 350, you eat for free?
Yeah.
Is that what it is, or was it just $3?
No, 350.
I think you thought it was 350, and you said it was 3, and then we looked up, it's still 3.
I thought it had been moved up to 4.
Okay.
Yeah, 350.
But it doesn't even matter now because it's closed.
Yeah, they leaned into the morbidly obese lifestyle.
It was 350, and I think the problem was there's just so many people that eat for free, they went out of business. That's not a criticism of people eat for free. If I weighed 350, I'm going to eat for free at the Heart Attack Grill.
Listen, you didn't. That's not where they made or lost their money. That was the show.
Right.
People went for the show.
You know what? Maybe I don't feel so bad that this place is closed.
You know what killed this restaurant? GLP-1s. That's what they meant. There's no more show.
Charles Barkley.
There's no more show.
Serena Williams.
You used to go down to this restaurant to watch people get on the cattle scale.
You're not kidding. That's what it was.
And then go in and eat for free. That was the, like Excalibur does the night show. That was their show.
Okay.
It's over
fine.
now.
It's fine if it goes out of business for me.
Yeah, morally, it's a little. No, I don't know if we
hospital
have,
thing.
Yeah, the waitresses are dressed like nurses.
Probably also are nurses on the side, because they need that sort of thing.
Do you have your food handler's permit? Yes. And your nursing degree?
CPR
Yep.
Yeah. Registered nurse, you bet. Just trying to make a few extra bucks.
Yeah. According to The Sun, it's closed.
It's gone. It's gone.
I'm going to try and get you. So in addition, for your birthday now, I have to get you 3 things. I have to get you the Japanese monster wolf dog. What was the second thing?
Well, it was a robot wolf.
Wolf dog. Yeah. What was the second thing?
I don't even remember.
There was another thing you asked for your birthday that was like really hard to get.
It was, yeah.
And now I've pulled up the neon sign for the Heart Attack Grill that I've got to try and find before they tear down the whole building.
That one, the sign would be incredible. I'd settle for like a shirt or a hat.
Okay. Probably figure that out.
Bring me the scale.
The cattle scale? Oh, man, it's a sad day. Maybe David Locke can lift our spirits.
Customer food options included the impressive Octuple Bypass Burger, which featured 8 burger patties and 40 bacon slices.
Yeah, buddy. Get that for free.
And I believe they fried their fries in lard.
Of course they did.
Well, yeah.
Like all of the best fries.
The restaurant's biggest claim to fame was their deal that anyone over 350 pounds ate for free as long as they were willing to be weighed in front of the entire dining room. Hence your point, that was actually the show.
That was the
Dinner
show.
and a show.
That was the draw.
And you'd boo people who came in at just 340.
Yeah, missed it.
Yeah.
You got to pay for your dinner, pal. David Locke joins us next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall tire dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together.
FireSense is the first response.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ow and ow!
It's time to get the inside scoop on the Utah Jazz. From the play-by-play voice of the Jazz, David Locke.
Sweet revenge! Ow!
On 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk some draft, some Jazz, some NBA in general. Very excited about our next guest. Of course, he's the radio voice of the Utah Jazz, the one and only David Locke. Hi, David.
Hey, David.
Well, hello, Jake Scott. Hello, Ben Anderson. What a pleasure. I get to get smarter here. What do we got?
I don't know if you heard the Jazz have a pretty good draft pick coming up.
Yeah, number 2. I did hear. I was quite excited. I was very pleased about this.
And it's a good draft. So as you've begun your research, and we are, 4 weeks from today? Or 5 weeks from today, I believe, is the draft.
Yeah.
Where are you as far as what you've taken a dive into and what you see?
Well, I'm not as good because I haven't had my Ben Anderson KSL Sports draft breakdowns yet. I've been looking and searching. If I've missed them, let me know.
There's a couple out, yeah.
Okay, if I've missed them, then I apologize. I've seen some mailbags and a lot of podcasting, but I hadn't seen the articles yet. So I've watched a good portion of 4 guys: AJ, Darren, Cameron, Darius Acuff, a little bit of Wilson, a little bit of Brown, a little bit of Wagler, and a little bit of Fleming. I probably don't need to watch. I feel like I only need to watch 6 at this point. I think I need to watch. I just watched Darius Acuff, and I think that's worth watching. I don't think that's totally off the table. The little bit of it, obviously, most of the conversation is AJ, Peterson, Cameron Boozer, and there's some Caleb Wilson conversation, so I've tried to hover around that.
When it comes to Peterson, do you care much about the creatine cramps?
Well, I care a lot about the cramps. I care a lot about, where he is and whether a guy who hasn't played 30 games can play 100 if we ever need him to. And I think you have to figure out what his experience was. I did my whole podcast on it yesterday and tried to be very kind of factual because I think the minute you get into the world of Stephen A. Smith and Kendrick Perkins, you're kind of now have jumped the shark on anyone having any accurate information about you. So I went back to try to read every feature article imaginable and try to get all the stories prior to that from reporters that were there and actually following it. And it's interesting. To me, I think it's really he's can't so they have this hell week that Bill Self puts on. There's this conditioning non-basketball signature thing of Kansas basketball. Sounds like it's straight out of Archie Bunker in 1960. And a week later, after practice, he gets a full body cramp that lasts for 45 minutes, which is really long, by the way. That was incredibly painful and sent him to the hospital. And he's openly referred to it as a traumatic experience. So it seems as though after that experience, every time he felt something funky with his body, he checked out. Literally checked out of the game. To get me out of the game. I mean, not checked out. I'm not sure that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Right?
Absolutely not. No, if you have experienced something traumatic, again, his words, and you start to feel it coming on again, especially when you are trying to just get to the end of the finish line so you can get your $100 million paycheck on the other side, I don't blame anyone for being extra cautious or his family being extra cautious. Along, though, with Darren Peterson, because there was so much talk about him, because he's a highly touted draft pick. I think a lot of people heard the Kobe comparison and heard the Michael comparison and maybe have heard Anthony Edwards comparisons. That is not what I've ever seen on camera when I watch him play. What do you think is his best skill? What does Darren Peterson, who I think if you were to ask most Jazz fans right now who they think they're going to end up with, they would say Darren Peterson. What is his best skill in the NBA?
The balance he has while dribbling, which allows him to change that's what I would go with. Obviously his jumper is good and he seems to have great touch. But I'm wowed by his balance, which is also the same balance that allows him to then elevate when he needs to over people to get shots off and dunk, as he did against BYU. What would you go with?
I just think he's an elite shooter. And to really just knock it down really quickly, he took 7 threes a game in college and hit him at 38%. It's like, yeah, that really matters, actually.
But A-Cup took 7 threes a game and made 44%. And unlike every other player in this draft, in the second half of the season got better.
No, whoever drafts Darius Acuff is going to love him. I like Darius Acuff. I think the defense is obviously a big issue, and it's going to come out, and it's going to be an issue that you run into when you're at a point where you're trying to win. But I do think you're going to get to a point where you're trying to win before you figure that out, and that means he's done some winning along the way, the same way he won at Arkansas. So I'm with you. I'm not out on Darius Acuff by any means, but I just think Darren Peterson, when we talk about what his archetype is in the NBA, a lot of people think it's 6'6", mid-range guy, the way Kobe or Michael was. I think he's going to do most of his scoring at the three-point range, and that's fine.
Yeah,
you saw Ray Allen a lot in Seattle. He was a good player.
Right. His ability to move, his ability to shoot off the move was impressive. But that goes back to the balance thing I'm talking about, right? I just thought now, the other issue is, right, was he just coasting and trying to get, the noise got loud, and then does he try to get to the final? Is he just trying to get to the finish line in the final 9 games of the year? Because his numbers were, 37% from the field and 27% from three? Honestly, what my biggest takeaway has been when I've been watching this draft? These guys are really, really good, but I'm not as, sold that this is, this totally incredible once-in-a-million draft that's been called all year. These guys are really good. They're really, really good. But they're all similar to guys. It's not like 2 years ago when I couldn't find a player I liked, right? It's not that. I'll never forget watching Ira Newell or whoever it was, Asa Newell last year, who went 23rd to Atlanta, and I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's actually better than any player I watched all of last year. So it's not that. These guys are really, really good, but I don't find them I think there's a real chance that AJ DeBonsa could be RJ Barrett, Julius Randle, or Paolo Banchero. Now, 2 of those guys are an MVP. Are all-stars, but they're not, they're not. And there's a real question what happens with Darren Peterson. And I think Cameron Boozer's really, really good, but he could be Domantas Sabonis, which is really good. It's an all-star, but it's not what we're Pearson. I'm not sure that they're I'm not sure I would call any of those 3 players purely franchise-changing.
There's not
really good.
There's not 3 Cooper Flags at the top of the draft.
Right. Yeah, that's right. And there's certainly not a Victor Wembanyama.
What did you think about your Locked On Wizards guy throwing out using Ace Bailey to trade up?
I think he's doing his job beautifully, and he's engaged a very active fan base. And I think Salt Lake City, Utah, and where I live, is the greatest place on the planet. And there's actually probably one place in the world I would move to, ironically, and that's D.C.
Do you think the Jazz would have any interest in moving off of Ace Bailey?
No, I can't imagine it.
You were in all the press conferences I was in, David.
We were playing fake basketball, but I thought Ace Bailey was really great for the last 2 months of the year. Did I just buy in too much, or was he that good?
Well, one of the things you can pay attention, we listen to a lot of coaches talk. We specifically listen to, and you more than me, Will Hardy talk. And Jake can do the same thing because Jake has heard every Will Hardy pre-half and post-game show for his entire career. So one of the things that coaches do accidentally, whether they know it or not, is they tell the truth by talking about some of the names they bring up first. And sometimes they do it on purpose to give somebody props. But at the end of the season, when you asked Will Hardy what you thought went well, he could not stop talking about Ace Bailey. He brought up Ace Bailey every chance, and I don't think it was on purpose. I think he meant it because I think the Jazz really like Ace Bailey.
Yeah, I mean, if it's 92-92, or let's go 105-105 with 145 left in our first game of the year, I think the chance there's the play's called for Ace Bailey. Like, who are you running that play for right now? We're tied. There's a $1:45 left coming out of a timeout. Who are you running a play for on our roster?
Well, Svi, obviously.
Exactly.
Well, Key can dribble, which helps. Keontae George can dribble, and that makes him a potentially primary option.
Yep.
But no, you're not wrong. That Ace has an ability to get to a shot off of one or two dribbles to, as Giannis Antetokounmpo called it in their little video they shot together for Nike, your kill spots. Get to your kill spot and rise up, and Ace can do that. Or will be able to do it if he can't do it yet.
And as wonderful as Lauri and Jaren are, they can't. At least I'm not aware that Jaren can. How's that? And the data says he can't, or has not been very good in the clutch.
As of 48 hours ago, David, the Oklahoma City Thunder were on the verge of a 5-championship dynasty, according to most people in the NBA. And as of 12 hours ago, it was completely dashed, and this is Victor Wembanyama's league. Where do you fall on those two parties?
Well, look, I tweeted it last night, but I had said it to a bunch of people prior that I thought if Victor lost, I thought this series was was Michael Jordan versus the Detroit Pistons. So I thought this would be like Victor, and I still think this could be true. I think there might have been a Pyrrhic victory last night. I think they're going to be gassed for a while. I think that this is the last series Victor loses until 2030. And I don't know why he loses in 2030. But I think this is the series we're going to look back at with Victor, where he learned how to win. He had this breakout game in game one. I think they still probably lose the series unless Oklahoma City really can't score against them, which they have not scored against them yet in 6 games this year. So maybe they can't. And I don't know what you do. Well, I do. Here, let's go back to can I go back to the Jazz for a second?
Yep.
Does Victor Wembanyama mean you have to? This is my podcast tomorrow, so I'm giving it away. But does Victor Wembanyama mean you have to draft Cameron Boozer? Because the only way you are beating the San Antonio Spurs is having 5 shooters on the floor and having a big who plays a handoff pick and pop game at the top. Who either Victor Wembanyama is guarding and in drop, so therefore the big is wide open, i.e., or the way that the Warriors used to kill Draymond Green, you're playing kill Rudy Gobert or Draymond Green, is you're playing the handoff game with Cameron Boozer and your guard or shooters coming off, getting the handoff and shooting, and Victor's dropped. And so they can get that shot. But the only way Isaiah Hartenstein is not going to was played out of the series within 3 minutes. Rudy Gobert was played out of the last series within 5 minutes. Walker Kessler, unless he really is a proficient three-point shooter, and you're comfortable with him shooting 17 threes like Alex Caruso did last night, is not going to be able to play against Victor Wembanyama. No center can play if Victor Wembanyama's on the floor because you can't score if you have a center on the floor who can't shoot. So do you suddenly need to draft Cameron Boozer because he's playing your 4-5 and playing as the fulcrum of the offense, because the same way Nikola Jokic is the one player that seems to bother Victor Wembanyama?
What about the other side, David?
Well, I mean, they did it first. They were the ones who kind of was it last year in the playoffs, or where was it last? Was it in the? When did they first put Caruso? Was that in the playing game this year?
Could have been in the in-season tournament.
In-season tournament, yeah.
Yes, could have been.
In-season tournament? Yeah. In-season. They were the first to do this with Caruso. I'm not sure I think this is the answer.
I don't think it is.
Well, he had 40 points last night.
But I don't like Isaiah Hartenstein is probably the answer because he can be he's just being really physical with him and try to wear him down, but then you can't play on the other side.
It's the hard part. You need a heavy guy on that end.
Well, I got to say, I got a tweet today, and I have decided not to light the guy up. So it's like, you get those tweets, and you're like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And like 6 hours later, you're going to do it. Like, this is probably the one where I'm going to do it. It was some old, I don't even actually know anything about this person, but I've just absolutely decided that this person is 65 years old and angry. And I'd love to see what Webby would do back in the days with one of the big bruising centers. Because, Billy Pulse is going to cause him a freaking problem. What are we talking about? Felton Spencer is going to guard Victor Wembanyama. He's going to pull him out to 27 feet, drive by, and dunk on his ass every time. What are we talking about? So, the idea that you just put a big burly guy on him to try to beat him up, then he's just going to he can go out to 30 feet. And then he's just going to play in space on you, and you can't move. So, I don't know the answer.
Yusuf Nurkic had very good success against him this year.
Heavy, make him tired.
Yeah. But what does Nurk do that you talked about earlier? He does the top of the key, dribble handoff, and then on the other side, he can actually lean on you for a little while, and you hope in game 60, Victor's not giving it his all.
Right. And I think that's right. And that's what Jokic does to him, right? Jokic leans on him and just wait and just is heavy on him. But it's I just think this kid has. I also just think the thing that we're not talking enough about is how hard he plays.
Yeah.
He runs the floor and plays so hard every minute of every act. I mean, he's on the Russell Westbrook scale of play hard, which is incredible. I mean, that's what I think is so magical about Victor is just how hard he plays. And that's actually what my reaction was on that Scoot Henderson, Victor Wembanyama game in Henderson, Nevada when they played. That's what I left that game with. Was, oh my gosh, this guy plays that hard. Same thing with Chet, actually. When I watched Chet in Gonzaga, that's what jumped out was how hard he played. So I think, and I'm fascinated to see what Mark Dagnall does next. Dagnall, by the way, side note, I'm just kind of babbling, but those two inbound plays late in the game last night, where he got Shea on the left-hand side with Victor pulled, and then the other time where he had Shea drive the baseline and Victor had to decide between him or Holmgren for the three, those are pretty magical half-court spacing sets. They've got to find a way to do that in just a regular half-court set because really the story is they can't score. I mean, I think their offensive rating last night was a 103, and they've been below league average in their 5 games against them this year.
David Ben is such an obnoxious Knicks fan. I can't help but cheer for Cleveland in this Eastern Conference final. So tell me why Donovan Mitchell can get the Cavs past the Knicks.
I feel like Cleveland just – I thought actually Cleveland's Game 7 was the first time Cleveland's played like I thought Cleveland should all year. Cleveland's been like this mercurial group to me that I watch all year, and I'm like, wait, why aren't they better? Every time I watch Cleveland, I'm like, why aren't they better? Until Game 7, then they were actually that good. But they're really good. Like right? Like they're like Kobe Altman put together to me like a nearly perfect team. He has Jared Allen and Evan Mobley, and they did a nice job of lose. They did the whole lose for 3-4 years to get a bunch of players. Dean Wade, Max Strus, and Sam Merrill are kind of fabulous pieces to that puzzle, particularly Max Strus's ability to defend and be physical and rebound if he needs to. Harden and Garland are nice. I love that roster. I think they're going to be tired. Harden and Donovan seem to be allergic to running at any point in time in either direction. It's kind of a weird thing. So I think that'll hurt them. But the Knicks don't. Jalen Brunson doesn't really want to run either. And Karl Anthony Towns doesn't want to run either. I think it's worth watching Cat in this series. Cat's assist rate against Philadelphia was one of the highest assist rates of any player ever in a playoff series, which is an interesting kind of way to think about him. But I also think it's relevant to the NBA draft of whether or not we really might be in a day and age where your 5 has to be playing out on the floor and passing and having open cutting lanes all around the basket with 4 shooters around him, or that's your way of dealing with non-shooters. I think and I think I will say this, back to the draft, I was not intending to have this sound like a Cameron Boozer show, but if you go look at the top 20 guys in the NBA who played handoff this year and the centers, 19 of them are basically non-shooters, and the two guys that are shooters, or one of them's only average and one of them's great, are Karl Anthony Towns and Nikola Jokic, and they are 1-2 in the league in handoff efficiency by a large margin. And if you believe Cameron Boozer is a shooter, then I think you have to ask yourself whether Cameron Boozer can become the fulcrum of your offense in that realm in a manner that's really virtually unstoppable right now. There's not a big that can shoot that plays the handoff game that is stoppable right now.
Well, I think the Wizards should take Cam Boozer number one, and I mean that.
You do. I'm not. The more I watch, the more I'm heading that direction a little bit, I think. The only question on that is, can you afford? This might be stupid. I think Cameron Boozer is the right player for 46 minutes of the night. And then, are you okay drafting a guy that with 2 minutes left in the game, you probably can't give him the ball to go make a play for you?
Yeah, that's the question. He's not Victor Wembanyama.
Right. But he's probably the better player for 45 minutes of the night.
Yeah, if you believe the math game, over 100 possessions, if he makes the right play 90 times, you're probably going to win that game.
And that's the argument on him, is he wins everything he does. He really would not have lost if it wasn't for a miracle shot by UConn, because they probably would have won the title.
They lost 3 games this season by a combined 5 points. It's not an accident.
Right, and he was won whatever. I was also impressed, by the way. I was just coming off a deep dive on A-Cup the last 2 days. I was pretty impressed with him in big games, important moments, and wins, too. Right? He's on that U18 USA team. He's the MVP. He wins the Detroit Public League Public High School League as a sophomore, and is the first ever sophomore MVP of the league, of the Detroit Public High School League. That's a pretty good league. Ever. A-Cup to me was the 7th pick of the draft because he was too small. Then he measured at the combine. He wasn't too small. So I think there's 5 guys that should be talked about in this realm. But the Boozer conversation is really interesting, Ben. It's really interesting. Right? Over a course of 82 games and 82,000 possessions or whatever, 8,200 possessions, and he's going to play 36 minutes of those, so he's playing 75% of those. He probably is the better player than everyone involved. He's not as flashy, and in the final 3 minutes, you probably can't go give him the ball and tell him to drive to the basket.
Before we let you go, David, are you up here? Are you in Arizona? I guess what I'm asking, what time zone are you in? Because our guy, Jamil, is going to be on Wheel of Fortune on the 26th, and I don't want you to miss it. You got to look up your local listings. Make sure you know when the wheel's coming on.
For some silly reason, I returned when it snowed. I came back from the desert and came to my house and got 4.5 inches of snow at my house. I did not time this correctly. So I am here now, and if I lose another bike day or two to weather, I'll get out of here and come back a little bit later.
Well, whatever. Just be back home by, what time does the wheel come on here, Ben? 4:30, 5:30?
Is it that early?
It's
an old
one of those. We
show.
got to watch our guy.
And do we know how he did, and we are not saying, or has he been...
He's been NDA'd.
Yeah, he didn't tell me.
And we're all respecting that?
Yeah, he didn't tell me.
So I'm sure you can bet on it.
You can't bet on the wheel, you think?
You can bet on everything.
No way.
You can bet on what David's next word is going to say. Yeah.
Well, I think it's very exciting. We know a true celebrity.
I mean, it wouldn't be like we'd have markets in which people knew things beforehand and put money down on it, and then made lots of money on things, betting random things that they knew the outcome of, so that they could win a lot of money with it. We wouldn't have that going on. That doesn't exist, does it?
No.
I think that was in the news lately. I don't know. I
think
that might have happened.
I was just checking.
David, thank you. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Congrats on the big jump, and well earned for both of you. It's really fun to listen to, and congratulations.
Thanks, Locke.
Thanks, David.
That means a lot. Appreciate you.
Bye.
All right, that's our guy, David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz and host of Locked On Jazz, the podcast. But most people, I think, already knew that.
Correct.
Stay tuned. Hot Take Tuesday is next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Drivers are still seeing white smoke and big delays on I-80 in the area of Redwood Road due to a large structure fire. Road closures in the area, specifically Orange Street between 1st and 3rd South. Also, the usual slow and go on northbound I-15 between downtown Salt Lake City and North Salt Lake and Clearfield to Riverdale as well. Hey, traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. Keep it smoother than your summer playlist with GoPave Utah. GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call right now or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
The Jazz selecting number 2 in the upcoming NBA draft. So, if there's one thing that scares me, AJ's the safer pick. And that's what makes me nervous is that Washington is going to be like, okay, we've really swung and missed, and we've really done some problems. So let's go the safest superstar available in AJ and let somebody else take the risk on Darren. If I'm the Jazz, then I take that risk on Darren Peterson. But I exhaust every option available to me to get AJ.
I encourage everybody to go back and you do watch pre-Kansas film on Darren Peterson. I want you to watch his handle, specifically how he navigates ball screens. He can become a better passer, but he's not bad as a secondary playmaker. You just look at him, it's his frame. To me, there are real reasons why this guy can be great.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Dutch Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off Air Dutch Cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, changing conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCAA. Equal opportunity lender.
If your teen is thinking about college but not sure what path to take, start at Huntsman Business Day at Utah State University, a one-day hands-on experience designed to help students explore a business degree in a real way, from leadership activities to business games. They'll get a clear picture of what they could study. It's free. It's on campus in Logan, and it includes lunch, June 11th or June 18th. Register today at huntsman.usu.edu/business day.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com. TimDalyMazda.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Visiting the Wasatch Back with your family? Make a stop at Dairy King in Heber Valley, featuring Utah's favorite fast food and specialty menu and legendary best of state shakes. Dairy King, a hometown favorite celebrating 80 years on Main Street.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time for Hot Take Tuesday, where you just got to come up with a hot take about something. Ben's usually all over the board on these things. I'm eager to see where you're going. Apparently, you have a list.
I keep a list because I'm a dumb person and I will forget my hot takes. But apparently, they do cycle through my head more often than I realize.
Okay. Well, get us started. Let's hear it.
Okay. I really only want to go with one today, so I hope you guys both have some.
Uh-huh.
But I'll give you my hot take. And I don't know if it's even, I'll just say it. I think Will Ferrell has had the most disappointing career of any contemporary actor.
Okay.
What do you mean by disappointing?
So, if we're looking at his archetype, and we can treat this the way athletes are, you look at his arrival at his peak and compare it to peers who had that same career arc. We're talking about the greatest SNL stars of their moment. Martin Short, you could say Bill Murray, you could say Eddie Murphy, you could say Tina Fey, any number of people who were at one point the draw to SNL. And I think Will Ferrell held that title as long as anybody in our lifetime. 3 or 4 years, Will Ferrell's run on SNL was insane. So funny. He re-hosted again over the weekend. He was the host of their season finale on Saturday, and it was unwatchable.
Pretty bad?
It was so bad. And I think some of it is they were trying to channel what made him funny in the early 2000s. But even then, I think back, he had a couple of funny movies post-SNL, during SNL. I think Old School's pretty funny. I think I don't mind even like his basketball one, not Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, that's it.
No, the Flint, Michigan Tropics. It's the what's his stupid?
Oh, Tropic Thunder is the
Army one.
Yeah.
He had a couple of funny kind of sports-ish movies.
I never saw that movie, by the way.
It's silly, stupid, but it kind of has enough funny basketball humor in it that I think so works. Semi-pro. He had a couple of movies in that realm that really worked.
Mm-hmm.
He had his funny one, Stranger Than Fiction, that I thought is A+. And I thought, okay, this guy's got like an arc. This guy's about to hit a new level of, real important movies or fun movies that last. The way Eddie Murphy, I feel like, did. The way certainly Bill Murray has. The way Martin Short certainly has. And he's done nothing but crap and is irrelevant. And the most important thing he does now is
the commercial?
The MasterCard commercials?
No,
whatever
it's
his
for
credit.
PayPal.
PayPal or whatever it is. It's like his only legacy now, unfortunately, after being what I thought was maybe the funniest person on the planet, certainly in our country, for a very important part of my life. And I get that everyone's favorite SNL cast is the one they were watched in high school. That's absolutely true. But all those other guys I mentioned, or women I mentioned, have gone on to have better careers or other careers post-SNL. And Will Ferrell stinks.
Yeah, I think he's allergic to a good script. I agree.
So my hot take is huge disappointment, especially for a guy who came out hitting grand slams.
I'd say Anchorman was the only good funny movie that he did where he was the lead role.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Old School, he wasn't the lead role.
No,
and
he
was
wasn't.
funny. He was funny in Wedding Crashers, but he really wasn't the lead
He was a
role.
real cameo.
But pretty much everything else.
Crap.
You guys aren't Step Brothers fans.
He did, no, I'm not.
No, I'm not
he did a skating movie with Napoleon Dynamite.
Horrible.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Unwatchable.
I once watched the whole stand-up special he did as George W. Bush, which I was like, oh, this is going to be funny. It absolutely was not.
Garbage.
So, yeah, his Harry Carey was funny.
Yeah, no, again, his SNL stuff, but they found a way to do something else 15 years later, 20 years later, and he's doing Venmo commercials or whatever it is.
All right, Christian, hot take?
Yeah, this comes on the news today that Rashid Rice is going to jail for 30 days, Chiefs wide receiver.
Uh-huh.
I think their dynasty might be over. I honestly don't know if Patrick Mahomes is going to make another Super Bowl.
Without Rashid Rice?
I just think
with
that
him
Chiefs,
missing minicamp?
not just Rashid Rice, but I mean, yeah, Travis Kelce's old and going to retire. They don't have any other receivers. I just don't know, man. I think that the good old days are behind him.
What's he going to jail for this time? It was reckless driving originally, and
Yeah.
he was on
That
probation.
incident.
He violated
yeah.
the probation with weed.
Oh, okay. He tested positive for marijuana.
Yeah.
Okay.
30,
Which is why it's 30 days, but not
that's
several years.
That's a pricey joint right there.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
30 days in jail.
Hell. Yeah, Christian's out here burning you because you were burning one down.
Yeah.
And you're burning down Patrick Mahomes' career.
Tough. It's pricey.
Too many talented teams in the AFC. I just don't see. I mean, there are
Oh,
several
yeah,
other
never
teams that I would pick over the Chiefs.
We can stop taking this seriously
I
because
just think they're just not even the best team in their division.
I forgot about.
I just don't think they're the best team in their division anymore.
Oh, I forgot about Donks fan Christian. I can't believe I'm saying this. First time in my life. Go Chiefs. Hope they smoke the Donks next year.
Week 1 at Kansas City.
Throw picks. I hope he throws like 20. I have a couple of hot takes. This is really a hot take for me. I feel like I, for once, can really identify with LeBron James.
Okay.
Did you see where he was yesterday?
I did not.
He was at a grand opening of the Omnia Club, and I'll explain why this is relevant, and I can identify in a sec. But it's at Caesar's Palace,
Okay.
a new club at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. You know I love Vegas.
Uh-huh.
Caesar's is awesome.
Okay.
I once tried to get into Christina Aguilera's birthday party at that. Not this nightclub, but a nightclub. Kind of funny. It's going to be really expensive. But Ben, this is a day club. It's not a nightclub. It's a day club. I can totally identify. LeBron, how self-aware is this? He's 41. I'm 44.
Uh-huh.
My days of going to nightclubs are
long behind you.
Basically in the rearview mirror.
Sure.
You know what I could get on board with?
Day club.
Going to a day club, buddy.
Day club.
Day club. So if LeBron's opening clubs as a 41-year-old man, open some day clubs, dude. I'm totally on board with this. Brilliant. By the way, the day club at Caesar's Palace. It was a big hit. They had a big DJ. Other celebs were there. LeBron opening day clubs now. Totally on board. By the way, didn't Adele used to have a residency at Caesars? Pretty sure she did.
Probably.
She's pulling strings, bro.
Hello. Well, remember, LeBron said he wanted to be the person that owned the Vegas NBA team, but he's not going to be able to get together that $10 billion it's going to cost to open it.
And then my second hot take today, they should arrest Kim Kardashian right now.
Okay.
A British court sentenced a truck driver to prison for smuggling 7 million pounds worth of cocaine in a shipment of underwear and clothing from Skims, Kim Kardashian's shapewear brand.
I didn't know that was a Kim thing, but that makes sense. Skims.
Skims. That's a Kim Kardashian thing.
Yeah, Donovan Mitchell he's a model for them.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a huge joke. Not Donovan Mitchell. That was a huge joke inside the Jazz's locker room this year. Every time after a game somebody played well or whatever, they said he was playing in Skims. That was the joke, that this player was playing in Skims. That was always the joke this year with the Jazz locker room.
I mean, really, you've heard about, like, I knew of a car dealership once that didn't care if they sold one single car because they
had something else going
They
on.
were dealing cocaine out of the car dealership. My wife and I were convinced there was this restaurant was by where she lived when she went to law school. Nobody was ever in it. It was open all the time.
This is Gilbert Arenas being like, oh, they were just renting my house for all these illegal poker games or whatever it was. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't know.
So this would be a very Kim Kardashian thing. You'd sell some average clothes to some
But how many
to
pounds?
some
Or
suckers.
$7 million?
But use it as a tool to move cocaine.
Traffic. Yeah. Okay, I can see it.
7 million pounds.
Oh, pounds. Okay, not wait, 7 million pounds as in dollars?
No, 7 million pounds is in pounds.
Pounds as in weight.
$9.4 million of cocaine. That's what it says. 7 million pounds. Oh, that must be the value in
Europe.
In Britain.
In Britain. Okay, that's what I was wondering.
So that makes more sense.
7 million pounds.
No. 7
that's
million.
some kind of boat.
$9.4 million worth of cocaine.
That
Apologies.
makes more sense.
That's a dumb mistake. Yeah.
That is why I wanted to know. I said that's a lot.
Let's see. The agency said he was on his way to collect 90 kilograms, 198 pounds of cocaine, which makes a lot more sense. 7 million pounds of coke would be.
It's a world. It's
You know what?
world, all of the worlds.
That would be a bold smuggling operation.
You would really have to have a lot of skims to cover that up.
7 million pounds in one place at one time. Bold.
Yeah.
No, but they should. You think it? That's funny. You think a truck full of her clothes is not under her purview? Of course it is. She didn't pass the bar. She's got nothing else to do. Ship cocaine through her Skims line.
I'm sure she's not thrilled about this. And if she had something to do with it, look out.
Oh no, Chris will quash this in a second.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Chris and her boyfriend were also at LeBron's Day Club debut.
Okay, old people hanging out
Day
there.
club!
Old people hanging
Day
out during the
club,
day.
dude!
They call this canasta. You and I have both worked at hotels, and we saw the old ladies come in and play mahjong and they'd order one iced tea, and they would sip on it for 4 hours, and they'd sit in the atrium or wherever it is in your hotel, and that's what's going on. LeBron is in his mahjong group.
Dude, hit me a gin, Ricky, and let's play some shuffleboard, man. I'm on it.
Let's do it.
Sounds awesome.
In LeBron.
Stay tuned. More Jacob Ed next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still got big delays on I-80 in the area of Redwood Road and North Temple due to a large structure fire with some road closures, specifically on Orange Street. Fire crews say to avoid the area as best you can. Both directions of 2100 North are stacked up in Utah County. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters, you. Plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined now by Steve Cleveland, former BYU basketball coach.
Where do you see DeBonzo leveling out, say, at a percentage of three-point shooting?
I see him being successful because of the ability that he does have to get into the mid-range game, step out and hit threes. I know that it'll take time. Nobody jumps into the NBA typically and has a huge impact. He and Peterson are, two of the bright spots as they go forward here with the draft. And I just like AJ because he's so strong and gifted, and he's always in balance. We'll just have to see what happens with three-point shooting. The shot doesn't look broke. It looks like he's got good rhythm. I think he's going to be just fine.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at Beehive Meals. Ben, we love Beehive. We were up there last week. We saw their brand new facility. It is gorgeous. And of course, we love the slow cooker meals. They're fantastic, but we're super excited about their brand new product, their flat top meals. So easy to do. Of course, it's Beehive. You know it's going to be easy. Cook it on your flat top, your griddle, or even...
Awesome. I'm going up to the lake this weekend, and I am taking the cheddar jalapeno smash burgers with me because I have a griddle up there. I'm going to throw it in the cooler, let it thaw out on the way, and when we get there, I'm just going to throw it right on the flat top. It's really easy. Yeah, I don't have to go to the grocery store and buy the ground beef and buy the jalapenos and buy the cheddar and shred them up and get it all ready. That's all done for me. So when I get up there and I'm hungry and I'm ready to eat, I just throw it on the griddle, and within 15 minutes, I am ready to go with home-cooked meals tasting awesome. My kids are going to love them. My wife's going to love them, and I know I am too.
8 delicious meals per box. Check it out now at beehivemeals.com. Are you ready to make dinner easier and better? Order now. beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And let's face it, it's time to update the look of your home's exterior. When was that thing built? In the 50s, 70s, 90s, the 2000s? Well, it's looking like it. Faded siding, drafty windows, leaky gutters. It's time to take action now. RGS Exteriors has been taking Utah homes from drab to fab for over 5 generations. We only use the highest quality materials, like James Hardy siding and gutter topper gutter covers. You will be blown away by how much different and better and awesome your house can look. Your neighbors will be jealous, your home value will go up, and most of all, you're going to love it. Everything we do comes with our industry-leading 10-year everything guarantee, so you can sleep like a baby, knowing if anything goes wrong, you're 100% covered. For a free estimate on your gutters, windows, siding, or anything on your outside of your home, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriorsutah.com. That's rgsexteriorsutah.com.
If you rent it yourself, this one's for you. It's the Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Day Sale, Friday, May 22nd through Memorial Day for 4 straight days. Score 50% off every part you pull from the yard. Engines, transmissions, axles, doors, alternators, bumpers, headlights. If it bolts on, it's on sale. And these Yard Buster deals, all doors, $25, all seats, just $15, and sun visors and floor mats, only $1. Hurry in for the best selection. Pick and Pull DIY Dollar Days, May 22nd through 25th.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up. After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Stay cleaner longer. And right now at ZeroRes.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Water runs Utah, and it's running out. They say there's nothing you can do about it, but I looked it up, and there's like 54 different ways to conserve water at slowtheflow.org. It would make a little too much sense if we all did our part to save water.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for the Audio Vault. Best sound of the day here on the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, today's submission comes from, it's a 40-year anniversary.
Okay.
Of Michael Jordan going on David Letterman's show. Now, in 1986, would Dave still have been after The Tonight Show?
I think he was still doing the the Late Show was what he ended up doing. What was it called?
Well, it wasn't the Late Show, right? It was the one Conan inherited.
Yes.
It was the slot after The Tonight Show.
Yes, after Johnny Carson.
Right. And so Michael Jordan went on to talk about his brand new sneaker. Now, you know more about this than I do. What version is it?
Apparently, I just looked it up. This is the Jordan 2.
The Jordan 2
was going to be debuting in November of that year, but maybe starting to get
a little energy.
A little advertising going.
All right, so let's go ahead and play this clip. Michael Jordan with David Letterman.
I got one thing to say.
Yeah, what's that?
I see Adidas shoes.
All right, now, Michael, is this the shoe? Now, of course, we can't show what kind of shoe this is.
Yeah, that's okay. The color stand for
But
it.
is this the shoe that the NBA wouldn't let you wear?
Yeah.
Now, why wouldn't they let you wear it? Just because it's ugly, I guess, for starters.
Hey, I agree with you. They are ugly.
Now, wait a minute. Didn't you help design these?
It's the shoe, not the coloring.
Oh, not the color.
Have anything to do with
okay,
the
so, but what's wrong with the coloring? What rule do we violate here?
Well, it doesn't have any white in it.
Uh-huh. Well, neither does the NBA.
Well, Letterman's always been one of the quickest comedians. It was okay. So I'm looking back at which shoe got banned, even though the Jordan 2 got released. The actual shoe itself was the Jordan 1. So just to clarify,
calling it ugly.
And then Michael called it ugly because he said it didn't have white.
Yeah,
it
that's
is
what
just
I'm
black
saying.
and red.
I wonder that feeling, because I'm sure they were excited to show the shoe to Michael. Let's say that he did find it ugly. Wouldn't that be just a terrible feeling where you're like, oh, they're rolling out a shoe by it's my shoe, the MJ. Then they roll it in and it's just hideously ugly. What's his name? Steph, when they rolled out the first Under Armours for Steph. Remember how bad those were?
Yes.
I think Steph is like, oh, I love it.
Thank you so much. It's like getting the wrong gift for Christmas.
You guys killed it. Loved it.
Thanks. You got me Major League 3.
Yeah.
My favorite movie.
Yeah, the awkwardness, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to, somebody worked really hard on that shoe. You don't want to let them down.
Was it Major League 3?
Yeah, it was Major League 3.
You got a gift from somebody.
Back to the minors.
Is that the one with the Salt Lake Bees?
It is.
Yeah. That's cool.
It's not.
He was the buzz.
It was the buzz, and it's not.
Anyways, neither here nor there.
Yeah, an older girlfriend. She said, I know Major League's your favorite movie. I got you the DVD.
Major League 3.
Major League 3, Back to the Minors. You could like see the tag where she got it from the grocery store, $1.99 from the bin.
In the discount bin?
Yeah, in the bin. It's Sev next to the sunglasses. Really thinking about me.
Oh, you found that, did you?
Cool that Michael at that point was still a member of the public, which he's really not anymore. We don't see Michael anymore.
What do you mean? He was basically a co-host for NBC's NBA show this year.
He recorded 25 minutes in one sit down with Mike Tirico, and they spliced it up into as many segments as they could.
It's probably not even. It probably wasn't even 25 minutes.
No, it probably was not. I remember the first day, and I thought, was kind of interesting. And he said, I wish I could still play. And then he said, I haven't played basketball in a long time. I shot a free throw once in front of a family, and I got nervous, and I made it. And that was the last thing I ever remember him saying. And now he does his racing stuff, and there was a story of him came out over the weekend of his teacher from high school was dying and wanted to hug his student, so he called her on the phone, which is not quite a hug, but it's close. Phone call. He FaceTimed her as she was dying. It was kind of cool. But, we don't see Michael anymore.
But NBC couldn't wait to tell you that he was basically an analyst.
He's hosting.
He's one of the hosts.
Color analyst.
He's going to be
play-by-play.
Every single night.
Well, they called him like a celebrity guest host or something.
They
right?
did,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they shot a brief interview in his living room or something.
Yeah, in 2018. Like, we dug it up. We thought we deleted this.
If everyone wanted a piece of you, like Michael Jordan, would you make people bend over backwards just to get the most minimum, just because you can?
The way Michael does?
Yeah.
I might just disappear entirely.
That'd almost be better.
Yeah, nothing at all. Everyone wants too much. I can't fulfill what you want. I've got my billions. I'm cool.
Just be a shoe exec who lives in a gated community?
Yeah, has my own golf course. Is a ghost.
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it's not bad.
But I think that's kind of what he wants to do, right?
Yeah. And you know what?
But
He's
I'm sure
entitled to
NBC
that.
just begs him to come on
And he'll
do
give whatever money.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, fine, if you stop calling me, I'll show up.
But you have to come out to my house. And they say, sure.
Yeah, we'll fly out. Tirico's there now.
Yeah, right. I don't think he wants to do it.
Agreed. There's no way he wanted to do that.
No. Well, maybe he's addicted to the attention. That could be true.
Some type of it.
But no, Magic Johnson is addicted to the attention. You can't be that bad on TV and then just keep showing up time after time after time.
Correct.
Or tweet out the most inane, obvious things you've ever seen in your life.
You're right. I don't think Michael actually loves it. I'm sure he likes some of it and wants to keep some of it because you don't ever want to fully let it go. But he doesn't seem to ever do it conveniently.
No, because he doesn't want people to know actually who he is. In all seriousness.
I think that's probably true.
I mean, that's why The Last Dance turned out the way that it. Michael is a PR creation.
Yeah, he is.
He might be the best PR person to ever have done it. He's he's brilliant. I mean, how much do you know about Michael's somewhat messy personal life? Very little.
Correct. Yeah, nothing.
I mean, if his son didn't date Scottie Pippen's ex-wife, we probably wouldn't even know about any of them.
Right. Yes, his son.
No, we talked about the one getting arrested.
Yeah, the DUI.
In Florida.
Yeah. Which might have been, was that not the Larsa Pippen one?
I think that's the same guy. It was
Marcus.
because his heart was broken, remember? He was spinning out
He
because
was so sad he and Kim Kardashian were running.
Cocaine, yeah, and Adam Gase probably. Who was that put Adam Gase on blast for doing Le'Veon Bell? My new favorite interview in sports. That sound effect alone. What did he say? What he called it, cocaina?
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, Michael's done a pretty good job about keeping the
Adam
myth.
Gase is on that cocaina.
The myth of Michael Jordan alive.
Yeah, he's done a good job. Less has been way more for Michael.
But there's a reason he was so sensitive about Charles Barkley calling him a bad owner.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he's not worried about being a good owner. He's worried about you thinking he is a bad owner.
And by the way, Charles was right.
Yeah, absolutely, Charles
Mike
was
left,
right.
and that thing started to skyrocket immediately.
Well,
Now they
I
haven't
don't
done
know
a great
about
job, but they're
skyrocket.
headed in the right direction.
They would appear so.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Live at 5. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports newsletter. It's time for the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of a Utah sports tradition at utahsummergames.org. Participate in over 50 sports around the state. Then plan to join the opening ceremonies Friday, June 5th, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Register today to participate in the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepared meals are delivered right to your door and are designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like steak fajitas, smash burgers, teriyaki chicken, and more with 8 meals in every box. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building a $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the best station, period.
Let's be honest. These guys have the best job on the planet.
You come to work in a frickin' bathrobe?
So if you're out there working hard, you should also expect your radio hosts to put in an honest day's work. So of course, Jake and Ben are live at 5 with the biggest headlines and the best analysis in Utah. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for Live at 5, which is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Here's the great part about Live at 5. Anything could happen at any time.
Mm-hmm.
And the big story of the day probably remains Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. But we do have breaking NBA news, which I'm totally surprised by, Ben.
Yes. The Dallas Mavericks say they have agreed to mutually part ways with head coach Jason Kidd.
Masai Ujiri, not a fan, huh?
I'm not sure exactly what happened here, but Jason Kidd apparently, the story was, wanted to move into that role, president of basketball ops, which Masai Ujiri now has for the Dallas Mavericks, and maybe was done coaching, and he is done coaching. At least with the Dallas Mavericks and this run, this era.
I don't think he was a very good coach when he coached in Brooklyn. I don't think he did a very good job when he coached in Milwaukee. I do think he did a pretty good job in Dallas.
Certainly did a better job in Dallas than he had done at his previous stops.
And navigated some rough waters. It had to be Luka's coach, which can't be fun. Then had to work for your guy. You were just talking about him during the break.
Nico?
Yes, Nico.
Yeah.
He had to then went through an ownership transition. And now, you got to guess that Ujiri probably wanted to hire his own coach, I'm guessing. I'd be really curious to see who they hire because that's a really good job right now.
I'm curious about how good of a job it is, to be honest with you. I do like Masai Ujiri a lot. I do not like the Dumonts. I'm really worried about their ownership if I'm a fan of that team. But you have a very good player in Cooper Flagg. You have the piece that's hardest to find, a legit, I think, number one guy. Mm-hmm. And you have it. And you're in a big market. Now, the hard part is they do not have any future draft picks. This was their last year to have a draft pick. They traded them all away to build a team around Luka, and then Nico traded Luka and didn't get picks back, enough picks back certainly to make it worthwhile. So that was a major issue. So they've got to figure something out to get some pieces around Cooper Flagg, and I don't know exactly how you do it. But because we know free agency is mostly dead, probably you'd have to trade Kyrie. If you can get something for him, maybe you build around that. But this is the crazy thing. This is according to Tim McMahon from ESPN. Sources told ESPN that Jason Kidd has 4 years and more than $40 million remaining on his contract after signing extensions each of the last 2 years. He just keeps getting more and more and more.
It's going to be expensive to get rid of him.
And now Patrick Dumont authorized Masai Ujiri to make this decision. So Yeah, this was Masai Ujiri's choice, though they said it was mutual. I don't believe that, obviously. And, yeah, they're willing to pay the price.
I don't think the son-in-law knows what he's doing, but this league is all about players. Sometimes bad ownership groups win because they've got the right player.
You're Jerry Reinsdorf.
Jerry Reinsdorf, your guy.
Yep.
The Bulls of the 90s did not win because he was a brilliant owner.
No.
Sometimes brilliant owners lead to winning. It can go hand in hand. But just because you're working for a bozo owner doesn't necessarily make it a bad job. Jim Harbaugh took the Chargers job.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that goes. But that ownership group's a disaster.
Yeah.
But you know what they have? Your guy, Justin Herbert.
Good player. And they're for sale, right?
The Chargers? I don't think so.
Or are they not?
No.
I thought the Chargers were just up for sale. I think of the Padres. Maybe I'm thinking of the Padres.
It's not the
Even
Chargers.
they just got sold. So I must be thinking of somebody else entirely. This will be interesting. I'm curious. I was watching the games last night between San Antonio and Oklahoma City. And I thought, where did the Jazz stack up against these teams? Can they get to this quality of play, this level of play? And obviously they're not there today, but we don't know anything about what this team looks like for the Jazz. And then for whatever reason, I was thinking about the Dallas Mavericks of you've got Cooper Flagg, and maybe Cooper can be in this conversation, to be one of the top 10 players in the NBA. He has that type of potential. But are they close anywhere else? They're not. They've got a long ways to go. This is going to be a little while for them to rebuild. So I'll be curious who they bring in to take that job.
Well, Kyrie, they're going to move him.
They'd
be really foolish if they didn't. They're going to have to lean into going young without draft picks, which is kind of an interesting challenge. But if you've got a player to build around, listen, what's the best skill Phil Jackson ever had? I mean this somewhat tongue-in-cheek. He picked the right players to take credit for.
Yeah. Yes.
He's like, I know. I can latch myself to that Michael Jordan wagon.
Strawberry. Go hit that home run.
Yeah.
I told him to do that.
The Lakers have Kobe and Shaq. Somehow Del Harris was too dumb to succeed.
You, Strawberry, hit a home run. Okay, Skip.
Feels like
I told him to do that.
Feels like I could step in there and take credit for Shaq and Kobe. Yeah.
You just think I might be the man for this job.
I'm your guy. And if I were a coach looking to latch on to a superstar, you could do worse.
Yep, you absolutely could.
Look at what's his name with San Antonio, Nate Johnson, right? Am I getting that right? No,
Mitch.
I'm not. Mitch Johnson, thank you. Look at that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows if he knows how to coach a lick?
No, Ime Udoka got all this credit with Boston. He did okay. And now Joe Mazzulla got all his credit with Boston. It's like, yeah, well, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis and Derek White. It's a pretty good crew, actually. There's some dudes on that team. Maybe it wasn't all you, actually.
At least 2 Hall of Famers. It's a good place to start.
Good place to start.
Good place to start.
And look, Jason Kidd also had Luka and had some very good players on that roster around him as well. So maybe Jason Kidd's not the right guy. But yeah, they're going to have to get creative. They're going to have to get be interesting here where they go. Sounds like Billy Donovan kind of starting to circle around the Orlando Magic job.
Or not Dallas, but Orlando.
And
okay.
Jamal Mosley just ended up to fill the New Orleans job that's open.
Nobody has any new ideas, do they?
But Dallas is open. Portland's still open. Are those the only jobs that are open? Chicago has not hired their coach yet, correct?
No. They just hired their executive.
Right. So there's a couple of jobs still open.
You should take the Portland job.
Milwaukee's filled.
Yeah, with your guy Taylor Jenkins.
That's not good for Portland. Speaking of El Cheapo, if they were the only job, that gives them at least a little bit of leverage. If there was all demand and no supply, that's good for Portland. Well, there's 3 jobs that are open, and inarguably they're all better jobs in Portland because you want to make more than $800,000 a year, and apparently that's what they're going to pay.
Yeah, they don't want a top candidate anyways.
Yeah, we don't want the best guy, so maybe it doesn't matter to them. They're going to really think outside the box. Have the team coached by the same hockey coach.
They should do what Reinsdorf did. He hired a baseball guy to be their GM.
Come on over.
Hire, I don't know, who's managing the Portland Timbers.
So this is interesting. Honestly,
hire them.
It's probably honestly, if you're a Jazz fan, good news for the Jazz.
What, Jason Kidd getting fired?
Any type of disruption, chaos amongst Western Conference teams that could conceivably get good relatively quickly, and Dallas is in that conversation, the more chaos, the better.
Hell, if Jason Kidd was the right man for the job, I think Ujiri was a great hire for them.
So do I.
We can hammer on the son-in-law all we want, but he hired Ujiri, and he took a swing at other really good GMs. He wasn't out there to reinvent the wheel, which appears to be what the Portland guy is trying to do.
Correct. So we'll see. Yeah, but fun to be able to talk about that live at 5.
As it happened.
Yeah.
Happened just a few minutes ago. Jason Kidd out. Love the mutual part. That means that this is the mutual part. They said, "Hey, Jason, you're fired."
And he said,
"Can we negotiate on your buyout?" And he said, "No."
But
and
I will leave the building.
But I will leave the building. And they said, "Mutual."
You have an agreement. We're in agreement. You're not taking a pay cut, and we're not going to let you be here anymore. Deal.
Hey, Jason, how much of that 40 do we need to pay you? All of it.
Again, it's a reminder, though, of how quickly the NBA changes. Again, I'm not riding off the Oklahoma City Thunder after losing to the San Antonio Spurs last night. In fact, I still think they're probably the favorites to win the series. Maybe they don't, but that's how quickly the league changes. But a few years ago, Luka goes to the finals with a good, not great team around him, and everyone thought, okay, Luka's here. It's going to be Luka's Western Conference for the rest of time. He's not even on the team anymore. The head coach is gone. Most of the players from that roster are gone. That's how quickly it changes.
Dude, I think I might be siding on, after seeing the details of this deal, I might be coming down more with El Cheapo, in all honesty. No coach is worth a $40 million contract, let alone a $40 million contract to go away. That contract for Jason Kidd was ludicrous.
Uh-huh.
That's what they're paying for average coaches
what
nowadays?
NBA coaches make $10
Oh,
million.
man, I'd cheap out too.
$1 million.
Yeah, right. And then if it doesn't work, I'll see you later. I don't know you squat.
Get me some good players first.
How many wins was Jason Kidd in his $10 million a year worth this year? None.
Yeah,
That's the answer. Nothing. What coach is worth $10 million? In all seriousness, what NBA coach is actually worth that?
No, this goes back to the hilarious question that I can't remember, some Boston geek was the nicest word I can think of. Can't remember what his name is. He's kind of a national guy. Was like, if you had to start over in the NBA, you would take LeBron as your first player. He said Giannis is your second player. And I think you're going with Brad Stevens third. What? Brad Stevens? Why? Why Brad Stevens? No coach has ever been worth that much. Give me the greatest coach of all time. And then give me whatever the 30th best player of all time, and I'll take the 30th best player of all time over the greatest coach
every
ever.
time.
Every single time.
No, honestly, Phil stepping in and winning in L.A., did that say more about Phil or did it say more about Del Harris, who proved multiple times that he was not a very good coach?
I am not cut out for this.
Did Steve Kerr stepping into Golden State, is he some genius or was Mark Jackson just a moron?
Exactly right.
You know?
I'm not good at this.
Or even Phil the first time. Doug Collins didn't end up a broadcaster and not a coach because he was awesome.
Correct.
You know?
Yeah, exactly right. No, you're exactly right.
So, yeah, I'd go Coach Cooper Flag. You, Cooper, go dunk that basketball.
Yeah.
I told him to do that. But I'm trying to think if there's I mean, Spo's great. Is Spo worth that kind of dough? I don't think so.
They don't win 50 games every year. Not even close. No.
You love Mike Brown. He's not worth that.
Look, you're worth whatever you can make. I really don't care.
The sommelier?
You're worth whatever you can make.
Would you give the sommelier a $40 million contract? Is he that important?
No, I don't believe they are.
No.
But if you can make it, go get it. But here's the problem: they're going to replace him with another $10 million coach. Like this is
who they're
just
going to pay
the
$40
rate
million
for coaches.
He could pay $40 million, but it's not. That's what El Cheapo in Portland is trying to prove.
He's trying to prove
they're going to set the market for
He's
coaches.
yet to do that.
To hire a young coach, you think I was promised, but it's going to work for $800,000 a year.
Well, they tried to hire the St. Louis coach from St. Louis basketball, and he said, "I make more money at St. Louis basketball than you're offering me." And they said, "Next." Like, okay, I make more money.
Yeah.
Here. I don't have to take your crappy job. Rightfully so. So we'll see what the Mavericks do. Curious.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder how demand that spot will be. Ben, the big story of the day, though, is the Spurs now have a 1-0 lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder after an absolute thriller, double overtime game, which really everybody is casting the shine on Victor Wembanyama, and he was absolutely fantastic. But I do think, and you made the point earlier in the show, and I think you're right, I don't think Oklahoma City played even close to their best basketball.
No, and Wemby had a part in that. They only shot 41% from the floor. They did shoot 38% from three, and they had a couple of guys step in. Aaron Wiggins particularly did not shoot the ball well. Now, that was made up by Alex Caruso shooting 8 of 14 from three. He had the best game of his career, but Shea was 2 of 7. Lou Dort was 1 of 5. J-Dub was 1 of 3 from downtown. Like, very legitimately, they can continue to shoot 38% from three because those guys are better shooters, even if Alex Caruso drops off some. I don't expect Shea to go 7 of 23 because Shea never goes 7 of 23.
No, he's way more efficient
He's a 55% 2-point percentage shooter or 2-point shooter. It's crazy. So I don't expect that to happen, and they will adjust. These are great players. These are the best players in the world. They will adjust. Now, we had David Locke on the show earlier, and he said, Isaiah Hartenstein got kind of played out of the series within the first 3 minutes. I don't agree with that.
I don't either.
No, I think you have to have him out there. Because, yes, Locke was saying, well, if you put a big guy out there, Wemby's just going to scoot out and operate in space. I'll take my chances.
Yeah, I will too.
Because if he's playing against J-Dub or Alex Caruso or Lou Dort, he's drawing fouls or he's dunking every time. And those are actually way more efficient than Wemby out on the perimeter playing in space.
His point about the other side was an interesting one, that you have to get him out of the paint and not let him play free safety. You have to have someone who can shoot. Maybe.
Yeah, if you're going to make a commitment to getting to the rim, which you've got to get to the rim to be able to win, and Wemby's going to be there, it's going to be really difficult to do it.
And that was Locke's point. And Locke does get a little more focused on the offensive end than he does the defensive end. I wonder what's the lesser of two evils.
But Rudy was, at one point, the greatest defender at the rim in the NBA. Did the Jazz win the championship?
No.
And what did teams do? They drove past their guy and kicked it out to the perimeter.
Until you force an adjustment. Yeah.
Until you force an adjustment. Yeah, like you have tools too.
And that's what Oklahoma City needs to do, honestly. They need to get San Antonio out of their game.
Yeah.
That very much was a San Antonio-style basketball game last night.
Yes. You got to go back to playing your way. And they forced turnovers, and that did help. And that was not great from Steph Castle. What, do you have 11 turnovers in the game last night? It was crazy.
Sure did.
Honestly, you look at the box score, you might replicate that game plan with some tweaks on how you attacked and allowed Wemby to attack. I think you probably say, great, let's try it again. Because I don't think Shea's going to go 7 of 23, and we went to double overtime and had to lose that way. I don't think that's a bad strategy if you're OKC.
I guess I didn't even notice this as I was watching the game last night. Why did Lou Dort play so little? Was that foul trouble?
No, I think they also were having an issue. Well, I thought Alex Caruso was way better, and I think he got a lot of his minutes specifically because he was hitting threes. And Caruso was not. And Lou Dort was not.
Yeah, that certainly is true. Caruso went 8 for 14, whereas Dort was 1 for 5.
But, man, you can tell these teams are serious about winning. Obviously, it's the conference finals. Wemby played 49 minutes. Steph Castle played 49 minutes. Shea played 51 minutes. This is going to be a real slobber knocker going down the stretch.
So did Devin Vassell, who I kind of love.
Yeah, he's fun. Spurs have a great team. The Spurs absolutely have a chance to win this series, and obviously, and win the title. No doubt about it.
Vassell's like one of those glue dudes, though, that I think every team needs. And you look at his box score, you're like, meh. But what kind of an impact did he have on that game? Huge.
Hit some huge threes.
Well, he had a big block?
Yeah, he did. He blocked Chet. And that's the other thing. Like, Chet, you make $40 million a year. You cannot disappear. End of story. I know you're playing against Victor. I know you were used as a decoy on the play Locke was talking about where you got Shea on one side and you had Victor on the other because he had to guard Chet in the corner. Well, first of all, they're going to adjust on that, and they're going to bring Wemby closer to the ball. So fine, Chet has to shoot over guys, and he has to actually hit his threes. But Chet in this game was 2 of 4 from downtown, which isn't bad, but it only took 7 shots total. Chet, pay you too much to be nothing. And the trade-off has to be, if you're going to have a big 3 in the NBA, I'm going to have my superstar, and I'm going to have my number 2 and number 3 guys. And if you commit everything to taking away my superstar, my number 2 and my number 3 guys are going to kill you. That has to be the equation. If they're taking away 2 of the top 3, which they didn't neutralize entirely, but contained Shea and destroyed Chet, yes, the Thunder aren't going to be able to win that series. So those number 2 and number 3 guys have to step up.
There is an Eastern Conference Finals starting tonight. We'll talk about that and more coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here, we provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions, home to possibility, and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers: a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that "would you like to leave a tip" stuff is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown has as low as 0% financing on many vehicles, including 2026 Mazda CX-90s, CX-50s, and the CX-70 PHEVs. That's right, 0% on your favorite new Mazda. Get your new Mazda CX-90, CX-50, or CX-70 PHEV for as low as 0%. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
APR for well-qualified buyers. OAC, 72 months at $13.89 per month per $1,000 financed with $0 down. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
After all that mud and rain, give your carpets a reset before the kids get out of school and summer guests start arriving. And if you want to get it done the right way, choose Zero-Res Carpet and Air Duct Cleaning. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh detergents, so your carpets are safer and stay cleaner longer. And right now at Zerores.com, get $35 per room of carpet cleaning and 20% off air duct cleaning until May 22nd. Spelled the same forward or backwards, Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Been a fun day. Big thanks to Locke, who jumped on with us earlier today. We'll have that interview up online in podcast form. Shout out to our friends from the future, the fine podcasters. If you did not catch David, we'll get that up on its own. But really, we can't encourage you enough. Please, just download the whole show.
Yeah.
Download it and listen.
Fall asleep as you absorb us.
We had a call in the other day. By the way, go to the KSL Sports app, use the call-in feature, interact with the show, please. But we had a friend from the future who said that our moving time slot disrupted his. He used to listen at the gym, and now he has to listen during the day. What did he say he was doing?
Yeah, I
we could
just in
replay
the
it.
evening he said he had to listen.
But
or
now
he
listens
day.
the next day.
Maybe
and
he was listening at the gym the next day.
Because he was telling us what idiots we are now that he listens and hears our great predictions and analysis and then actually sees what happens.
Let's hear it.
Do we want to? Yeah, let's hear it. Why not? We have time.
This message is for Jake and Ben, and maybe Christian if he's popping around too. As a podcast absorber from the future, I usually enjoy listening to the show in the evening at the gym, but with the new format and the new hour time slot, I've had to change my routine. Now I listen to it in the morning on my way to work, and while I'm in the office. It's been quite an adjustment, but my favorite part is getting to listen to your guys' analysis and predictions and takes after the events of such analysis has happened. The NBA Finals is way more enjoyable when you get to listen to people predict the game after the game. So keep up the good work. You guys are shooting maybe 50-50, so there's some room for improvement, which I have no doubt you'll completely ignore, but thank you.
True.
Keep up.
Thank you, Jared.
Jared, if you thought we knew what we were talking about the same day, maybe you're the idiot.
You guys are shooting 50-50.
Yeah, we're wrong. All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just kidding, Jared. Love you.
And people, the thing is, you talk about people always remember when you're wrong. Not always, but people will remember when you're wrong or you look stupid.
Yeah.
We had somebody snapped in. We were talking about the 7 million pounds of cocaine and how it was 7 million pounds, like the
currency.
The currency,
Yeah.
not 7 million
pound,
pounds.
not weight.
And I got very confused. And big thanks to Jordan for snapping in. He says, I wonder if any pro bowlers had anything to do with that 7 million pounds of coke.
Because at one point you mistook pro bowlers for professional bowlers.
The clip I was introducing, it just said pro bowler Gary Clark, and then whatever the clip was about.
Adam Gase is on that coquina.
And I looked at Lloyd and I said, what is, because it was he was a lingerie football coach. I looked at Lloyd and I said, what does pro bowling got to do with lingerie football?
What does the PBA have to do with lingerie football? No.
No.
The NFL pro bowler.
But honestly, in my defense, if you're describing legendary Gary Clark, Super Bowl winner.
Sure.
I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Might have been an all-pro.
He played for the Commies back in the day. He might have been an all-pro. Great point.
Yeah.
Pro bowler. Anyway, I think instead of 7 million pounds worth of cocaine, I thought it was 7 million pounds of cocaine.
Yeah.
So thank you, Jordan. And that pro bowler thing was like 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Can't live it down.
No, you cannot.
But it was pretty funny, I guess. And, if I have to be known for making mistakes, I'd rather have it be that one than other mistakes I've made.
Mm-hmm.
No, we don't need to play anything. Don't look at him that way.
Christian, you got anything?
Ben, starting in...
you see him on PT.
No,
I
I hate this
legend. He's Woody Page with us here on the Jake and Ben Show on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what I need?
I'm on around the horn, pardon the interruption.
Yeah.
But,
Nobody cares.
Oh,
Woody.
apologies. No.
We should never have had that guy on in the first place. That guy hates our community. I don't like him personally. Enough to not know what show he's on.
I told you I did radio in Washington, D.C. this morning.
Did you do Kornheiser's show?
No, I did. It's called The Junkies, is their show. And one of the guys kept correcting the other guy because he kept saying Carlos Boozer when he was trying to talk about Cameron Boozer. And I thought that. I was like, oh, I know that dynamic. Not that I was going to correct you for round the horn or PTI, but
why that one? Ben, starting in 25 minutes, we have the Cavs and your Knicks. And let's see, what does the Magic Vegas prediction wizard have it at?
They've got the Knicks.
6.5.
Okay.
Bing bang. So everybody's thinking the Knicks are going to roll. Everybody thinking Cleveland is tired. Any thoughts?
Cleveland's probably a little bit tired. I think on the other side, the Knicks are probably pretty rusty. They haven't played in a long time. Swept Philly. I can't remember the last time they played.
Well, Cleveland barely had to play in Game 7. Why would they be tired?
Correct. They also ran over the Pistons. So I think that's a good point. And you know what both these teams have? Great depth. These are really good teams. And depth, I think sometimes people mistake depth for your 10th player off the bench. No, do you have 5 good starting players? Do you have 5 guys in your starting lineup who can all go off on any given night to win you a game? And both of these teams do. And then maybe you have a 6th man or a 7th man that are both capable of doing that. And I think the Knicks might have a little bit more depth than Cleveland on that front. But both these teams have a guy who can go. They have 4 guys on their team that could conceivably get 30 in a night, and be the reason you won a game. Jared Allen was a huge reason they won both of their Game 7s so far this playoffs when speaking of the Cavaliers. And the Knicks, we've seen Josh Hart out of nowhere can a bunch of threes, or Mikal Bridges lock up Jason Tatum and get a late stop to get them through the playoffs. So both these teams have depth. I like, actually, that while I think we're going to unfortunately dumb this down to Jalen Brunson versus Donovan Mitchell, I don't mean you. I mean, that's what the conversation I think is going to be nationally, because some of the people think, well, Donovan Mitchell can't go to the Knicks now because they've got Jalen Brunson. They simply don't need him. These are really cool, full rosters. And that doesn't mean I love every player. I'm not a huge Cat fan personally. I think some of these teams are very flawed. But I do like that this is like a pretty evenly matched series with good starting lineups. It kind of reminds me of 90s basketball. Well, there's definitely stars on the roster. All 4 or 5 guys really can play a good role.
The Donovan Mitchell thing to the Knicks is not going to happen.
Agreed.
Unless he's an old geezer. Why does it keep coming up? He might be like a geezer signing with the Knicks, like Donovan comes home. The Knicks aren't trading for Donovan.
No, I don't think so.
If they wanted Donovan, they would have traded for him when the Jazz were trading him.
Had the Nets had an opportunity this summer, maybe they would have gone after him, but I don't think he's leaving Cleveland. They're through to the conference finals.
Well, not unless they ask him to leave, which could happen.
Yeah, if they decided that, if he absolutely stinks it up this season or this series.
Or next year,
as
whatever.
We were talking to Nick Wilson, who's a host in Cleveland, a radio host in Cleveland, talking about kind of the mixed relationship there. What did he say? Donovan was about to sign a 5-year, $350 million contract? That's 70 a year on average? 60 a year on average? 7 a year, $70 million a year on average. Now, it matters what percentage of the cap more than the raw number,
It does.
But $70 million is a lot for Donovan. It's a lot of money. It's a huge investment for that type of player. So we'll see. Maybe there is a chance if they don't play well in this series, which I think they will. I think this is going to be a 6-game series at least. They're going to sign Donovan. He's going to be around. And no, the Nets will have missed whatever window might have made sense to bring him. Because at that point, he's going to be 32, 33, 34 by the time that thing's coming to an end and becomes tradable.
The key in this series is going to be keeping James Harden at the hotel when they're in New York.
For the Cavs.
For the Cavs.
I was going to say, for the Knicks. What are you talking? It's the exact opposite.
No. For the Cavs.
Lure him out.
No, they need to lock him in the hotel.
Glitter and donuts.
Yeah, right. Yeah, glitter and donuts, exactly. Wait, what's that? No, James, no!
Get out of the hotel as often as possible.
A little discipline from James Harden is going to be necessary.
It'll go a long way.
There's a pretty gal with a box of Krispy Kremes in the lobby. Don't let James near her! Stop it! We know who sent her.
So I'll be curious to see what comes of
it
this
is
series.
The honeypot.
I do think the front court's going to matter.
She's got a bottle of vodka and some donuts. No, James, no! Sorry. You were trying to move on.
I think the front court's going to determine this series. I think while the guards are probably going to cancel each other out, Donovan and Jalen Brunson are both going to have 30 points and 6 assists, and they're going to do that most of the nights. And the wings are honestly probably pretty equal. The Josh Hart, Bridges contingency will match up pretty well with the James Harden contingency, and one will do more on offense and one will do more on defense. But on the flip side, what does the front court for the Knicks do? And I would include OG Anunoby into that because OG Anunoby's just an unreal defender, and he's going to be tasked with slowing down Evan Mobley. And Cat will probably be on Jared Allen some, or maybe they switch those guys around. But can the Knicks front court do enough defensively to prevent Mobley and Jared Allen from having a big series? And on the flip side, can they find a way to slow down Cat, who is an offensive hub? He's a very good offensive player. He's a terrible defensive player, but he's a great offensive player. And can they negate him, get him into foul trouble, get him into where the issues that he's had in the past that put the Timberwolves in a spot where they wanted to trade their former number 1 overall pick? Because it's possible to do. And whoever can do that, I think, is going to the finals.
I think Jared Allen, I've told you before, I think he might be the key to this series. I totally agree with you. Mobley, too. But you got to make, I think that's where the Knicks have a weakness. They've got a center who doesn't want to play center.
And along those lines.
And doesn't want to do center things.
News just coming out is that OG Anunoby is expected to play tonight. He was questioned.
Wow.
He's always hurt. He's just one of those guys. He rarely plays.
But he's a good player.
When he's on the court, he's really good. He's just rarely on the court.
But he is going to be tonight.
Yeah, and starting. So it's not just coming off the bench. So these are great series. I don't think tonight can even get close to living up to what we saw last night. But you and I said before we saw what happened between the Spurs and the Thunder that this was a pretty good billing. There was a reason that these 4 teams all played on Christmas Day. The NBA knew that these were marquee games, and they faced each other on Christmas, and it just so happens now they're playing in the conference finals. That's a good sign.
You know, this is probably unfair, but I probably would have fired Jason Kidd just because of his choice of glasses.
You don't like the glasses?
The clear, glasses?
Clear frames?
I don't know. He obviously can't afford Tom Ford's, or he would have gone that direction.
Not all of us can.
But
he didn't get...
And where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
He didn't get tricked into wearing his glasses.
You like the clear ones or Captain Jack's red ones better?
The Sally Jesse Raphael's.
Oh, I don't like Captain Jack's either.
Christian, you've really taken to your glasses. Jake and I both got diagnosed with glasses. That's what I'm going to call it. Before you. You got assigned glasses also, and you wear them every day now.
Well, I'm going to get contacts.
Okay.
Listen, Christian
I actually hate them.
Christian was walking around nearly blind and didn't really know it, so he has to wear them. He's legally required to.
He's running over several people.
Mine, and this is just what makes the expense of my glasses so stupid. I just need reading glasses.
I'm with you. I use mine to read, unless there's a double overtime game on, in which there's no reading in the house. But I use mine to read. If I wear them any other time, my feet look like they're 1,000 miles away from my head. There's no way it's safer for me to drive in glasses that my depth perception goes all wonky.
Well, are you nearsighted or farsighted? This is very important to know.
That's why you wear them, because you get used to it.
Yeah, that's what they say. I don't believe it. I can't afford to hit 3 cars before I got used to it. Sorry. I didn't mean to.
I feel like
your
wearing
family.
my glasses more has made my regular eyesight with no glasses, I feel like it's made it worse.
Way worse. Of course it is. It's like wearing chapstick.
Oh, I can't even read anymore without my glasses. I'm just pretending to do it here with this monitor.
That's why you thought it was PTI.
Yeah, right. I'm just pretending to read over here. But yet, you two bullies are so bad with your stupid drop, I can't wear my stupid glasses.
And
God.
where is his glasses? He can't see without his glasses.
Hate this show so much.
You opened this segment by talking about how fun it's been.
Stay tuned. Yeah, and you ruined it. And you didn't even bring up a dead person this time, which is usually what happens.
Well, Macaulay Culkin's dead in that movie.
Ugh. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Joining us now, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports Pro Basketball Talk.
Kurt, who's your favorite watch in the NBA, out of curiosity?
I'm always partial to dynamic, fast-playing teams and teams that move the ball. So honestly, I was watching a lot of Charlotte this year. I would say LaMelo Ball when he can play, and that's partially because he can be so good, and also because there's a train wreck waiting to happen. He was much better this year because his number of just "what are you thinking" passes went from 10 a game to 5.
I love watching Ball at times too, but I wouldn't want to build a team around him either. You may see him just like he does out on the court. He may, "What are you doing?" and as he crashes into the side of a car on his way out of the team line. He's been like 17 accidents. I mean, he plays like he drives.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake and Ben here for our friends at IFA. And listen, the time is now to start putting a little TLC, a little tender loving care into that lawn so you can have that healthy, thick, deep green lawn, and that's where the smart owners call the experts, Ben, at IFA.
Yeah, you want to make sure that your lawn is looking full, soft, green. If you're not having that right now, if you're seeing it get really yellow, even if you've turned your water back on, you probably aren't taking care of your lawn the right way, and you can do that at IFA. Their 4+ lawn care program is blended locally and specifically formulated for Utah soils. You may just be going to a big box store and saying, well, they have fertilizer. I think that'll work. It's probably not for the same lawn you have in Utah. You want to make sure your lawn is holding moisture, growing deep roots, and choking out the weeds, designed for the soil that we do have. And you can do it at IFA.
Got to check out that weed and feed for a strong dark green turf without a weed in sight. These are the same products that are trusted by local sports fields, golf courses, city parks all across Utah, backed by IFA's team of pro turf and landscape experts. With this, and that same knowledge is available to you. All you have to do is visit IFA.coop or stop by an IFA country store today. IFA, we're here to help you grow the things you love.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your radio home for live local sports. Tonight, the Salt Lake Bees and Tacoma Rainiers open up a 6-game series. First pitch at 6:35 every night this week. Listen on 1280 The Zone. Then on Saturday, Real Salt Lake's at Minnesota. That game will get underway at 2:30 on 97.5 The Zone. The Denver Summit visit the Utah Royals at 4:30 on 1280 The Zone. And the Tacoma Rainiers visit the Salt Lake Bees at 6:30 on 97.5 The Zone. If you want to reach Utah sports fans, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com and join the winning team at KSL Sports.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up, your cholesterol keeps climbing, or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
I don't need to explain to you that water runs Utah, that we didn't get enough last year, or that Utah is one of the driest states in the country. But I will tell you, slowtheflow.org has tons of tips for saving water. Head to the website to learn how you can keep Utah beautiful and livable.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got him made drinks and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Christian put a nail in the Chiefs contention hopes earlier in the show. Doesn't look good with Rashid Rice, does it?
No, jail's bad.
He's going to jail for 30 days.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's a big deal he's missing off-season camp. But 30 days in jail, no thanks.
It's hard to be a true dynasty.
Oh, in football, it really is.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever served jail time and then had a productive NFL season afterwards?
Oh, yeah. Michael
Plenty.
Vick.
Yeah.
Dante Stallworth.
Yeah. Oh, and I'm sure the list goes way beyond that. DUIs, all sorts of stuff.
But Vic actually went to prison. I wonder how many people actually go to prison and
Yeah.
then come back.
Yeah.
Going to jail is one thing, but going to prison,
Hard time.
doing
You're talking
hard
about hard
time,
time.
and then coming back out. I bet that list is shorter. Like, I don't think Ray Caruth is coming back anytime
Correct.
soon.
No. Though he's out, right?
Is he out?
I think he's out.
You know who Ray Caruth is, Christian?
There's like a whole story right now because his son, who I think was the kid who was in utero when
his mom died,
at the hands of Ray Caruth, is alive, you know what I mean? And has had some developmental issues, but has become a Carolina Panthers huge fan, not because of his father.
I don't think I could be a fan of the Panthers. Could you?
Plaxico shot himself and went to jail, right?
He did. Did he? Did he go to prison? He might have gone to prison. You know that story? Plexico Burris shoots himself in the leg.
Cheddar Bob.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, right. And ends up going. He go away for a year? No.
I think he at least got suspended for a year for taking a gun to the club and firing it.
Accidentally.
Neither here nor there.
Well, yeah, it is. There's a difference between trying to rob the club and just being an idiot.
Shot a gun in a club, but okay, I'll listen to you.
Yeah, but he's not holding up one of the dancers.
Jamal Lewis.
He didn't go to jail either.
Jamal Lewis didn't go to jail?
Oh, Jamal Lewis did for trafficking drugs. I was thinking of the linebacker, Ray Lewis.
Ray Lewis. No, Jamal Lewis. Also played for the Ravens.
Yeah, but at the same time.
Yeah.
They both won the Super Bowl. No, you're right about Jamal Lewis, but I don't think he came back and played after that.
Did he not?
I don't think so.
You might be right.
He was trafficking like a lot of cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
What's the running back for the Ravens? He didn't come back either. But I don't think he went to prison.
Ray Rice?
Ray Rice, yeah. But to come back and play, yeah, I don't know about that. But Rice isn't going to prison. He's just going to jail. I don't think they send you to prison if it's under a year.
You're probably right. I don't know. I've never been.
I haven't either. I wouldn't like to go. Have you seen the new prison here?
I haven't. I keep forgetting that it's just not in Draper anymore.
Oh, it's definitely not in Draper anymore. I'm with you. I haven't been out there. I wonder if the mosquitoes are as bad as they say.
You know what? Jamal Lewis did come back for a year.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. Came back for 1 year in 2006.
Does it say what he got arrested for?
He got arrested for... Oh, let me look. Apologies, I'm being slow here.
No, it was definitely drugs. I just wonder how much. Not 7 million pounds of cocaine.
Federal drug charges. Oh, good news. He was pardoned in February by the president.
By President Trump?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Okay. He was great at Tennessee.
Uh-huh. And was on the Super Bowl team in 2003.
Yeah, and
got
he was
arrested, went to jail, and then came back in 2006.
He was on Tennessee's national championship team, I think, too.
A winner.
A winner. Not in life, per se? Oh, I guess he is.
Maybe he is in life. He got pardoned. He's got a great book to write. So, anyways.
About running drugs while in the NFL?
Winning championships, becoming a kingpin, apparently, and getting pardoned. It's interesting. It's better than my book.
Hey, dude, Zach Randolph was moving all sorts of drugs, and nobody ever thinks about that with that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he the NBA's dealer or something like that?
Was he? That was his connection? It's not really a great thing to do.
Like that? He also fought dogs, too, speaking of Michael Vick, and nobody even thinks about that.
Well, I don't condone any of this behavior.
Oh, dude, you're going to a dog fight today. That's what
Get
you're
a wrap.
That's what you're doing after the show.
We have to record out the last hour. I've got a dog fight to get to.
If you could pick any two animals to watch humanely fight, what would it be?
Oh, it's got to be some type of sea creature.
Like a seal or something?
Swordfish? Like jousting?
Oh, that's kind of funny. Okay.
Yeah, water jousting.
Or like a marlin with the...
Yeah. Narwhal.
Okay. The unicorn at the sea? It's not the same animal fighting, but I always wanted to see the mongoose cobra standoff.
Oh, okay.
I tried to tell my kids about Ricky Tikki Tavi the other day. Did you ever watch that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
That's crazy. I know what that is.
Do you know what that is?
This is probably the first time where I get a reference that one of you guys don't.
How about that? Yeah, I'd like to watch the mongoose cobra thing. For some reason, I'd like to see two squirrels fight.
Do you know where Ricky Tikki Tavi comes from? This is right up your alley.
Let's hear it.
The Jungle Book.
Oh, okay.
It first came out of the Jungle Book when that was published in 1894.
Out of the book.
Out of the book by Kipling. You have, if people don't know, this is not a bit, but it's been a reoccurring conversation on our show, is Jake hates the live action Jungle Book, not because the movie's bad, but because they changed the ending.
They ruined the whole message of the movie.
And it really grinds your gears.
It does. Well, don't mess with a great story.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. When Mary Poppins floats away, she doesn't get hit by a jet airliner or something,
right. Correct.
Like, I think that happened in The Simpsons.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We've got the 6 o'clock hour coming straight ahead. Stay tuned, Jake and
Not
Ben.
me. I'm going to a fight.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL